Kidnapped to Another World, Dreamweaver Chapter 1. Chapter notes. So just a friendly reminder, there is much more done on this story than people realize. I've only begun to load it slowly onto Wattpad. Every time I have a chance, I will upload one chapter at a time onto Wattpad, but do so slowly over time to balance out needs. So right now you might only see a few chapters up, but if you go to this link you will see the others. http://royalroadl.com fiction 4965. One of the reasons I am doing this is I hate the review system on Royal Road. This story started out getting 4.5 average out of 5 stars. But then people just started getting impatient over the slow detailed build-up and knocking it because of various reasons, revenge for taking their own story spot, etc., and I am kind of fed up with that site. It's very easy for people to bash an author's work on that site, and I keep hearing this site is Kinder. So I'd like to give it a try. Please lend me your support and kindness. Chapter 1. Yo, what up Tanaka? One of the other students said. Near me they were talking. They hadn't noticed me yet, and I was trying to finish up my math homework while things were going on around me, but it's easy to get distracted. I tried to finish last night, but the last 2 problems happened to be difficult story problems. I hadn't quite managed to figure them out, but felt I was really close. If only Sensei were late today, I might be able to finish at least one more of them so I could get an A on the homework. Hey man, did you bring it? Aikawa said. They were acting like they were smuggling drugs, but they weren't that clever. Unfortunately, it was only video games with risque eki themes, and they didn't want to get caught. It's right here. Check it out. They were talking about their new games. One of them had pulled the game manual from their backpack and they were whispering about it excitedly after that. So distracting. I kept marking my paper and the sounds of my furious pencil worked nervously that others heard near me. I wasn't really officially part of their group, but sometimes they'd talk to me, particularly if there was a new game out. They sat next to me, in front of me to be exact. Because of it, I was always pulled into their chatter even if I didn't like it. They were also really loud in the morning. Plus they were so nerdy, it was embarrassing to hear about. I didn't want to be included in their odd manners and strange behavior. Already, some of the girls had zeroed in on their weirdness and were glaring at them. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't identify me as part of that. I didn't mind the games, but losing pretty girls to be branded the nerd club sounded like suicide to me. Around us, the girls were also talking on the side of the room closest to the door. It was Egawa, no relation to the other Egawa, Inoue, and Yoshida. Most the girls in the class wanted to be just like them. They were a mix of both disciplined and studious girls, and one of them a bit of a rebel. But they were all nice-looking, like some of the best-looking girls in our school. Several of them had come in just late enough to be cool, but not actually be on the edge of discipline. Because it was Monday, we knew Miss Asakura was coming in late from a faculty meeting like she did every Monday morning. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, because the room was full of kids. Altogether this class had about 30 people in it. You'll also like. Because of a new development nearby and because we were deep in the city where all the jobs are, it was like this. All of our classes had every seat filled and every bit of space in the room had a desk at it. This was how it normally was, first thing in the morning at our school. I was 16 and school had started a few weeks ago. This was the normal routine. This was also our homeroom and first class of the day. Outside the weather was sunny and wonderful. I wanted to go outside. It was so beautiful outside. It was just the perfect temperature. Hey Shun, what's up? Yumi said cheerfully suddenly, as she came in and sat down. She had a good pace as she went up the aisle so quickly and was very athletic. Today gym being right after she was dressed to join the volleyball team, which she was captain of, and displayed proudly. Our school was high-ranked regionally for that sport after all. She sat by me too. She greeted me often because she was friends with one of my sisters. "Hey, Yumi!" I greeted happily. It was nice to talk to her. She was also good-looking. "So what's new?" I smiled. She was the one distraction that could break me from the A I wanted. Oh well, I couldn't figure out anymore anyway. There was no more hope to finish the math. Why does she even talk to him? I heard some guy say. He doesn't deserve her attention, came the reply from his friend. Should wipe that smirk off his face, another said. It was coming from some guys in the back that I didn't mix well with, Maury and Abe and their crew. They were always in trouble, fighting, and all kinds of stuff happened around them. I ignored those guys. It wasn't my job to be policed by them. In truth, though, Yumi was just being polite. She didn't actually like me, but was doing it out of courtesy of being Aya's friend, who was my sister. Then the bell went off to start class. Miss Asakura came in right after. She was dressed nice in a pencil skirt, crispy white dress shirt or blouse and suit jacket. "Hey class!" She was always really excited. She taught PE as well, and was one of the most beautiful women on the planet, at least many students thought so. We often wondered why she chose to work as a teacher, instead of going after money. She was good-looking enough to get any job she wanted just from the aura she projected, plus she was pretty smart too. Okay, let's start with our opening exercises. Isn't the weather great today? Learning is so great. Isn't it? Most the boys weren't listening though. They were staring at her giant boobs that strained her shirt and suit jacket. How did she grow them like that on such a skinny body? They also seemed to have just enough sag to tell they were real. The girls were mostly groaning. "Oh, do we have to?" some of them said together. Sensei just laughed. "Oh, come on. It'll be fun. Learning is so wonderful. I also get to spend the day with you guys." "Are you mocking us, Sensei?" I joked aloud. She laughed. "No, being in school is fun." "Really? Did you have a fun time with your boyfriend, Sensei?" Yumi asked cheerfully. "What? No. It can't be true." Some of the boys had near heart attacks. "No. Our precious teacher can't have a boyfriend. That's too much." Some of their minds couldn't handle the bad news. "TCH, dang it. Tell us who your boyfriend is, Sensei, so we get off him and take you for our own," someone in the back said. "Ah, that's super creepy. How could you say that?" Yumi said, shocked. Although truthfully Yumi would soon be a beautiful woman too, her own figure wasn't bad. There was an awkward silence. "But, telling us Sensei has a boyfriend, that's too much. Our dreams were all crushed," one of the other boys said. He sounded like he might cry, but Sensei still had no pity on him. In fact, I think she secretly covered a smile. The girls and Sensei just laughed after another boy also said a very similar thing right after the first one did. It was like this often, though I didn't know Sensei had a boyfriend either. Or was it just a show? Yumi and Miss Asakura might be deflecting attention too. Yumi shrugged at Miss Asakura, who also shrugged back in return. But then it happened. The unforgettable event. There was a huge dull boom in the distance and then a small shaking of the windows and panes for like 5 seconds. It was something deep and far away, sounding really heavy. I felt the earth even thump underneath us strangely, even though it was so far away. It sounded like it was coming from the mountains, or under the mountains. Well, turn to page. Miss Asakura started to say, but then she looked puzzled. A big crease went down the middle of her forehead in worry. What was that? She tried to continue to say. Her smile stopped and turned into a frown. We all looked at the windows lining one side of the room. All at once everyone started looking outside and then being confused. Sensei hesitated some more and stopped for a sec. Everything was quiet all of a sudden. Everywhere everyone was deathly still. We were afraid, very afraid. People here in Kobe, Japan have an unnatural fear of earthquakes after all. Many still remembered the previous one that had smashed our town to bits. The other classes in rooms near us had suddenly gotten really quiet too. One of them had been making a ruckus just a few seconds ago, and the quiet felt weird and strange somehow. Phew, I was afraid that was an earthquake. I'm so relieved it's over, Yumi said. Yumi was pretty outgoing and often commented and talked in her class. The look on her face was seriously stressed out. I'd forgotten her family lost their old house in the previous earthquake when she was a baby. Sometimes they forgot and mentioned it when they got together. Then there was another really big thump under us and the ground vibrated, but for longer this time. We heard something else rumble near the mountains, and in the distance we could see hundreds of birds all over the valley suddenly hit the sky in sudden flight. That was the first big signal something was terribly wrong. The shaking continued for a bit longer. It then stopped after about 10 seconds. This time it felt more powerful than before, even though the school was on a strong concrete foundation that didn't feel good at all. AF at $. Someone said. Hide. Run. Someone began to panic. I wasn't sure what was going on either, but when I looked at Yumi and Miss Asakura, their faces were terrified with big eyes. Dang it, Yumi! You jinxed us. One of the girls said viciously. It was Tanagawa. She had some kind of big rivalry with Yumi. They'd never gotten along for years of bad feeling together. Then the shaking started again for the third time. It was really small at first. It was so small we didn't notice it at first, but it kept growing bigger. It grew more and more, but then it wouldn't stop. It felt like it was going on forever. I started to lose track of how long it was going for until I heard Sensei's voice. Get under your desks. Now. Hurry. Miss Asakura ordered quickly. One by one, the students started going under their desks. Some of us went quickly, and others just lazily shrugged. It's not real, it'll stop any second, Jean said. Jean was kind of a rebel and didn't take orders easily. The others were too scared to get out from under their desks to pull him under forcefully. He also liked to get in fights too. But unfortunately his number was up. His was the first bad luck and the first of many bad luck, I later realized. He kept standing there out in the open while the rest of us were huddled under our desks. He acted unafraid and just yawned, trying to act cool. But when the tremors increased, suddenly the room was shaking itself apart. Jean never knew what hit him. The girls and a lot of the guys in the room started screaming when chunks of the ceiling started falling and hitting everything. One fairly good-sized piece of concrete hit Jean so hard part of his skull was broken open and blood flowed out his eye sockets after he hit the ground. Hard. The sound was really gross when his head hit the floor. Yuck. His sightless eyes were staring at the class as we shook with fear and dread. The shaking was getting really big and the walls, ceiling, everything was shaking and rattling. Then the windows started breaking and shattering in pieces while students were crying. There were big dust clouds outside too, as the earth kept shaking. The metal of the reinforcement around the windows sounded like tin or aluminum of some kind. The ceiling started to shake, a bunch of dust loose. It can't go on forever like this, can it? Aren't earthquakes supposed to stop? This one seemed to go with no end. Not good. Then 2 seats in front of me, someone vomited their breakfast and a nasty smell hit the room. It was suddenly getting really dusty. I couldn't see, and the vomit smell was drowned by our trying to cough from all the dust that was choking us like fog. Suddenly it was too foggy and getting dark. It was hard to see anything. Then the lights went out. Or was it the fog? Why was everything so black? I couldn't see my hand in front of my face after that. Kidnapped to Another World, Dreamweaver Chapter 2. Dreamweaver Chapter 2. The coughing continued for a long time. It was completely dark all around us. I felt around even while trying to cover my mouth with the lapel of my school uniform jacket to cough into and breathe better. But the air was terrible and full of dirt and felt chalky. I held my breath as long as I could and covered my mouth with my shirt. It was hard to not take in any, and then after I exhaled, I had to only take in small amounts slowly while filtering it as much as possible. After a long time, the dust seemed to keep settling, but only slowly. But the suffering had lasted so long while everyone was also coughing and trying to adapt. Around me, I knew the other students were still alive, because I could hear everyone else still coughing too. Poor Jean, someone said, in a heartbroken voice, another boy in our class. It was one of the kids who hung out with him, but I didn't know his name. Our school had a lot of kids after all, and sometimes at the start of the school's New Year people came in and out from other schools nearby. What, cough, do you mean? He brought it, cough, on himself, cough, said boy number 2. I also didn't know him, after all they were the wrong crowd to hang out with. Nor did I want to get to know them. Are we going to die? Someone said pitifully, in a hoarse choke. Others were also mumbling weird, despaired comments. Pull it together. Geez, your parents work at the city hospital. You should have more guts, said Tanagawa. Her tone of voice was cold as usual. She was sort of tough in her attitude, but she wasn't trying to be mean, I think. Ugh, I can't feel good. Mom. I need my mom too, someone else said. There was all kinds of people all saying stuff, and some of it was a blur. I didn't catch all of it, but felt around me. Yumi? Are you okay? I asked. Yeah, cough, this air, so bad, need to get out, she responded. Are you there, sensei? Some of the students cried out. Gradually the dust was settling piece by piece, but for some reason it was still really heavily dark outside. Why is it so dark? It's just morning, someone said. Yeah, isn't that weird? Another kid spouted off. Jin's such a dumbass, another said. Everyone just stay calm and quiet. If everyone is talking and panicking, we'll never get through this. Quiet please, sensei said commandingly. Okay, several of them murmured at once. Still it was a bit noisy. I heard some plaster and sand falling from bits in the ceiling. It's so dark, sensei. We can't see a thing, someone said. Yeah, why is it dark so quick? Weird. The students hushed up quickly. I could feel Yumi holding my arm for support. Oh, thank goodness you're not hurt. I was worried. Hey, we need to find your sister fast, she hissed. My gut wrenched. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was honestly. But even though Yumi had found me, it was probably by feeling around and just stumbling into me. It wasn't like any of us knew where we were or could tell what was going on. You'll also like. Others also were moaning about needing to check where their family members were, but Sensei cut them off. We were also looking around us, but it was so dark outside. Nobody move! Sensei ordered as the students tried to panic again. But doesn't the emergency plan say to go outside? Someone said. But it's too dark to move. More people will be in danger by us trampling each other in this pitch black. But my sister is in class 3C. It's just down the hall, someone said. So is mine. Only 3B instead. My brother uses crutches, who is going to look out for him, another girl said pitifully. Hearing her say that made me want to be urgent to go get Rena. I know you all have people you are worried about. First, everyone check your neighbor to the front of you, just one desk in front of you, and to both sides, and to the back of you. Make sure if everyone's okay first. If you feel someone isn't awake or sleeping or something wrong, then we'll talk. Don't talk until everyone is done. First, let's make sure everyone's safe. Sensei, will you marry me? A pitiful snotty-sounding kid said. I'm not your mom, sigh. She shut him down fast. Besides, I can't marry a student. The principal would fire me. How would I buy food and pay rent? What about? Shut up, sigh. Do your job while I get the first aid kit, she said with finality. After a few minutes, everyone had felt around us. It was disorderly at first. People were all trying to be quiet but still talk. To the front of my Aikawa was fine. I was near the right wall, so no one was to my right. Behind me was an empty seat, and to my left was Yumi. I felt around with my hands. It felt dusty, but otherwise things weren't too different than normal. I think the classroom didn't get changed too much, but I wouldn't know for sure until when it was lighter and more visible. One after another, all the students reported. It took a long time though, because we had to go slowly and Sensei couldn't see her seating chart. She had to account for people by memory, and that wasn't easy with so much panic. So far, everything was working until finally we got our phones out for light. This also didn't happen right away because we had to find them. As a rule, Sensei didn't let us keep them out during class. My cell phone had a pretty good light. I turned it on to find Yumi right next to me, inches from my face. The others around me shined their lights too, and suddenly we could see it was night outside. This was more confirmation than anything else. Why is it so dark? It's only 8:23 a.m. Yeah, so weird. What the fuck? There are 2 moons up in the sky, Abe said in shock. He'd somehow wandered over to the windows and was looking out. Suddenly, a crowd of students all bolted to the windows and were looking. The noise from the panic and confusion became obnoxious. I picked up on tons of people chatting noisily. Yumi was terrified and kept a death grip on my wrist. It's just till we find your sister, she said, fright with panic. Yeah, I get it, I replied. Where the hell are we? Someone said. Are we still in Kobe? Gradually more dust was settling, and finally it wasn't so dark. I was able to wave my hand in front of my face finally and see it. Then a few minutes later, the mood was better since people could see. But students were crowding by the window and pointing at something. What is that? Hey, what's going on? What's that light in the sky? There are two of them? Those aren't stars, odd. That moon is like weird, neither of them gives off much light. So strange. What is this place? Where the fuck is Kobe? How come we're surrounded by a meadow and fields with trees? Oh my g at hashtag, is that a forest? Someone else said. How the f at hashtag, are there two moons in the sky? Someone sort of half screamed and half yelled. That got everyone in a panic, and for a long few minutes Sensei couldn't get anyone calmed down and everyone was by the window. They were in total confusion. Something wasn't right. I mean, Russia or the USA couldn't have nuked the moon into two pieces, right? That was one theory, but no one could come up with another. Then they start noticing other things, but everyone was in a panic. Did we die? Maybe we're in hell? This can't be heaven after all, someone said. If this is hell, are there devils or angels? Where's my dead grandpa? Another said. If we're in hell, then your grandpa isn't dead anymore, right? Or are we dead too? The chatter kept increasing, both with the number of students trying to see out the window and with things were deteriorating fast as far as public order was concerned. The sounds of people's voices was getting more and more upset. We had to do something fast. I didn't like being around this many people that were in a panic anyway. Sensei? Do you know something? I'm sorry, Kazuki. We need to stay still for a while. We'll wait for the school supervisor to advise us. They should have an announcement soon over the intercom. But Sensei, the lights won't work. There's no electricity, so how can there be an announcement? I said. There was another big silence. People were realizing we had to do something, I think. Sensei, we should organize ourselves, because the school principal isn't going to be able to use the traditional means. He himself might be hurt, I said. She hesitated a bit, then, all right, Shun-kun. You're right. Tanagawa, I want you to go to the classrooms next to us, ahead, behind, and to the right. Ask if anyone is injured, and make sure there is a teacher in each room, and ask if they each have a first aid kit. Don't stay to talk, don't panic, go directly to each and someone else also call for help while she's doing that. Tanagawa, come back quickly because what's going on around us may help us to figure out what to do next. If you get distracted, we could have more trouble. Hey Sensei, how come our phones won't work? I'm not getting signal bars out here, also I can't get a dial tone when I try to call my mom, someone said. PFFH, that's normal. After an earthquake, everyone's always checking on their family all of a sudden. The network will be swamped, Inoue said. But if we're in hell, can we call home? Someone said. Well, maybe we're still in Kobe, but something is off, someone yelled. Yeah, then how the F-sharp, do you explain where all the buildings went? Grass, fields, and a forest? What the hell is going on? Mori yelled angrily. I didn't like when Mori got mad. He didn't know how to calm down. Are you sure? Sensei asked carefully. It's odd that you aren't getting any signal bars though. But it's too soon to be able to know for sure. Let's at least wait for help. It's fine, my dad works for the phone company. He told me how it was last earthquake. Everyone's just swamped the network, someone said. Your dad doesn't know everything, Abe said. He actually said something smart, even if he was a gangster. Well, I'm not sure what we can do about that yet. Inoue, will you check and go over the first aid kit to make sure we have everything we need? Sensei asked. You got it, Sensei. I'll go over it twice or 3 times to be sure. What do I look for though? Just make sure you have stuff for anything: burns, seizures, trauma, air pump for CPR kit, a trauma blanket, bandages, gauze, tape, that sort of stuff. Don't let anyone use it for stupid little scrapes though. Someone with a paper cut will waste it, and then if someone has a real emergency, people won't be able to do anything, I interrupted. Oh. Rena's story had forced me into thinking this way despite being a kid. It was because of her that I knew what to do. I'd leave to go find her soon. Does anyone here have CPR training? Asakura-sensei was very thorough, it seemed. She was holding up her own cell phone light, mostly just for show, to help people stay calm. I think it was working a little though, because they liked to see how nice looking she was. Shun does. He knows how to get through this. Yumi spouted off quickly. She didn't notice that I gave her a dirty look. My heart sunk. I didn't like telling people that. I had enough responsibility already. I was sweating it really badly now. I wish Yumi didn't say that. She meant well, but... Does anyone else know? She asked. Abe's dad is a doctor. He's had training too, someone said. I briefly heard Abe swearing at whoever ratted out his good points. I then thought I heard an ouch after someone was punched in the arm. Okay, Shun, you want to help me? Do you know what to do? She asked. Well, the truth is, I need to check on my sister. But Sensei's eyes were pleading with me. Fine. First you need to check who has life-threatening illnesses that require medication, not just who is immediately injured. Also, because it's dark out, people could get injured if we go outside walking around. All the emergency training for schools is based on things happening during the day, not at night. Also, we don't have electricity, so we need to help ourselves as much as possible till we figure out what's up with the phones and electricity. Wherever we are, we don't know if it's even safe outside. What if there are animals, or pits, or dangers we can't see in the dark? I said. The class got really quiet. Yeah, let's stay put. I don't want to be falling all over stuff, another responded. After a few minutes, the class was feeling better when we realized only Jean had been hurt, though his was permanent damage, the dead kind. What about the danger of natural gas or bad poisoned air? That's real for an earthquake, right? She asked. It could be, but we aren't in Kobe, that's for sure. It looks like we're in the middle of the wilderness. I'd swear I was crazy if I wasn't seeing it myself. What the fudge is going on? Inoue said. Holy sure at right? What is that? I saw something move. It was big too. Mori said excitedly, pointing outside the window. Everyone seemed to ignore him though. They were already mistrustful of him for pressuring people for lunch money for him and his gang. Abe, himself, and a few others were trying to look outside still and watch for whatever it was they saw. So are you saying there won't be any gas or poison in the air? Someone asked. I'm not sure. But I don't smell anything weird, and it's not cold or hot out. It's just like a cool summer night outside, and the air coming in from the breeze is clean and feels good. There's even a decent breeze, someone said, feeling with their hand outside the window. Well, if there's a good breeze, as long as the windows are open, we should be okay, right? Sensei asked. Sensei, while I still have battery power and right now, before anything else happens, I want you and Yumi to go with me to get Rina. It can't wait, I said. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm so sorry, I should have remembered that. As soon as Tanagawa gets back we'll go, Sensei said. What's wrong with Rina? That's his sister, right? Inoue asked. As she talked, she had a habit of waving the cell phone with her light on around. She was like super chatty as a person, and really weird and playful, but she was nice too. Yeah, she's not doing so well, Yumi said sadly. She just was barely admitted back into school from chemotherapy treatment ending a few weeks ago. This was going to be her first day, and she's not strong enough to stay at school all day. We'd had plans to take her home after lunch and only have a half-day school attendance for a few months until she got better, I said. #et, someone said. That's S at 3. Do we have to take care of a sick person too? This is already bad enough, someone said. I'm glad I didn't know who said it in the dark. That somehow helped people realize they need to stay calm though. Rina is my friend's sensei. I need to go with him too. I won't accept no for an answer, Yumi said seriously. Okay, but what's the plan? Miss Asakura said, asking and not sure what to do. We need to get her with me and keep her here since I know how to take care of her, but others don't. I also have to get her someplace where she can rest safely. So, probably we'll have to go to the nurse's station and wait with her there, I said. Good idea, Yumi chirped. We'll make this happen. After a few minutes, Tanagawa came back. Both classrooms in front and in back of us are doing fine. A lot of people with skin kneeses and mild scrapes, but nothing serious. Everyone's in good spirits so far, because they know they won't have any homework tonight. Yamanaka-sensei hit her head but isn't bleeding much and feels fine. Her room had a few people cut by broken window glass, but nothing serious. But nobody has heard from the principal yet, or his assistant. She said quickly. I agree that's weird, but one step at a time, okay? We have to go carefully and not panic, Sensei responded. Okay, good. Tanagawa, I want you and Inoue to be in charge until we get back. Keep everyone safe and together. Don't go anywhere and don't have anyone roaming the halls. We can also check on the principal after we get your sister, plus seeing things higher up will give us an idea where we are or what's going on, Sensei barked. Yumi and Miss Asakura followed me out to go the stairs. Rina's class was on the 3rd floor near the roof, while we were on the bottom floor. Normally this wasn't a bad situation. But it was really super dark outside with the only visibility being my cell phone light. Also, with it being an emergency situation, we had no idea what was going on in other parts of the school. It was a long way up. I kept thinking how worried I was for Rina. She was really weak. I kept trying to get her to wait a few more weeks before going back to school, but she wouldn't listen. She kept worrying about having to repeat that year if she missed too much school. She'd been off chemo just long enough for her hair to grow back, but be so short it was like a short boy haircut. She'd managed to be okay because she had such a pretty face, and was really thin and nice looking, but I think it was still too early for her to go back to school. But the main problem was her fatigue and how long she sleeps. She needed a good 3-hour nap around lunch. Then she'd need another after 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Then she'd sleep a long time during normal sleep time. But I didn't feel like sleeping in a school was safe. I wonder what her mental state was going to be like? She was probably really afraid now. With both her serious health condition and everyone not knowing where they were, she must be in true despair, I realized. I had to find her quick, before something happens. Kidnapped to Another World, Dreamweaver Chapter 3. Just a quick reminder, the bulk of this story is at this link here, http://royalroadl.com fiction 4965. I am not promoting Royal Road, but actually kind of upset at their rating system trains people to attack the author to try to push them to change or make it how they want instead of the author's direction. So bit by bit, I'm trying to transfer it here to a nicer, more broad audience. Also, I have a second story when you look me up and check out my works. Thanks for your support. Dreamweaver Chapter 3. Wait, don't move so fast, Shun, Miss Asakura said, trying to keep up. Her pantyhose had torn somehow while we were dodging debris in the halls, trying to move. Honestly, how did she seem so cool before? Before she was always the epitome of the student's view of what being smooth and flawless was. But wait, maybe anyone wouldn't know what to do in a disaster? I correct myself after remembering that. Both she and Yumi were struggling in the dark, having to go by my light. But she wasn't the only one that had gotten scraped up and dusty. All three of us had gotten dirt from the ceiling debris on us. We were also trying to maneuver around the ruins of the school. As we looked around, everything was a wreck. The building seemed to somehow be holding itself up. However, when you looked at all the exposed guts of the ceiling, you wondered how that could even be possible. Wow. This is way worse than what Tanagawa said. She made it sound like everything was cool and fine, Yumi added in support. She was blinded by the idea of no homework maybe, I said. You think she'd do that? Sensei asked, carefully. That would be tempting, Yumi noted. TCH, maybe I've been too lenient. Extra homework for sure after that gets resolved, Sensei muttered. Well, it's no homework, would you be tempted? I replied carefully. Sigh. You're right. That does sound like a good deal to a kid, she shook her head sadly. Please don't punish the rest of us, Yumi pleaded earnestly. We were having to dodge stuff while moving carefully. Lots of ceiling tiles and supports were hanging down. Plus pipes had fallen from the fake ceiling that was underneath the real ceiling. It was also dusty and the air not so great in some places. A pipe had even letted a bunch of water from the second floor down in some places. It was probably water from the bathrooms above, and even though it looked clean, I hopped over the small pools. People also didn't want to go outside because it was warmer inside the school than outside maybe, I suddenly thought. We need to keep moving, I reminded them. If it weren't so dark, oh man. Yumi whined. I feel your pain, Yumi, Sensei affirmed, while also jumping over the small puddles. Overall, the school was a bit older in some places, but had some new sections too. Both parts had a lot of problems. This was where the new construction areas from 5 years ago met the really old parts of the school. The seams of the different types of concrete were ugly even before this place was wrecked. You'll also like. As we tried to make our way through, I had to keep flicking my cell phone to use the light. But it had an auto shut-off on the light to save power, and that made me have to do so often. So about every 10 steps we'd have to stop. Yumi didn't have her light, and it turns out Sensei's phone was locked in the faculty room so she wouldn't be abusing her authority as a teacher, they said when they asked the teachers to do so. Both were trying to stay by the light, without crowding me too much. Wait, stop here a sec, I said. What is it? Yumi asked. I grabbed a board that had fallen from the ceiling and then proceeded to knock the glass out of the fire hose cage. Inside it was a fire extinguisher and a fire axe. It was the fire axe I wanted. Only the older schools had them now, since they used to trust kids knowing not to play with it. For some reason, this one was still there. It was a good find, in a bad time like this. But I'd also have to take steps to make sure no one could take it from me. You aren't going to try to use that, are you? Sensei asked nervously. Don't worry, I just want us all to be safe. Also, wouldn't you rather I had it than someone like Abe or Mori? I said in response. Oh hell, that'd be awful, Yumi said. Ugh, those guys, they shouldn't even be allowed in school, but the darn principal was afraid of their lawyer's threats, Miss Asakura said, sighing. What was that? Tell us more, I was getting more interested. Oops, you didn't hear that. Slip of the tongue in a life or death situation doesn't count, Sensei replied. We had to then go even slower, because we still didn't have good light. If we moved too fast, we'd bump into stuff. Also because I was the lead, Sensei and Yumi had to keep touching me every now and then. So normally we went down the hall, me first, then Sensei, who kept bumping into me, and then Yumi with her. What's going on? How come it's so slow to move? Yumi asked naively. I have to go slow because the hall lockers are a mess and a lot of them are tipped over into the halls, I said. But they were bolted down. I've seen them do maintenance on them before. They are sturdy. They shouldn't be able to do that, Sensei said in surprise. Just be glad the electricity is out. If it weren't, I'd have to go even way slower watching for exposed wiring. I muttered. Wow, they both said in unison. I waved the light up better so they could see, but it was a cell phone light and not meant to be used as a flashlight. See? The earthquake broke a lot of them loose. Some of them have sharp edges where the metal was shredded or bent open, so be careful. Got it, Yumi said quickly. In my left hand I kept the fire axe, and with my right hand I kept the light up. Sometimes we'd hear other students in this area, but a lot of the classes were still staying in their rooms because they couldn't do anything with the light. They were afraid to move around much, I think. Plus, moving around in an emergency just gets everyone all panicky, especially when you bump into each other all the time. How are we doing so far? Sensei asked. We're passing 1F now, I said, noticing the door tag near us. But the door was completely jarred off its hinges. The ceiling in this area was in bad condition too. We also had to watch for broken glass, and we crunched and stepped around it when possible, but inevitably it was still something that couldn't be totally avoided. Wow, I'm glad I wore tennis shoes and not high heels today, Sensei said. Ah, yeah, that is lucky, huh? Yumi noted encouragingly. Sensei, you are so cool. Despite being an adult, Miss Asakura giggled in response. We continued and finally got to the first set of stairs. Wow. This is bad, I said in shock. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now that we'd gotten closer, I could see the stairs had collapsed here. That was totally unreal. These were steel-reinforced concrete stairs. But the pressure of the quake had collapsed that whole section. Everything here looked way unstable. Oh wow, dang, we'll have to go around, won't we? Sensei said. She was looking up too, at what I'd seen. Wow. That must be a strong quake we had, Yumi admitted. She and Sensei were both near me and had come close on either side of me to look at it. There was another small detail I'd noticed too. I'd almost overlooked it at first, but now it was more apparent. Some parts of the roof section around the stairs were sagging dangerously, and the outside wall itself looked really bad. In fact, just as we sat there, some parts of the ceiling were still having metal shrapnel bits shake and flutter and quiver. Dust and gravel was crumbling too. Wall and ceiling parts aren't supposed to drip gravel. Breathing the dust from said areas was probably a free ticket to Cancerville. We better step back. This area is not safe, I said. Wow, this whole section could fall, huh? Yumi said seriously. Let's go to the other staircase, Sensei said quickly while we were staring at it. Hey Sensei, we better have them evacuate those classrooms closest to those stairs on the levels above it, I also noted. Oh, good idea, Shun. It's good we have you here, she chirped with relief. We made our way down the adjacent corridor then. Sometimes we passed whispering voices from classroom doors that were open. But no one wanted to go into the hall. A lot of them seemed like they were too into the light atmosphere and not having to work. One class we passed wouldn't even listen to their teacher. Others, the teacher was laughing and joking with the student. Idiots. They're acting like this is a holiday, Sensei muttered. Well, we are teenagers. And we rejoice for no homework days, Yumi shrugged. Yeah, but those teachers aren't even thinking there could be danger here. What's wrong with them? Miss Asakura was really upset. She seemed about to go tell them what for, when I grabbed her arm. Sensei, Rina is really weak. We can't afford to get distracted. Please. Ugh. Yo, you're probably right. But on the way back, maybe we can slap them around, she replied. Yumi and looked at each other as if to say, is she serious? They didn't seem to understand what was going on yet. No one did. After seeing that, is it even safe to stay out in the classrooms? Maybe we should go out to the forest area? I suggested. I don't know. If the stairs are like that, not good, Sensei said. What is your reason for the forest, though? Yumi wondered aloud. Well, if we aren't in Kobe anymore, are we even safe still? I asked. So you think a dark forest is safer still? Sensei wondered. Well, a forest has places to hide in, I said. But I'm not convinced yet, we're in a new place. Maybe we were hallucinating from gas or chemicals released from the wreckage, Sensei countered. That could be. But the point isn't whether or not we're really here or somewhere else, but whether or not the students believe we're in a lawless place and how they'd react under those conditions, I said. I suppose that could be true too, she huffed, climbing over some wreckage. Hide? From what? What did you mean by that earlier? Yumi asked. Well, you all know Abe and Mori and their gang are here. You know they got off last year because Mori's parents are lawyers. But they all run a gang. Their gang is bigger this year than last year, and that is with police and public order around. How safe do you think it's going to be for us to be around them once they realize there is no law and public order around? I asked. Unfortunately, I'd had premonitions of this. Last year, they'd put me in the hospital. I have stitches on my back where one of them or their gang buddies stabbed me. They got away from it with lawyer moves, having lots of money, and even the police weren't sure. They'd only left me alone this year because I was considered too hot and noticeable for attention for them to be caught around. But I'd noticed they'd not stopped picking on kids this year. They just changed targets. Neither of the girls said anything for a while. Shun, we have to still be on the earth, you know, Sensei said in a strange voice. I think she was having trouble admitting it to herself. You know those kids said they saw 2 moons in the sky, I said. Yumi made a aha sound but didn't comment. She was listening though. After a while, once we'd gone about 50 more feet, she finally said something. Yeah, actually. I don't want to be around when those guys figure out no one is in charge too. But, it sounds so incredible that we're not in Kobe anymore. How could there be 2 moons? I saw it, but it's still so hard to believe. But I'm the teacher. How can I just abandon them? I'm in charge of their welfare. What do we do? If we aren't on Earth, oh my, I think I have a headache. Just wait before we jump to conclusions. Maybe it's some kind of optical mirage like when you think you see water in the desert? Sensei was starting to get stressed out. I didn't have an answer immediately but decided to try. Actually, their parents are who owe the duty of care. You are only there to help them be safe in school, but in this situation it's unfair for them to not try to do some on their own, don't you think? Can you really save everyone in this school by yourself, Sensei? Do you think it's fair to put the load of a school of like 900 kids all on one person? I asked. She didn't answer but looked back at me worriedly. Then she sighed. You think the 2 moons maybe, it was a mirage? But our school was surrounded by office buildings all around and suddenly we're next to a lush green forest and big green and grassy meadows are surrounding most the place. There's no concrete anywhere either except this building itself. That doesn't make any sense, Yumi tried to reason. Oh, you are making my head hurt. If you weren't my precious student. It's bad to make your teacher worry this much, Sensei started to say. But I cut her off. You know, Sensei, we have to hurry. When people start to need to go to the bathroom and realize there's no running water and no working toilets, that's when they are going to start to realize we're not in Kansas anymore. It'll hit when they have to face hardship, like no water, no food, no toilets, and getting cold at night. That's when things will start to get them panicking. They'll realize with no resources to survive that they might have to cannibalize resources from others. Oh, you're right. Wait. Do you think we should get some more tools and things? Yumi asked. Well, the only place to get them would be like, whatever is in the janitorial closet, I said. But we don't need weapons. You'll see, things will be okay, I think, Miss Sasakura tried to reason, but the tone of her voice was a bit scared. I think she was trying to believe that people would always do the right thing. By now we were almost to the second set of stairs. Oh, we're by the stairs. Yes. I got excited. What kind of shape are they in? I can't see. Yumi wondered. Well, they look okay, I said using my light to study them. The ceiling and wall areas looked stable so I tentatively started to go forward, but Sensei's hand was on my arm. Be careful, she said quickly. It almost seemed silly to have stairs be adventurous, but after the school was this badly damaged, we had no idea if it would kill us to even set foot on them. At first I was scared. After seeing how awful the other stairway was, I didn't want to rush up there anymore. I tested my steps carefully, feeling my weight and gingerly going slow and spreading my weight out. I listened and felt for any kind of movement while the others were close watching. Nothing. It felt pretty stable. So I tested full weight, standing without spreading my weight out. I even hopped up and down a bit. No movement at all. Once I was halfway up, I gave them the signal to follow. It looks pretty safe so far. Let's keep moving. We kept moving for a while until we got to the second floor open lobby area. It was an area where the students would hang out after going upstairs from the lunchroom. It was also our halfway point. At this point it meant we were getting progress. It was tempting to want to stop and sink into the comfortable beanbag chairs and cushions in this area. Since it was a popular hangout spot, which meant it was also a good rest area. People would fight over the cushions though, if what was happening was real. But I knew that Rina depended on me. Yumi, you are good with baseball too, right? I asked. I guess. I'm not the best, but I do okay. Sometimes I've gotten some good hits. I'm good at batting, but I'm not good at being in the field. Why are you asking? Sensei asked. Well, if Rina is tired, we may have to carry her. She's so sick, sometimes we just push her in a wheelchair. We might have to carry her around on our shoulders is probably the best way. That's why I needed 3 of us, I said. Oh. I was wondering about that, but I trusted you had a reason, Sensei countered. Yeah, Shun thinks ahead. That's part of why I felt going with him is a good idea. Plus Rina needs us, she replied. So why did you ask about baseball? Miss Asakura asked. Well, if things get bad, I doubt I can carry Rina and have me still protect us. I might have to have her carry the fire axe, I said. I could see both of them stiffen in shock. Wad dash almost in unison. Well, we're in an area that is about to become lawless. You don't think that we're going to not have to protect ourselves, do you? Surely you aren't that naive? I suggested, trying to make them think. Oh. Man. We should leave the school, Yumi said excitedly in a low whisper. I didn't realize until now how bad this is going to be. Who knows what's going to happen? This is the worst possible place to be. Are you sure? Sensei wondered aloud as we worked our way down the hall. Soon we'd hit the stairs that go to the 3rd floor. At that point, I'd feel a lot better. How can you ask that, Sensei? You are a beautiful woman. Probably one of the most beautiful in Kobe, and not just this town. The men will try to kidnap you for sure, I said. You are scaring me, Shun, she almost cried out in despair. Even by me as we moved, I saw her hands shake. Sorry, Sensei, I'm not trying to scare you guys, but we need to get the hell out of here fast. Abe and Mori's gang have probably already started trouble, I then said pleadingly. It's also easier to prevent tragedy from starting than from stopping it once it started. Please don't let anyone kidnap me, please, she pleaded, lightly tugging my arm. Yumi hummed again. How come you seem to know so much, Shun? I really want to leave the school now. Can we? Well, my parents had me take care of Rina even before she got sick, and they both always work. There was no other choice but to do my best. I have seen some things I shouldn't have at this age already. By then we finally found ourselves up at the classroom on the 3rd floor. But it was only after parts of the 3rd floor were found to be not as strong as the 2nd floor. I found sections of the floor in that area seemed to shift a bit and didn't feel good. I wanted to get out of there fast. We entered the classroom and found kids fighting already. They had cleared the whole room of the desks, and one of the desks near the middle of the room was even on fire, so they could see each other. Somehow they'd rigged it into a homemade torch. We were lucky this room had more light. Some kids even had flashlights they'd stolen from the janitor's closets, in addition to the fire. But the room had the resemblance of what a prison takeover might look like. The boys in the room were howling like they were all crazy and mad. They were whooping and jumping around and bumping into each other. All of it was rough play and what you might see in chaotic war culture of some natives in uncivilized lands. I was surprised how fast things were coming apart. Oh hell, it's already started, I said as we charged in. After entering the room, I saw it was even worse than I'd thought, and I'd thought really badly of it. This wasn't even like how people were. It was total anarchy. Boys were punching and fighting and kicking each other, and the girls too in some spots. Someone had even had his arm pushed into the fire and was burned up and limping away from it. Some of them were cowering by the walls, and a lot of them were bloody, with black eyes, and some had been smacked down with heavy chairs. I didn't expect they'd start hurting each other this soon. There were a few bodies too, but I wasn't sure if that was because of them being knocked out or dead. But it still looked like a war zone. Some of the bad kids had used blood from the bodies to paint anarchy symbols and death skulls on the blackboard. The girls in the room were in varying states of undress with ripped clothes, but thankfully it looked like the chaos had only barely started. Some of them were being held against their will. We stared in shock. That wasn't the worst of it. Then I suddenly saw the teacher's body. It was Noru-sensei. He was a popular gym teacher and into weight training and physical education of all kinds. He even was rumored to practice judo. But he was definitely dead. But curiously, he wasn't dead from the earthquake. Someone had smashed him to death with chairs, and even one of the chair legs was still sticking out of his guts, and kids were kicking his lifeless head with the jaw hanging down. Now I understood that someone pure evil was in charge and had dispatched what was preventing him from having his way. Noru-sensei represented the authority in the room and the semblance of control. So someone must have opposed him. The wounds on his body also didn't match what would look like wounds from earthquake debris. The two girls with me were too shocked to say anything right away. I think the scene of them desecrating his body was permanently etched into my eyelids, and I felt really sad. I knew this person. He was a real person, not just a number, and a good person. That worried me even more. "Oh my #at. Miss Asakura exclaimed. But that was the wrong thing to do. I saw how quickly the kids had already started circling her like wolves. I had to act quickly. Plus Rena was hopefully still alive in this room. But where? I felt choked up, hoping she wasn't one of the bodies. Behind us also, I'd already heard sounds of fighting coming from one of the other classes near us. It wouldn't be long now. Soon the other classes would start to panic. We were running out of time. You. Kidnapped to Another World Chapter 4. Just a quick reminder, the bulk of this story is at this link here, http://royalroadl.com fiction 4965. I am not promoting Royal Road, but actually kind of upset at their rating system trains people to attack the author to try to push them to change or make it how they want instead of the author's direction. So bit by bit, I'm trying to transfer it here to a nicer, more broad audience. Also, I have a second story when you look me up and check out my works. Thanks for your support. Dreamweaver Chapter 4. One of the girls, that was being held down suddenly without warning, bit down hard on the wrist of one of the boys holding her arms as hard as she could and screamed. The boys that had been holding her struggled while she kicked and screamed even more for help. She was fighting for her life, and the boys were trying to stop her and get recovered. We could see the boy cry out, while blood was all over his arm from how hard the girl bit, and her mouth was now all bloody too as he shook her off. There were a couple of other girls too that they'd started this with, in other places of the room. Oh my hell, what was going on with these people? How could they be animals? There was no other way. If I hesitated now, Miss Asakura and Yumi would end up like these girls, and I'd end up like Noru-sensei. I would have to be forceful, and without mercy. If I were to let them dominate the situation, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. So I leapt forward and swung the fire axe into the chest of the boy on the right. There was a sick thumping and squishing sound, and I wanted to cry. I didn't want to hurt anybody, but there was no other choice. The other boy that was being bit by the girl let go, and looked at me stunned. Immediately, it was like I'd smashed open a watermelon and blood was everywhere. It was also the sound of like a huge sponge having water squeezed out of it quickly. Then the whole room stopped. The boys let go of the girls, and the girls were running out of the room while only a few boys ran with them. Now, who started this? And where is Rena? I asked, staring them down. The axe was stuck in his rib cage at first, and I had trouble getting it out because it had bit in so deep. There was a long silence. No one spoke. Where the F at #is Rena? I yelled. Some of the boys looked kind of pitiful. Nobody was speaking up. I pulled the axe out of the kid that was bleeding to death finally after another try. Arterial spray covered a dozen of the kids from where the fire axe was sticking out of his rib cage. It was hard to pull it out, and his ribs creaked while he tried to gulp for air like a fish. If someone doesn't tell me where Rena is, and let her go to my right now. Every one of you F# at #airs is going to have this axe in your chest too. The kids were scared and nobody knew what to say. That told me more than they realized. Whoever had Rena, they were afraid of. If you are afraid to tell someone who just offed a gangster in front of you something, then that meant whoever had Rena must logically also be the one that killed Noru-sensei. Who killed Noru-sensei? I asked. After a few seconds, one of the girls started to speak, but one of the boys hit her and tried to shut her up. He was also one of the boys that was assaulting girls. By trying to prevent the girl from not just talking, but also leaving the room, I'd finally spotted him as an accomplice though. Now I could zero in on him to get him to talk. He was also trying to protect the gang leader or whoever it was. You'll also like. So with no warning, I swung the fire axe down and chopped his hand off, where he'd kept it ready to grab the girl, but with it hanging down on top of the desk to try to be subtle. Now the girl was covered in blood that he was spraying on her, and he screamed while running from the room. His eyes were so big in shock that it looked like a goldfish. Last chance before I start cutting off heads, where is Rena? I said. Yo, you shouldn't hurt anyone, Miss Asakura started to say, but she was interrupted by Yumi. Unless they deserve it, she fumed. Yumi was glaring at Sensei. You aren't going to let them have their way with us, are you, Sensei? Oh, you're right. Yeah, okay, Shun, only hurt the ones that deserve it, Sensei said fearfully. Sensei? Someone cried out in shock. The kids didn't answer, but then I saw some of them were turning their heads towards the back of the room. A lot of the students were standing in front of something going on in the back of the room. I'd have to be careful I wasn't swarmed. You and you, I pointed to two of the most heavily beat up kids. I picked them because they had the worst time from the bullies that were assaulting the girls. They looked like they'd gone to hell and back by how beat up they were. Clear the way and help me get Rena out of here. If you don't, you'll be missing hands like that other guy. Yumi and Sensei were too shocked to say anything, but at least none of the kids were willing to go near them since they were clearly with me. The two scared kids started to go right for the back, pushing kids out of the way. Then they finally made a breach in the wall of bodies big enough to get through, revealing the back of the room. Slowly the kids parted the way, and I saw a kid try to run away from the back of the room where a girl was crying out in pain and despair. He'd pulled away from her, and it looked like he'd been trying to get her clothes off. I knew he was trying to get away. Plus he'd revealed himself to be the perpetrator by his lack of clothes. Luckily his pants were still on, I sighed inwardly. Still, I'd have to chop it off, so other girls would be safe. But if I'd been even a second later, his shirt was gone and his belt was open, and his socks and shoes were gone. He was some kind of punk guy with earrings and a haircut that looked like a lawnmower had attacked him. He tried to circle and hide behind some other students, but I followed his movements. He ducked again and again behind other kids, trying to use them as meat shields while I hounded him. First he ran to the left, ducking again. Then he faked or tried to, and went to the right. The game of tag kept going as he faked left and right looking for openings. He was tall though, and I hadn't figured that into things. He kicked out at me, hitting me in the gut, but because he was so far away he only grazed me. If he hadn't been scared of the axe, he'd have been trying to finish me off. But I'd anticipated he wouldn't go down without a fight. So instead of chopping at him from above, I'd swung up from below to counter him. He dodged while the air whirred with the force of the axe blade swung up so hard. This showed he had fighting experience by the way he maneuvered though. I managed to keep tight control over it though, as he tried to then rip it from my hands unsuccessfully. But I wasn't done with my attack and kicked out with my left feet, hitting him in the sternum, and he flipped backward onto the floor. I'd planned that move too, knowing that if I missed, he'd go for the axe. Then he was gasping for air. I tried to go in close, but instead, he threw a heavy chair at me, which glanced off my shoulder. Then he tried to rush me, even though he couldn't breathe. He tried to use the chair as a club, which I parried with the axe handle, which was long and solid. There was a solid clank as it rebounded, and he swung again and again. The students were getting restless seeing that he was trying to gain ground over me. You can't let him win, Shun. If we're really on another planet, I heard Yumi cry out in anguish. If he wins, none of the girls will be safe. Her cry sent chills up my spine. Again and again he swung the chair down against me with all his might and with crazy force with each blow. He rebounded it against the handle, which I used to parry for several minutes. But with each swing he was getting more bold and wild, thinking he would get me. He was trying to push me and make me afraid, but I knew what he was doing and what he planned to do. He was trying to use overwhelming force, but it was going to tire him out faster. I was conserving my strength on purpose. In part, because swinging the heavy and blocky chair meant he was making his swings predictable. You can't swing something like that without revealing which area of the body you are going to swing it against. That only made it easier for me to parry. But something else unexpected happened. I heard someone run up behind me. Apparently he wasn't alone. One of his buddies swung at me from behind with a chair where my head had been, and I ducked really low, letting it go over me. That was distracting though, because it made the guy in front of me even bolder. I had to then twist and move so they couldn't be going at me from in front and behind, and to manipulate which side of me was facing both of them. It meant trying to keep both in front, and I dodged a couple swings and then came in from the side, while the spectator students were trying to stay out of swinging range of all of us. Some of them tripped over each other, even while they were swinging at me. But we were all surprised by what happened next. The two kids who had been beaten to a pulp by these guys wanted revenge pretty badly and were in a lot of pain. So they together started smashing the second guy with metal chairs together, teaming up on him. Both of them were crying while they smashed chairs over and over into that guy, who was trying to scream. His screams were interrupted by his head being smashed into, which made it harder for him to scream even while I parried the primary assailant in front of us. But that guy was tiring out now. His eyes were desperate too. She rejected me when I confessed to her last year. It's her fault. She lured me and tried to make me do this on purpose. It's her fault. He yelled desperately. Was he crazy? That was his reasoning and justification? What a lunatic! I didn't bother to respond. I had to stop him. It was just pure justification and shifting the blame on others. I'd seen others try that too. He was heaving and breathing harder than before now and kept at it, but by now the chair's legs were all bent up. Nobody would be sitting in it anytime soon. Finally, he tried to extend himself too far and I saw my opening. It was the perfect opportunity, and he was too tired to recover from his swing quickly. The axe blade crunched into his arm, severing it only partway, while he screamed so loud that half the school had to have heard that. Then I did a follow-up swing after he fell forward and his head rolled off onto the ground. It was so messy after that. When you sever someone's head, you wouldn't believe how much blood spatter it creates. The whole floor of the room was rapidly getting covered with blood. The students wouldn't talk or say anything. No one did. It was deathly quiet. But it was too early to celebrate. I approached the girl in the back with a lot of fear. After getting closer, I cried out in pain, realizing it was Rena. She was alive, but naked from the waist up. They'd been trying to shuck her pants off, but had struggled with the belt she had on. It had probably saved her from what would have been next. She thankfully still had her panties on, and they'd only gotten her pants down a few inches to expose her underwear color. Rena was out cold, I think. Too tired and sick to even know what happened, I think. Yumi, I need you now. Please, I said. I have to cover us, so you need to help Rena for me. Get her dressed as fast as you can. Yumi and Sensei rushed over and tried to get her clothes back on. They hurriedly got the belt and pants back up and then secured her shoes and socks. I glared at all the students around us to make sure no one even moved in our direction. The flames of the fire gave me just barely enough light to tell what was going on. Her shirt is completely shredded. What do we do? Yumi asked. That means that guy has a knife. Find the gangster kid's knife for me. Fast! I barked at the two beat-up kids that had helped us. They began rummaging through the pile of blood and picking through it, while I turned to look at Rena. I tossed them my uniform jacket. Yumi didn't have hers, so it was a natural thing to ask, since she couldn't give her the one she had. You can also give her the gangster kid's shirt, though it'll be a bit big. We need to get out of here fast, I barked. Rena also got a new hat. It was a baseball cap with funky gang symbols drawn onto it. After putting it on her and securing her, she had her shoulders looped over Yumi and Sensei's. She was starting to look like a gangster girl, but at least that was better than looking like easy pickings. There's a wallet here? Do you want it? One of the kids asked, holding up something covered in something that looked like strawberry syrup with a funny deep color. No, just the knife. Also, who else here helped him? I wanted to know, and now. They ran off. They knew they were in trouble when they saw that fire axe, one of the kids said. Can someone confirm what you just said? You guys watching them do that doesn't make you very believable, I responded. The two beat-up kids both cried out, we tried to help. That's why they beat us. Now both me and Kenji have black eyes so bad we can barely see 5 feet in front of us. They were going to kill us next, and would have if you hadn't shown up, one of them said, crying in shame and wiping snot from his nose. Please take Yuta and me with you. Here's the knife, by the way, the other said, presumably Kenji. It took them a while to find the knife because of the blood. Ha! I said, dumbfounded. Well, the school isn't safe, right? Let's get the hell out of here, before that guy's goons come back. They have more friends in the engine repair class. They might come back with them. Thanks for the heads up. Ladies, let's go. Kenji, take the desk torch, thing whatever it is carefully, and you guys lead us to the wood shop. We need everything sharp we can get our hands on, and then we're out of this place, I said boldly. Don't you want the knife? Kenji asked again. No. I want you to hold it for me, and watch our backs, and help me get us out of here fast. By now the whole school knows there's no law and order anymore. How fast is the wood shop again? Yumi asked, heaving as she and Sensei were holding up Rina. By now Rina's eyes were open, but she was sleepy-eyed and barely conscious. Oh, what a nightmare! She croaked. Yeah, but we're not going to let anything else happen, I said. Before they come back, hurry to the wood shop. That guy has a lot of friends, Yuta said quickly and nervously. He was already looking out of the class into the hall. Whoever is coming with us better not cause trouble or they'll be put down. As the second in command, I've got my eyes on you, Yumi said. Wow. I hadn't expected her to take charge like that. Turning around, I saw few kids were following us. They were scared, I realized. But I didn't know which ones I could trust and which ones I couldn't. That complicated things. I also couldn't tell which ones had just let bad stuff happen, but it was also true that some of them were innocents too. How would I know who to trust? Kidnapped to Another World Chapter 5. Just a quick reminder, the bulk of this story is at this link here, http://royalroadl.com fiction 4965. I am not promoting Royal Road, but actually kind of upset at their rating system trains people to attack the author to try to push them to change or make it how they want instead of the author's direction. So bit by bit, I'm trying to transfer it here to a nicer, more broad audience. Also, I have a second story when you look me up and check out my works. Thanks for your support. Dreamweaver Chapter 5. We started leaving the room trying to be quick, but found our pace completely bogged down. There were just too many people around us now. By now everyone was leaving classrooms and panicking, so people were moving around in the wreckage of the halls. Plus the visibility not being that great slowed them, in addition to now wanting to bump into stuff. Many of the students had horrific looks on their faces when they saw me carrying a bloody axe. In fact, it created a lot of terror and people gave me a wide berth with dozens of students flattening themselves against the walls. Everyone was staring at me. But not many of them dared say anything. But then as we tried to clear away they got more bold and I realized many of them hadn't actually seen or knew what had just happened in the room. I heard dozens of voices whispering too, why is he carrying a weapon? Did he kill someone? There's so much blood. Covered in blood. What were all those screams for, coming from that classroom? What happened in there? The floor looks all wet. The voices continued, but I tried to ignore them. Turning around, I saw few kids were following us for security and protection using our wake as a shield, behind Miss Asakura and Yumi, who were carrying Rina. At least Rina looked conscious, but somewhat sleepy-eyed and tired. I had a line of students as if I was the teacher, it seemed. Why are we following a bloody guy with an axe? Someone asked, but the others hushed him up. Shun, it's not safe to be in the halls, I think. People are going to be so afraid they'll start trampling each other, Yumi called back nervously. Yeah, we have to find someplace safe, I said. Do you have some idea on where to go, Sensei? Rina asked weakly. Let me think. If we could leave the school, then maybe. But her thought only confirmed what I was afraid of. I could see the kids already bumping into each other like crazy. Some of them were outright pushing each other down or out of the way, and some of them were just trying to desperately get through. People were going in all directions, while we heard more shouting and fighting started in some of the other classrooms around us. We have to get out of here, there are too many people here. We'll get trapped, Rina croaked tiredly. But a big mass of students had already filled the only working stairway. People were surging to go down that way, but since the other stair was collapsed, it was the only way down. Sensei, do you have a key to the roof? They usually have it locked and chained shut, I said. Please take us too. We don't want to be left behind, of the other kids said. It was one of the two kids who were the most beat to death from that other group, Yuta, I think his name was. You'll also like. Yuta? You and Kenji are going with them? Another kid asked. The response came back as a nod. Yeah, me too, please. We'll be your lackeys or anything. But we don't want to die. We don't want to be around when that guy's friends come here, his friend Kenji said. They still were armed with metal-legged chairs, though it must have been hard to wield them. Fine, but your future with us depends on if I can trust you, I said, biting my lip nervously. Would Rina be safe with them? I still wasn't sure I'd made the right call. But then suddenly a huge amount of screaming and noise erupted that was really loud. It was so loud and full of fear that all the small bits of noise and small little pools of chaos up here on the third floor seemed like midget's small minor problems. This was something big, going on downstairs. The walls were shaking in places too, but it wasn't a constant shaking but like something pounding heavily against a wall downstairs. There were sounds like crashing and smashing and breaking glass coming from near the hall observatory area and the stairs going down to the first and second floors. What's going on? I wondered. We moved quickly across the hall into the open hall observatory area, where dozens of other students were gathered. They were looking out the wall of windows downward towards ground level, where the flag area and entrance to the school should be directly below us. It took less than a minute for us to get over there from our previous position, where a big crowd of students had gathered, trying to look out. Stay away from the windows, someone called out. How did that glass get cracked? There's something down there, another said. Are those torches? I think I see like 50 torches out there. Another panicked student, who I didn't know. Definitely more than 50, someone else said. But what's carrying the torches? It's dangerous. What's going on? You guys can't seriously be. What are those? What the F at hashtag it is going on, someone else said. Others were too stupefied to talk, but most of the people were still crying out in fear. We looked down and out the windows. It was then I realized some things were being thrown at the window and were striking it. Sometimes rocks hit the wall of windows with spider web cracks in the glass. Then there were sticks or something strange striking the windows too. The pressure of stuff hitting the windows was growing by the minute, and more cracks were forming slowly, even though it was supposed to be that special indestructible durable type plexiglass. Some of the impacts were so heavy I could feel and hear the rebound very clearly and how much force was used from the objects in question. Wow, that was loud when it hit, a kid said. Get away from the window, Miss Asakura said frightfully. Will that glass hold? What if that stuff gets through? I heard another say. Oh my gosh, someone is shooting stuff at us, someone screamed. Who would do stuff like that? Is it looters? Who would loot a school? There's nothing valuable here. Wow, is it a riot? Why would they be throwing stuff? The other kids reacted once they realized what he'd said. We couldn't even get close enough to see what was going on, but then the number of objects striking hit the windows intensified and more things were being thrown. The screams coming from the first and second floor area was also getting louder, and there was something like a roaring of many voices together. I can't believe this is happening. What are we supposed to do? Miss Asakura said, shaking my sleeve. What the hell? Yumi whispered hoarsely. Oh my #at. What's happening to us? Someone yelled. Dang, it sounds like a war is going on downstairs. You think so? Nah, it couldn't be. Your imagination is too big, came back a response. What's going on downstairs? It sounds really bad. It's a prank. They'll go away, you'll see, someone said feverishly. Fool, we aren't even on Earth anymore, someone argued back. What? No, we have to be on Earth, another said. The students kept arguing back and forth, just random voices all around us, most of them I didn't even know. The panicked voices kept saying crazy panicked comments over and over non-stop while people tried to figure it out. Still nobody would calm down, and nobody was organized, while confusion reigned. Somehow too, the other teachers were missing, all except for Miss Asakura, who had chained her tight grip around my shoulder, her being afraid we'd leave her. Do something, Shun, she pleaded. Help us, help me please, she again whispered. But I was still too far away from the window area to be able to see anything because of too many students blocking the view. Whatever was out there had momentarily distracted them from how bloody I was too, and that was worrisome by itself. One of the kids near the front window who had the best view, Akira I think his name was, suddenly pointed out and below. Hey, I think we're under attack. No shit. Didn't we already say that? Another groaned. Yeah, but finally I'm starting to get it. We're in hell. Are you serious? Who would attack us? That doesn't make sense. Did you guys smoke something? This sounds delusional. None of this makes sense. Yep, a delusion, someone else confirmed. No, you must be wrong, that can't be the voice of that person who had been disagreeable was cut off when a long sleek heavy object smashed through the glass and buried itself into the kid's chest. I knew him too, it was Hayashi, who was now dead. We used to play soccer together in middle school. He spun around from the heavy force of the impact and then splattered onto the ground on his back. Poor Hayashi, I heard Yumi whisper behind us. With that, it was the last thing he'd ever say alive, with that long thing sticking out of his chest over his heart. It looked heavy and long with black feathery ornaments and funny designs carved over it. It took me a while to realize that I was staring at some kind of heavy wooden aboriginal spear. Someone killed him, a few people said at once. He toppled over and fell, while the students began screaming again and trying to move away from him and the windows. But the opening in the wall of plexiglass and the first kill had encouraged whatever was attacking us. Even more objects were thrown up and the hole was growing as more glass was pushed out of the way. Soon too, the floor was starting to get coated with all kinds of stuff like rocks, homemade throwing daggers, a couple more spears too, though those were extremely rare and hard to get, and even some crudely made arrows with fine black obsidian tips. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something about what he'd said made sense, but I couldn't explain why. I'd known Akira since middle school too, and he was smart and level-headed. I'd also seen him act well under pressure. So it didn't make sense for him to say that without a good reason, knowing he had good character of person. What the hell? Are you serious? Akira grabbed that spear. I yelled. Everyone else also grab anything you can use to fight with. If we're under attack, then we need to get a defense going. We need weapons. Suddenly, people were looking at my axe with jealousy. If I were to put it down, I'd never get it back. But the blood on my clothes convinced most of them right away not to try to take it from me by force. Got it, Akira said quickly. He didn't hesitate picking up the spear out of Hayashi's body. What now, boss? He asked, looking to me for direction. He actually looked kind of cool and level-headed. It surprised me. How many of them are there? Can you see anything? But stay low, I asked him. Akira ducked down low, trying to use some of the brick countertop near the window for shielding while he peered out. He was the only one brave enough to even look out there. No problem. We just have to plan this out and have a good strategy, he reaffirmed. What can you see? I asked over the crying, panicked students' voices. It looks like we're surrounded. There's like a huge ring of them, there must be like hundreds of them. But what are they? Yumi asked in shock. I don't know, but they aren't human, that's for sure, he said. How could something be not human? That's not possible, someone objected, even while more arrows were coming through the glass. It's just what I'm telling you. It's hard to see because it's still dark out, but the whole line of them has torches out so you can see parts of their faces. Some of them have like tusks or something, and they have dark-colored skin. Their noses and posture don't look right somehow. How can that be human? Akira said. I don't believe you. There's just no way we could. Another student I didn't know came forward and stared out the glass. He was trying to get a good look, but not watching himself too well for sharp objects still being thrown through. Get down. Are you crazy? Stupid. Get away from the window. A round of students were trying to get him to back away, but he was still being brave. I see, some of them look like they are about our height, but there's also shorter little guys that are much smaller, he said. There's more than one type? But what are they? A panicked girl asked. You're my hero, Ziggy. You're so brave, a girl cheered. Ziggy? The rumored elder brother of Jean, who was the first to die. That gave me a bad feeling suddenly. Jean didn't have a good danger sense. Hey, they are carrying off girls. Ziggy exclaimed in shock and surprise, pointing down into the courtyard. Oh my ##at. That's Shizu-senpai. That's Naoda. And there's more of them being carried off. Holy hell! They are kidnapping the girls and carrying them off, he said in a choked voice. What he said now had a lot of people crying and suddenly wanting to learn how to pray. What does he mean? Carrying off the girls? How could? No, it must be some kind of joke. Hey, that's not funny, how could you say something like that? Another said. The students were having trouble accepting their reality. I suppose I was having trouble accepting it too. It was all too unreal. Before I could object, another arrow came through the glass, and just like that, Ziggy was dead too. His body collapsed onto the floor next to and partly on top of Hayashi. Both of them were so still in death that it gave me the shivers. Poor Ziggy and Jean. Yumi whispered, full of grief. Our poor classmates, someone else said. He always had bad coordination. He'd always trip in PE, someone said. We can't stay here any longer, Shun. Miss Asakura said, tugging my slave. She kept tugging and tugging, which a weak grip, but that was skeletal and not willing to part from me. Yeah, let's go, Yumi encouraged. Shouldn't we find other teachers too? Someone said. Yeah, go ahead, go to the first floor where those things are attacking everyone. I'm not willing to go down there, another responded. At least we have an idea of what's going on, I said. Do we? It seems like the more we find out, the deeper the shizzle is, Kenji moaned, slapping his face. Yeah, but it means we can't escape, right? Yuta said fearfully. Just don't leave us behind, Kenji said. But you guys already have proven yourselves. You can do this. You took down that thug rapist wannabe already. That means you are veterans now. I tried to encourage them, but they just gaped at me in despair. Yeah, I'll have to work on that, maybe I said the wrong thing. Akira turned to me. What do you want to do? He looked to me for leadership because I'd been the captain of our chess team last year. It would be good to have him here, I think. Okay, listen up everyone. I need your attention. I yelled. There were too many distractions and too many things going on, but some of the students were finally listening. Some of them were running away, but I wouldn't concentrate on them. The ones who were running wouldn't be much use anyway. Some of them had wild-eyed looks of fear paralyzing them, but still there were many who were listening too. We need everyone to work together to get through this. There's too many of those things attacking us, and they are organized. We have to meet them with a good defense. That means we have to team up. Miss Asakura and I are going to organize us all into defense teams. We need first everyone to get chairs, desks, whatever, homemade weapons. Also, we're going to have to fortify the stairs and the roof area. That's our best chance to hold off whatever those things are from getting up here. I yelled. Thanks again for your support. Generous encouragement, comments, etc. are appreciated. If you are a writer and want me to look at your stuff, feel free to send me a note too, or if you want to ask me stuff or talk. Dreamweaver Chapter 6. Okay, Akira, I want you to pick 10 people to be your team. Start stacking up desks around the stair area to form a barricade. We won't have much time. Hurry! I said, excitedly. So are you in charge? Yumi asked, giving me an odd look. I shrugged, and no one objected, seeing how messy the axe blade looked. How will we know how much time we have before they get here? Is there some way to know for sure? Akira responded with a lot of anxiety. He was already counting the people around us and looking at nearby classrooms. One of his friends he signaled to come over to him. That's a hell of a good question. If they come over with our pants half down, we're really going to be at Ed. Yuta said. Ha, I didn't think someone like Yuta could swear, Yumi said, a bit surprised. Yuta's lip twitched in response, and he didn't say anything back. I paused, thinking it over. If I'm right, any second a whole bunch of students will start flooding up the stairs once those things from outside reach their classrooms. That will be the signal that they are almost upon us. The monsters getting close to us should cause like a mob mentality to escape, I responded. We were both looking at the staircase. It had a nice guardrail that would help with barricading, but it was a lot of open space and open air to cover up. It made me really nervous. We'd need a lot of desks to cover up this area well enough to have a good fence. That sounds about like what would really happen, Yumi sighed. So you're saying we'll know when they're about to hit us if we watch for the right behaviors? That's good enough for me, let's get to work, Akira confirmed. They were already moving stuff piece by piece. Right, but we won't have much time to barricade the desks and over the stairs after the other students start pouring through, I said. But won't that mean some students will be trapped on the other side of the barricade? Miss Asakura exclaimed tearfully. She'd hit on an area I hadn't wanted to mention. It would be a sensitive issue to explain to them how to work this out. Yes, Sensei. It's inevitable we won't be able to save everyone. But we'll try to not be selfish and keep it open as long as we can and help everyone we can, I explained. I don't know, Shun. How can I as a teacher leave someone behind? Someone will be trapped on the other side, she protested. You will have to steal your willpower, Sensei. We won't be able to save one at the expense of the many. When the time comes, Akira and I will have to have the barricade closed no matter who is on the other side. Even if it were me on the other side, or another of your students, it will have to be closed, and we will have to see someone die on the other side. It comes down to the one isn't more important than the group. If we lose everyone because of that one trying to get through, all will be lost if you don't use your mental fortitude. So you'll have to be tough, I explained. You'll also like. She bit her lip. You're right. Let's make it so. I gotcha, Akira nodded. Good, because at a certain point, it's important that you understand that it's inevitable someone will be caught on the other side. I don't think you understand some people will be weak and want to keep it open too long. You will have to back me up and be tough to make sure it gets and stays closed even if it's someone you like trapped there. We aren't trying to be mean, but we have to have some point where the choke point closes, I affirmed. I was worried they would feel sorry for someone and not shut it in time, so I made sure to re-emphasize this point again. I hadn't thought about it that way, Yumi choked a sob. It's so sad. But necessary, Akira put a hand on her shoulder. This is like my brother became an alcoholic and would throw wild parties with his drug friends in my parents' house, and they could never have the guts to throw him out, and it made the rest of us miserable too. Wow. That's awful, but that story does make you think, Kenji echoed. Yeah, but sometimes people get too soft, I said. Got it. We know what to do now, Akira and Kenji both nodded. The students around me were really quiet as they realized people would die here. Also, we need a volunteer to go down and start warning the other students and get as many as possible back up here so we can save as many as we can, I barked. But going down there is where the danger is, someone said. I could almost see that person pissing their own boots in fear. They were clearly shaken up. I hoped I didn't look the same, but realistically we were all very, very afraid. Will the runner get locked out of the barricade? I'd think about it if I had some kind of guarantee I wouldn't get locked out, another worried. You aren't staying down there, just go warn the classrooms nearest to the stairs and have them start moving up. Then have them also signal the next 2 classes over from them and repeat the pattern, I encouraged. But those things shouldn't have reached the 2nd floor yet, but if you wait they will, I interrupted. And if there are less of us to defend the stairs, there will be a higher chance for you to get hurt. The more people we have, the safer we'll be, because we'll have a safety network, I argued. That sort of makes sense, someone said. Yeah, but I still don't want to go, said a whiny kid. Buck up, and be a man, his friend coached, hitting him in the arm. Ouch. You be a man, bastard. Wimp. Do I have to? Someone said. Oh my hell, stop bickering, people. We don't have time to fight over this. Yumi slammed a fist down onto a desk and the others shut up pretty quickly. But isn't this your chance to save some lives? I protested. There was a brief silence while they thought about that idea. I'll go, a kid said. He was a bit smaller than the others and had really thick eyebrows and glasses. I recognized him from writing composition. His name was Saito. Okay, good. Now each classroom you hit, you can save time if you have them run someone to the next class over and so on. Don't stay down there too long, but if you run fast, you might be able to get the whole 2nd floor evacuated. What about the 1st floor, he said worriedly. If what Ziggy saw is true, then the 1st floor is already being attacked and they will be there already. Don't go to the 1st floor, and I wouldn't go close to the stairs going to the 1st floor either, since the enemy might have scouts hiding somewhere too. You won't have much chance for getting back alive if you go down there, Akira said. Oh, you're right. Geez, I can't believe I'm doing this. I feel so freaking scared as hell, Saito said, looking at his own hand. He used one hand to stop the other from shaking, but it wasn't working very well. He was a bundle of nerves, so scared I doubted he'd make it to the stair in plain sight of us. He took a few deep breaths, trying to get his courage. But isn't that wrong to not try to get to the first floor? Someone asked. If we could, but we still might not make it out alive ourselves, and we haven't set up a defensive line and none of you have weapons yet. We have to start somewhere, and it's a given that not everyone is going to survive anyway, Kenji argued. He shook his head at their stubbornness. I was surprised he'd argue in my favor, and that he was so practical. Good. Got it. I'm off, Saito said, dashing as fast as he could, suddenly becoming a badass, a nerdy badass, but still some of us admired him for showing guts. Save me a spot, he yelled back as he disappeared, going down into the darkness. He's brave, one of the girls said seriously. Okay, the rest of us have to establish a perimeter. Let's get to it, folks. Akira yelled. Turns out Akira was a natural leader after we got him through the hump of his fear, and he was good at getting people to understand what he wanted. I tried to also compete with him, by both us trying to get our people animated while other students also were trying to get organized. The spear he'd taken with its elaborate feathers and runic design seemed to also help in boosting his image as an authority figure. Then he began picking through a few of his friends to join him and a few others. I also called out a few kids that I didn't know the names of and put them in my group of 10. You really think they are coming? Those things? Yumi wondered aloud, clearly confused. I'm sure they are coming, Yumi. We need to be ready, I said slowly. Well, Ziggy and Hayashi's deaths testify to the fact that those things are clearly coming here to carry us off, Miss Asakura reaffirmed. It's terrifying to think about. But did you notice not once have they tried to parley with anyone or negotiate? Her hands were shaking a bit. That's, you are scaring me, Sensei, some girl said. Life is scary sometimes, a kid said. You're right. I knew that, it's just so hard to believe. I don't even understand what my own eyes have seen, Yumi cringed while holding on to Rina. Rina was leaning on her heavily, while sweating heavily from the feeling of malaise that was trying to overcome her body. I'd seen it before. She needed rest, but I felt bad not being able to give it to her. Yeah, I feel like my eyes are betraying me with things I'm not supposed to have seen. I became a teacher because I wanted a quiet life and a good family, not be a vigilante, Miss Asakura sighed. We'll get through it, somehow, Rina whispered. Vigilante methods work for some things, Akira said, raising an eyebrow as he worked. Nobody argued with him. He seemed to have some pretty open views, I noticed. Rina was always sick, it seemed, since being a kid. She was a delicate, fragile flower that seemed to somehow hang on. She was a bit too skinny for her age too, but had a nice face and good looking. It's probably what had attracted that gangster onto her. Right now she looked pretty still, but she was sunk against one of the school's support columns and looked like she'd collapse from exhaustion at any time. I gave her a thumbs up, for encouragement, which she returned to acknowledge she'd seen my signal and was showing her support as best she could. What's going on here? Why are you guys making a mess of the school? A new face appeared as we worked noisily. It was the haggard face of a middle-aged teacher, Yamamoto-sensei. He was one of the shop teachers. He coached woodshop in the morning and metalworking classes in the afternoon. He was kind of thick-set in build and had a big bald spot on his head. School's already a mess, coach, a girl said, which seemed to make him angrier. He also didn't like that nobody was seeing him as an authority figure. Let's stop that. He started to say, but Asakura-sensei was waving frantically at him, which confused him. That was good that he showed up though, maybe someone with skills was just what we needed if we could get him to understand. Oh, thank goodness you're here, Miss Asakura exclaimed. She smiled at him slyly, it was the smile of someone about to trap him into a scheme. I felt bad for him. Yumi, please help her explain the situation to him while we start working, I asked. It was a deflection tactic to have her slow him down from slowing us down. I couldn't stop to explain everything all over to everyone for each step. Why is a student acting like they are in charge? And what the hell are you all doing with the desks? He cringed while glaring at me. I just sighed and grabbed my team to start working. I'd forgotten how stubborn he was. He obviously picked up some things were happening but didn't like what he saw. Got it, she replied. Briefly they started going over the situation while he had his arms crossed over his chest and was looking furious. Yuta, Kenji, let's work fast. I also grabbed the others, signaling them all forward. They followed quickly and were anxious, noticing the danger. It started to pick up pace then, and after that even a few students had formed their own teams even while our sensei was explaining things to Yamamoto-san and a few others. But we also had to be careful of knocking into each other since there wasn't much light to work with. The students formed a long train of people handing off the desks to each other like a water pail fire brigade. We started sweating right away while they would move the desks down the line, and any chairs they then kept as potential weapons. Slowly each of the nearby classrooms was emptying and we had a huge pile of desks surrounding the stair area except for a small thin entrance, which we planned to close off. The pile of desks was starting to look like a stack of junk, and it was noisy the way they piled them on top of each other. Plus the higher we stacked them, the more time it took to get each into place, and then trying to not fall on the legs sticking out the mess of metal was challenging too. I briefly worried the noise of stacking desks in a mess like this would draw more attention. Already a steady trickle of students was starting to pour through. Here and there one or two would come up and then a few more a few seconds later, with their cell phone lights helping them stumble through. The other students were all yelling at once, ordering them to help make a defense line now that they'd caught onto the idea, and Akira and I didn't have to explain anything anymore. But it was getting more and more excited, and some of the students were really getting into it, knowing their lives depended on it. That was also reinforced by more arrows, and stones, and projectiles punching through the big glass windows. Each time there was a chance that whatever it was that was down there wouldn't be human. The risk was growing and everyone was sweating through it. We then started to concentrate and have 2 lines of stacked desks after the initial pile of desks in case we needed more than one fence surrounding the stairs and a fallback zone before leaving the stairs. Then the students were also working on making another fence area near the door to the roof, which the teachers had finally unlocked. Still, we lost a lot of time trying to get Yamamoto-sensei to face reality. It took Yumi, a whole stack of girls, and Miss Asakura a long time to explain and get him to even believe anything. In the end, he caved when he saw most of the girls crying with their whole faces a mess of melted makeup and tears going down to their chins. That made him see clearly something was going on, even if he didn't understand what or why. Things didn't add up too, on why he didn't understand anything and hadn't seen anything. Had he been sleeping in his office the whole time? Why didn't he understand something had happened? It puzzled me for a minute until Akira came close to me. "Sensei smells of booze when you get close to him," he whispered so only I could hear. So that's why he's totally unaware?" I whispered back. "But, are you sure?" I recognized the same smells and dopey look on my brother when he'd sneak in at night after everyone had gone to bed. I'm surprised he'd be so bold to do it in a school though. He shook his head as he went back to work. We rejoiced a few minutes later though when kids started to come up with baseball and softball equipment and other sporting equipment. But there was new contention that sprung to life once the kids started to fight over who was going to get the baseball bats. There was only about 6 or 7 baseball bats of different sizes from both the boys and the girls' teams and the catcher's padding. Each of those was a gold mine that the kids were ready to turn on each other for. The new equipment was also hoped to live. People were excited that they had something to work with, and I actually saw some of them smiling again. But then they were distracted when Yamamoto-sensei came back to us, running with hammers, screwdrivers, knives, electrical and duct tape and all the brooms from the janitor's closets, and then began helping them make weapons using everything that could be salvaged from the wood shop. It turned out, after seeing crying girls, he was becoming our best supporter. In short, anything that could be used to stab, hit, block, or smash was being snatched up. Some of them had broken up boards from cupboards and beams, and some were just splintered, long pieces of lumber from who knows where. Some of the students were also working on a way to take apart the desks and separate the wood paneled top to make a plan to use them for shields and see if they could break of legs to use as clubs. They weren't making much progress so far. I was also surprised when two bigger students tried to sneak up from behind me to steal my fire axe. Rena, staring at them and waving her hand at me, freakishly tipped me off to them sneaking up behind me, and they shrunk back when I whirled around to face them with it. Then I got another idea, seeing the weapons shortage. I looked up. Akira, I need the strongest people we can muster to rip down the emergency sprinkler pipes so we can break off sections to use as bats and spears, I said excitedly. I liked this idea. It would get us probably another 10 to 20 weapons for free, depending on how long we made the sectional pieces. They wouldn't feel very good to use, from the ceiling foam being encased onto them, but it'd be better than being unarmed. Both of our teams looked up at once. The fire sprinkler system wouldn't be any good now anyway, since it was already verified by a few students that there was no running water left in the school. But pulling it down would be dirty and messy. Will it work? Yuta wondered aloud. It should, if we can get the pipes to snap off and not just bend, Kenji answered, scratching his chin. I like it. Let's do this, he added. Darn straight, like hell are we going to let Akira be the only one with a good weapon, someone said. I want one, Yuta said, after realizing the others might get one first. That means concentrating the muscle power of several people at once to bend them so we can break it up. I'm worried about that because we don't have something to cut the pipes with, Yumi said, twitching her lip. I think it's worth a try, I encouraged. Sweet. We'll get a shit ton more weapons out of this, plus it's metal. Akira cheered. Metal wins any time over that shitty wood crap they have. The girls were also excited by this idea too. In seconds, the students were as a team ripping the piping down in groups of 5 or more by standing on desks and putting their weight and gravity into their tugging. Still, it was dirty work, but they managed to get a whole bunch of piping down quickly. The only problem was in their rush to get the pipes down, they weren't careful about the lengths of the breaks. They kept working quickly, even though it made them really dirty by pulling debris from the ceiling. This one is kind of short, someone said. It doesn't matter, we just want to get everyone armed if we can, I replied. Every person with a weapon is better than one without. Just get them out as fast as you can. They could be up here any minute. Wait, what about the kendo swords? There's a whole room full of them, someone said. Duh, have you forgotten that room is on the first floor? It's already behind enemy lines, Yumi replied. You are right. Yeah, they changed the room so the principal could keep an eye on the Wilder boys who had taken an interest in it this year, Yuta frowned. Wish it was a fire axe though, someone said, looking at my weapon enviously. You know, I don't remember there being a fire axe in this school, Yumi said, puzzled, seeing me carry it around. Me neither. Odd, huh? Seems weird for it to be here, Rena said in agreement. Well, why don't we just all barricade the roof and fight from the roof? A girl said, trying to change the plan. You need to save that spot for a place to fall back to. Also, that's where we're going to have to bring the wounded while the rest of us fight down here, I said. You probably don't want your wounded friends here in the open next to the fighting. But isn't the roof more defensible? She argued back. Do you think you can fit this many people on the roof? That roof isn't that big anyway, it's a section of roof with a fence enclosure and you can't get up to the main roof because the wall is too high. So we wouldn't be able to fit that many people up there. We'll also need a tactical position to coordinate our defense and stuff like that, Akira argued back, gesturing at the huge crowd of people that had gathered. You think there will be wounded? A kid said. How could there not be wounded? Someone scoffed. Well, you don't think everything will go just like we want, do you? Things happen, people get hurt, sometimes bad things happen to good people, I stated. That's true, she agreed, sighing. She walked off somewhere. Somehow I doubted she'd come back and was going to hide on the roof, but I still had to mobilize the others to get them ready. But surely we're stronger than they are. We won't have that many wounded, someone said proudly. I didn't want to discourage his will to fight, so I didn't respond that he was being naive. We'd be lucky to even live through this. Dreamweaver Chapter 7. Where's Saito? Is he back yet? I called out suddenly. We were worried. It had been much longer for him to get back than we'd expected. The others were pressuring me to close the tall spindly barricade now. We'd gathered as many students as we could and they were pulling themselves through in droves now. The students were really scared as they ran through. They looked like scared rabbits, but I'm sure we all looked like that too. I also detected a funny smell. Some people had lost their bladder control in fear. Help us. They're coming. Help. Oh my #@ Run. Run away. They're right behind us. All kinds of such comments were heard as the scared students ran through the aisle. Some of them were so afraid and so panicked they ran into parts of the barricade. Then they had to pick themselves up and move through. A lot of them were also looking over their shoulders, afraid of how close behind things were. They all had the same afraid wild-eyed looks of people seeing and living through trauma and covered in grime and dust from fumbling through the ruins of the school. Some of them had torn clothes too, but so far not many had bad wounds. Then after that more and more of the students who were wounded ran through, as time progressed. This was a marked difference and was also a warning sign that things would start to happen so. Some of those wounds were from skirmish the creatures downstairs, but some would be from cuts in the wreckage. Little by little though, the wounds were worse, and more injured were coming through. Do you have any other weapons available? Some of them asked us, gazing at Akira's spear and my fire axe covetingly. Don't even try to take it, Akira warned preemptively, narrowing his eyes at the jealous. He kept his fingers tight around the spear, which was really well made. Such looks were why I hadn't wiped any blood of the axe blade yet. The fiercer I looked, the less chance someone would try to risk taking it. Sorry, grab a chair, or a desk to use as a shield, Yuriko said. Yuriko, being one of Akira's group. She was also on the volleyball team with Yumi, which was how I knew her name. She was a tall, lean kid with long hair that towered over the others and very athletic. I was a bit jealous that Akira had snatched her up for his team. The people that were athletes were already recruited fast. Why a desk? One of the newcomers asked. Yumi shrugged, they aren't that bad. Some of the people by the windows have used the wood panel to block arrows already. In the few minutes that things had been going on, things were better organized now. There were a few dozen teams of 10 each, with so many that I couldn't keep track of everyone. It was also still building from there. There were too many people I didn't know though, and this was where Yamamoto-sensei had started to shine, since he knew people's names. He screamed at people that were too scared to fight and bullied the cowards back to the fighting line when he caught them trying to slip out the back or go to the roof without being willing to defend the line. In some cases he punched or kicked them until they went back to the defense line. It had only taken seeing all the arrows coming through the glass windows and the two bodies of our classmates there for him to get motivated. The deaths of the students had him really mad. We then got that anger channeled into having him handle the coordinating of the teams with me and Asakura-sensei, with the three of us in charge. You'll also like. Some of the other teachers seemed to be hiding somewhere and weren't to be found, it seemed. The missing teachers consisted of about 80% of the teachers on the third floor. We still hadn't had any teachers from the first floor join us yet, and that worried me more. We had no idea about teachers from the second floor either, but some had probably sacrificed themselves to save their students when they were attacked. They probably had also mistakenly believed their classrooms would be safe zones. I found out that some of the missing teachers had panicked and ran when Nora-sensei was killed by his students, deciding to tough it out on their own. Some of the students later confirmed and reported they'd seen them running away from the school into the meadow. Get ready to close the barrier, it won't be long now, and we'll have to do it fast when the time comes. Yamamoto-sensei barked, raising his fist of fury. He'd gotten some of the judo students to get ready to close it. Anyone that was big or strong-looking was pulled right up to the barricade. He put them to work like dogs, which was pretty much how he ran the judo club and teams. This fence is your life. Yamamoto-sensei screamed at them furiously. It seemed to be working. They liked the familiarity of his abusive training put into real life, it seemed. Saito should be coming back soon, I nervously muttered after a few more minutes, though only Yumi and Akira could hear me. You think he's still alive? Why isn't he back yet? He was supposed to only be in and out, Akira wondered. He's been gone a while, Yuriko said carefully. Let's try to give him a chance, I said, not being able to mask my own discouragement. I hope so. He's a nice kid, Yumi exclaimed, her brow creasing in worry. Yumi was using a broom spear with a dull knife tied onto the end at first. It wasn't in good shape, but it was better than nothing. Near us, she'd switched off to have Asakura-sensei take care of Rina and stay with her. But most of the time, she had to shield me and herself, and then ended up giving it away to perform shield duties again. It would be their job to help coordinate carrying the wounded up to the roof during the fighting, using a few low-strength girls as the muscle. At first, the girls helping them had complained about it, but then they realized the strong people would be needed to hold off the creatures attacking us. They got really quiet. Help! Help me, they are right behind us, screamed Saito, as he edged close to the barrier. I suddenly felt relieved that he was still alive. He was like our hope, that people could get back to us from the second floor, so his coming back was important to us. Save him. Help Saito, please. Yumi and a few other girls pleaded. He was limping and wounded, with wounds on his right shoulder and leg, and trying to carry some girl who was nearly beaten to death with his good shoulder. She'd been beaten up so much and so bloody that I couldn't tell who it was at first. He was trying to get closer to us, but the kids who were helping him carry her had been cut down and he was the last to escape. We heard the snarling coming from the stairwell underneath him getting much louder. Whatever they were, it was very, very close. Yamamoto-sensei snapped his finger and two big kids ran forward and helped him carry the girl back up. They handed her off as carefully as they could, but she still yelped in pain when her wounds were disturbed in the transfer of her weight to theirs. Saito? Is that you? Akira called out. You have to close the barrier now. They're coming up the stairs. Now! Saito choked out. Oh my! That's Tanagawa from our class. Yumi exclaimed tearfully. She looks really bad, Kenji said slowly. What happened? The wounds on Tanagawa looked bad enough she might bleed to death. She was covered in cuts and her arm was mangled. Teach, they got to our class first, she cried in a croaky voice while some of the support girls began carrying her upstairs. Did anyone escape from our class? I asked. She shook her head, there was no warning. Our room was the first hit. I'm the only one who got out, and only because I was scared to be in the room alone with Mori and Nabe. I saw them trying to fight them, but it looked kind of bad. I saw those things hit the room. They've been storming the whole building room by room using their larger numbers. They kill the boys and then carry off the girls while trying to violate them. Kill me before that happens. Oh my! Yumi exclaimed. I'm so sorry, Tanagawa, she pleaded. Not your fault. I heard her say as she was carried off. She was in terrible pain. In front of us, Yamamoto-sensei and the judo and sports people had closed the barrier just in time. We heard screams of anger and death threats in some strange language as the creatures hit the barricade. The judo people struggled to keep them back by pushing back on the other side of the barrier and still having to dodge thrown objects and arrows using cover from whatever they could. They're here. Fight! Kill the F-sharp at #airs. I heard a lot of different comments from students around me yelling back. They were getting mad after what they'd heard Tanagawa say. She didn't realize how much she'd made people want to fight rather than be violated or killed. I can fight, Saito croaked. You look like you will fall over dead. Go rest, I said. He shook his head. How can I when all this is going on? Well, guard the roof then. It's where the wounded will be going. We need someone sturdy and reliable watching that position too and keeping it secure for a fallback option, I said. Okay. I heard Kenji and Yuta congratulate him on saving people, but I was feeling bad that he got hurt since I was the one who asked him to go. What the F at are those things? Several students exclaimed. It was getting easier to see them now because of the torches the creatures were holding. Thankfully also the school was entirely brick and concrete, or they would probably also have burned us out. It took a little while to see them clearly though, because they liked blending into the darkness whenever they could and didn't want us to see how many of them there were. The creatures were some kind of strange pigmen with gray and greenish skin, it seemed. They had small stubby ears that were shaped almost pig-like, in addition to their noses also being somewhat flat and pig-like. But their arms and muscles were like people and they walked upright. They had jowls and overly round faces that seemed kind of fleshy and fatty. They were also strong and kept trying to wreck the barrier and push against it to get rid of it, but we were pushing back on our side. It wasn't until later I realized they were as big or bigger than we were, but the barricade masked that from us. In contrast, Japanese people are usually much shorter. In some unknown language, the pigmen grunted and snarled back at us. All of them were heavily armed with crude weapons of spears, bows and arrows, clubs, and homemade tools, while wearing loincloths made from the furs of animals. With great strength they were trying to bash at the barrier, which was thankfully made of metal parts mostly. Are they pigmen or orcs? Kenji wondered aloud. Push them back, someone said. Don't let them in, a girl said. Drive them out. My gosh, they are so freaking ugly. I heard students say this several times. Stop them. Shun, please don't let them take me alive, Yumi pleaded in horror. I could see tears streaking down her pretty face. We're going to fight, don't worry. Then I was surprised at how tenacious they were. The barrier was piled pretty high, but still they were trying to climb over it. They couldn't shoot their arrows over it effectively, but they still tried. Then they were surging over each other and the barrier, while we hacked at them. They were fearless and seemed to be in some kind of blood frenzy too, it seemed. The first one to reach over the barrier was stabbed in the chest by Akira with his spear. Then the body fell down into the barrier itself, pinned in a mess of desk legs, but others were coming behind him. Thankfully, the ramshackle nature of the barricade made it so they could only maneuver slowly and awkwardly. "Hold the line!" Akira yelled, holding up the spear as a challenge. It was the right thing to have him help, I realized. "Yumi, I want you to just focus on being a shield for both me and you," I suddenly decided. She was puzzled. "Try to block arrows being shot at me and you, so I can swing at them with the axe," I coached. The next pigman that came over had his skull crushed by my axe, as he dripped a mess of green blood. I'd smashed his skull so badly the eyes in his head had been forced out of the sockets of his eyes and were floating weirdly while dripping down his face. After making sure the one behind him didn't surge forward over him, I then, while pulling back my weapon hand, used my other hand to grab the club the creature had dropped, handing it over to one of the judo kids. Then we fished out the other weapon, after dodging a few arrows from his brethren. "Good thinking. If we cut them down slowly, we can increase our weapons," Yuriko exclaimed excitedly. "We'll get through this. We can do it." The others also began to work in this manner, and soon the others were also working with one desk shield person and one weapon holder working together in duos. "We can do this. Fight!" Yuta said next to him, as he also used his pipe club to bash at other pigmen trying to climb over the wall. But they were getting more aggressive with their arrows, and they had some skill with their little bows, which I hadn't expected. Within 20 minutes of fighting, one of the judo kids was shot in the shoulder and had to be pulled off the barricade. Then another kid got grazed, but stayed to fight. We kept chopping at the pigmen as much as we could, but now they'd changed to try to adapt. As they got closer to us, they were trying to use the dead bodies of their brethren as shields against us, because of the way the bodies would lay on top of the barrier and be partially out of our reach. Dang it. We need to stop that. "We can't let them have a trench to hide in," Yumi exclaimed. She was getting pretty good at being a shield maiden and several times deflected arrows aiming for both of us. After that, Akira had stabbed 5 more within the next half hour of fighting, and I'd chopped 3 more in the chest, popping their lungs and chest cavities. We both fought and competed with each other, but he had the edge of longer reach with his spear, but I could engage them better once they were in range because of my weapon being steel, and most of the pigmen weapons were made from wood and obsidian. It was still going to be a long night. There seemed to be no end of them. At least the barrier was acting like some crowd control tool. But are they pigmen or orcs? You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily, and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now. Dreamweaver Chapter 8. That darn green blood is making the floor slick, Akira frowned. He recovered his step just in time after sliding on the filthy slime. Then he had to try to wipe off the gore, and that wasn't working very well either. There was a lot of gore near the barricade now too, mostly from the other team. I'd nearly slipped on it a few times too, and even the pigmen, orcs, whatever also slipped since a lot of the filthy slime was draining in their direction. We'd been fighting for a while, with both of us keeping the front line. Our shield maidens also with us were doing pretty well, Yumi helping protecting me and Yuriko protecting Akira. That was funny in a way because Yuriko towered over Akira, who was really short. Sometimes she even bashed pigmen with the desk, because of her strength. But afterwards she'd inevitably be breathing hard from the exertion. So heavy. She'd often say, "How do you do that?" Yumi looked mystified, seeing her strength. But my arm was tired as hell from the weight of the axe after several hours. We were sweating, and breathing hard, and dirty. It felt like a bath would be the best thing to ever happen to us. "So how many do you think we've killed so far?" Yuta asked from off to my right. His eyes narrowed at the pocket of darkness in the back of the stairwell where they were huddled together angrily looking back at us. It was a small area that limited how many of them could get up here on the other side of the barricade. He'd used his pig sticker to gouge a few and was getting into it, despite having his face swollen up. I admired his tenacity. Kenji and he worked together covering each other, and throughout the whole third floor the buddy system had taken effect, as people saw the way you could not only cover each other, but also distract opponents while the other person did a disabling hit. In order of our formation, Akira and Yuriko were to my left with their people, then Yumi and I next with my people. Then Kenji and Yuta to the right of us had been changed off and appointed to a team with some new people I didn't know replacing them in mine. Then finally Yamamoto-sensei and the judo kids had their team to the right of them. The judo kids were bold but made a lot of noise. But they hadn't always seen the need for shielding, because of their pride. We were lucky the barricade let us pick them off so easy, but if it weren't there we would probably be losing. The pigmen probably fought with each other just to survive every day, and they were exposed to a warlike environment. They were usually a few inches taller than us, and much heavier. This worried me since I didn't think all our skirmishes would be behind the fences we'd put up. We've killed about 84 so far. But they keep pulling back the bodies on their side of the barricade so that the gap won't get choked up, said a girl on the side as she took tallies boredly. She was hunkered under a desk though, and had red rings under her eyes from crying a few hours ago. I think her name was Emmy something, but I didn't know her since she was a year older than me in my sister's grade. How long will they keep trying to come at us? They just keep getting killed, Yumi wondered, scratching her head. She was sweating a bit and her skirt was starting to get dirty. I noticed Yumi kept looking back to check on Rina, like I was. It made me feel better knowing someone else was looking out for her, since I had my attention in many places at once. You'll also like. Well, from their perspective you are a steak dinner, Yumi, I admitted, shrugging. Ugh, that doesn't help any, she growled. Rina could see us, but was about 100 paces behind us, next to the door going to the roof. Sometimes Asakura-sensei would be by her or roaming to and from us with war support details being worked out. Not sure. We just have to hold them off for the night. Once it's morning we will be able to know more about where we are. That will open up other options, I'm sure, I said. You know, carrying and moving this thing gets heavy. My arms are getting super tired. My arm is going to be sore for a week, Yumi said sadly. Her face was cracked with a feeling of how hellish she felt. We'll ask the school district to order smaller desks next time, Yuriko chirped. Sorry, I'll ask the pigmen to let us have a break, I replied dryly. No promises on that. Not funny, either of you, she retorted, rolling her eyes. You are doing pretty good though, I encouraged. Yeah, does that count the blisters all over my hands? She said, showing me some really red blisters in her palms. At least they hadn't popped though, and they weren't too bad yet. I hated blisters. I'd feel sorry for her if we weren't fighting pigfuckers to the death though. Seeing her blisters worried me though. Eventually they'd get so raw she wouldn't be able to fight if things kept up. Now that I was considering it, some of the others had bad blisters too. You could tell by the way they'd shake their hands or try to relieve pressure from holding weapons and desk parts. Yamamoto-sensei kept smashing stuff with a hand axe he'd taken from the pigmen. He was fighting near the front by us, but had forgotten his shield assistant. The kid had tripped and face-palmed himself on the hard floor. Yamamoto-sensei was forced to retreat to grab his shield buddy. He barely evaded a few arrows as the pigmen tried to capitalize on the chance to get free shots. Ouch. Oh, they are smarter than I thought, Asakura-sensei said from nearby, noticing what just happened. They were watching for an opportunity like that. That doesn't make me feel any better, Yumi muttered anxiously. How many wounded do we have now? I asked, looking around. I couldn't help but notice some of the original people around the barricades seemed to be missing or to have pulled back. With so much fighting, I hadn't been able to watch who and what had happened. But the missing people were starting to show. 23 of ours wounded are up on the roof. I have no idea how many were carried off from the first and second floors though when they first broke in. But we've run out of first aid supplies in addition to that, Asakura-sensei replied from near me. She'd been going back and forth to check on things. No first aid supplies could be really bad, I said, frowning. Yeah, and some people have broken bones. I'm not sure how we'll get the bones to be set right first and stabilize them, Asakura-sensei replied, biting her lip. Damn, Yumi sighed. We're going to need some kind of water supplies too. We haven't even begun to address survival questions after this, Akira said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Instead of making progress, I think our problems are just getting bigger, Yuta exclaimed. Hopefully we can buy some time and take care of that later, I said. But I knew what he was talking about. But the barrier took our full concentration. We still have to find a way to get the arrows out too. That's not going to be pretty, she called out. If we're really in a different world, no first aid supplies will be a disaster, Akira grunted. The arrows the pigmen are using can't be very clean. Who knows what those filthy things' dens looks like, Yumi shuddered. You think they are poisoned? Yuriko asked, looking her in the eye. She shrugged, no idea. We wouldn't know right away either way. But it wouldn't be impossible to imagine either on purpose or just accidentally from the filth of their nests. You are smart, Akira nodded. She didn't respond and we kept hacking at sneaky pigmen that were now trying to pull away parts of the barricade on their end. Fortunately, how fast it was thrown together made it so messily entangled that they couldn't do that very well. A leg of one desk would pull at 4 others, and whatever was connected to those. Wait? Are you calling them pigmen? Akira wondered aloud, as we tried to chop at one of them trying to climb over. By now they were more cautious and didn't just climb over all the time. They tried to wait it out and go when we looked less alert. They were also trying to wear us down for somehow coming at us later. Otherwise, they'd send their full strength up the stairs, and they weren't doing that anymore. Pigmen? It sort of fits, Kenji said, looking at them watching us. Their beady black eyes gave me shivers at the way they looked at us. I could see they were smart as they were trying to watch for something to happen. But are they pigmen, or, I don't know, are they orcs? I do think they look kind of piggish, but they are kind of like what orcs would look like, Yuta said, spitting on the ground. He was starting to be a little killer. I hadn't expected Yuta to be so, given his nerdy nature, but somehow he'd been inflamed with vengeance and a desire to survive. I think orcs fits better, Kenji admitted, shrugging. So they're orcs. Yeah, orcs would be ugly little f at #at airs, wouldn't they? Akira said tiredly. We both went after the same pigman, killing him instantly with smashing attacks from opposite sides of him. The thing squealed as it died and flopped over the barrier. Why do they stink so badly? Yuriko wondered aloud. Anything that's related to pig stinks, I think, Kenji said, shrugging. Well, orcs are filth, or pigmen, whatever you want to call them. They are filth, and their dens are filthy too, I'm sure. One can only imagine the horror of those being dragged in there, Yumi said. Because they are dead, maybe? Akira guessed. But they stink before they die, and even more after they die. Getting their remains out of here is going to be awful. Their terrible greasy clothes suggest a hunting and predatory lifestyle. I doubt they are capable of industry of any kind, Yuriko grunted. The desk shield she was using was now peppered with scars and marks from all the arrows that had struck it. Yumi's was starting to look similar. Wearing a loincloth must suck badly, Kenji cringed, thinking aloud. Oh, I don't like what they are doing, I moaned, finally seeing it. Hashtag. Akira said, seeing what I was looking at. What? What's going on? Yumi asked tiredly. Every time one of them has been going over the top, it wasn't their main attack, it was to hide another trying to break the desks into pieces underneath and rip up the barricade, I said, voicing my dread. If it hadn't been so dark, I would have spotted it sooner. The noise from underneath had been masked by the noise of their brethren going over the top to attack us. Fortunately, the damage wasn't too bad, but they had pulled away 2 or 3 desks from the very back where the least amount of light concealed them in perfect cover. Crap. The more they pull away, the easier it will be to do that, Akira admitted. He looked pretty upset, but there wasn't much we could do about it. We need a ranged weapon to stop that kind of crap, Yumi said. Good idea, Asakura-sensei said. Yamamoto-sensei, we both called out. What? He responded from far off to our right. It's amazing how big this hall and observatory area were, but it meant more area to protect, and that was a disadvantage. We need you to rig up something we can use as a ranged weapon to flush out the pigmen, orcs, whatever, in the back trying to take apart the barricade on their side. We thought it was secure before, but it's not. They are doing everything they can to bring it down, Asakura-sensei said quickly. Suddenly Baldi-sensei grinned. Actually, I might have something for that, but I can only do it once or twice. So you might want to get them all together. Buy me about 5 minutes, okay? With that being said, he retreated to one of the rooms in the back near the door to the roof. Wonder what he's doing? Akira mumbled. I shrugged. But while he was gone, we had our work cut out. 2 other teams were necessary to compensate for the shop teacher because his presence was so formidable. Also, because they weren't as used to fighting, they were clumsy at first. One of them tripped and almost got shot by arrows in the first minute. Give us the axe, it's our turn to use it, one of the taller kids whined. Not a chance, I replied. It's mine. They didn't like that. I didn't like the look they gave me afterwards. I should have had my guard up after that. Too many people were looking at me with envy. Then suddenly there was a bunch of glass breaking through the glass windows behind us. They'd been broken up before and full of holes, but this was an entirely different level of mischief. The smaller shallow holes were now punctured by huge freshly cut lodgepole pine logs that were laying against the windows. At. They're going to try to climb up. Yuta swore in frustration. Before any of us could react, several more logs punctured through next to it, with each bordering each other and forming a network of timber that led all the way up to the 3rd floor from ground level. They kept stacking them one by one in order parallel to each other, smashing more glass out of the way. Can they do that? Yumi wondered, puzzled. Kenji, Yuta, I need you to check the window, but keep your shields up or you'll get shot at. These damn orcs, Yuriko swore. Let's just call them pigfuckers and be done with the orc-pigmen debate, Akira grinned mischievously. For cover fire, in addition to more logs appearing one after another filling the whole wall of windows, there was a heavy flurry of cover fire arrows being shot up from below. Instantly a few kids were hit, both from the barrage coming through, and because the holes in the windowsills were now massively huge. One kid was killed outright when an arrow lodged into his eye socket. He suddenly was having seizures until we finally saw the arrow, and then he fell on his back with his head making a sick sound as it hit the ground. Another really small kid was gasping as the arrow hit him in the arm as he screamed. Then a girl was struck in the shoulder and had to crawl away slowly in terrible pain because we couldn't reach her without exposing ourselves to the open fire area of the windows. The 3 wounded kids passed their weapons to some kids who hadn't had a chance to fight yet. But I doubted they would be the first to have to leave. We were fortunate there were still people left who were fresh, but we still had the disadvantage of not enough weapons for everyone. The most terrible death was a really pretty girl named Sayako shortly after that. She'd been the dance queen last year for our class, but she was hit square in the chest over the heart and was instantly killed. She didn't even have a weapon. What was sad about her death was she was one of the people in our school who were genuinely nice to everyone, all the time. I turned hearing Kenji's voice as he called to us while looking over the window area from a nearby brick column. Guys, we need some help here. They are climbing up already. They'd cut the branches off the pines, but left just enough of the stumps to use for ladder steps. They're moving pretty quickly with an orc on each set of 2 pines together. They must have started cutting the logs from the forest area near here as soon as they knew we'd put up a barricade. So that means they've cut off our escape route to the forest too, Asakura-sensei said, frowning. Or at least they have scouts in the forest watching that area. Damn, Yumi swore in frustration. Then are we surrounded and cut off both? Someone else said. I don't want to die, someone panicked. Shut up. We're not going to die. We're going to fight and hurt them. Akira yelled hotly to make sure everyone heard him. He motioned for teams to come over and protect the windows, but people were uneasy knowing that people had already died fending off that windowsill. It also didn't help that by turning towards the windowsill, they couldn't see the stairs behind them since the angles of sight conflicted with each other. Even as we scrambled to get people over to that window, it was already getting bad with near hits with arrows. One fellow was burned by an arrow that zipped by his cheek, leaving a red burn. If he'd been over 2 more inches, it would have gone through his eye. Hey, have you noticed these aren't just thugs? They have thought out tactics and have been trying to counter every move we do? Akira said. Yeah, they aren't as stupid as we thought, but what are you getting at? I asked. Basically whoever is leading these Pigfdalarandan at RS is pretty smart. They have a tactician and war leader hiding out somewhere, he responded. I frowned. I didn't like that idea, but he was right. There's something else I've been wondering about too, Akira started to say. What? Spit it out, I said. Do you think we haven't gotten shot by arrows because other people just look like easier targets? He asked me seriously. Huh? But Yumi and Yuriko both have blocked a few arrows, I said frowning. Yeah, but maybe we are being overconfident and not realizing it's just been that we didn't get shot because other people were acting stupider and were better kills, and quick to do in, he argued. Saying it like that. I sighed. I suddenly felt really small. He could be right. The way the 2 judo kids were shot up so fast looked like they were trying to make their arrows count. I whistled loudly, guys. We need to push those logs out of the window. Fast! We need everyone we can to group up and push it. Dreamweaver Chapter 9. Several of Yamamoto-sensei's judo people had all formed teams and started rushing the makeshift log ladders by the window. There was a big trampling of feet as a whole slew of people were getting ready to go over there. Go! 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 We heard them yell as about 50 students ran to the huge windowsills that lined that whole wall. It was a really bad situation. That wall of windows was too big for even that many people to effectively cover. I could hear the panic and strain in their voices as they were hustling to hang on to every piece of ground that we had. We had to stay watching the pigmen at the barricade in front of us, though, so they didn't take advantage of the openings created by the split defense. So we couldn't take our eyes off the battle in front of us while we heard students screaming for help behind us. The logs are so heavy. Hurry! OG at, hashtag at. They are coming up. No! I want to see my mom again. Pigfuckers must die. This fellow sounded especially psychotic. I can't budge. Help me push the logs. This voice was full of despair. Hurry! We need more people. Each log needs like 5 people to push out the window. Hurry, someone said, while straining so hard at pushing that their voice was affected. There was a tumult of all kinds of shouting behind us as Akira and I hacked at 3 orcs that were trying to climb down the barricade. The first spear hit went in one of them's arm, so he couldn't try to parry us or strike at us. Then as he squealed in pain, I jumped as high as I could to chop deep into its smelly round shoulders. Wait a minute. These ones are bigger somehow, Yumi complained, with her eyebrows in a furious look as she stared at them. Be careful. I heard Asakura-sensei call to us from the back. No! We'll kill these just like their brethren, Akira shouted back. He took another swipe, but missed. No, they really are bigger. Look at their stomachs. These are half again as wide and a few inches taller, she retorted as we missed a few swings and had to evade an orc attack. Normally the orcs had such a bad time trying to keep their balance on top of the mess of desk legs that trying to hit us would make them lose their balance and hurt themselves. But these were craftier than the others and somehow stronger still. Are these like the lieutenants or something? Yumi wondered aloud. Probably, Kenji said dourly. What? Said Akira. Oh, she's right, I breathed out hard, missing an orc swing by a hair's breadth. Then I swung back, hacking its arm in the bicep while it squealed and bled all over the place. I also noticed orcs cry real tears when they are in pain. But unlike the movies and cartoons, their bodies don't evaporate or fade into nothing. They just stink like a bitch. The maimed orcs ended up being stepping stones for their brethren coming after them, and now our team was really in a pinch because the barricade was full of orc bodies. Plus the orc bodies were softer and easier to walk on now by their comrades instead of the desk parts. You'll also like. Ah hell, too many bodies, someone said. Shit. They are moving up the stairs faster, I said. We renewed our fury and began to be more aggressive at the pigs. Sometimes we'd miss and there'd be a clanging sound when my axe hit desk legs. Akira also had to pull back his spear quickly after each attack so the stronger orcs couldn't try to rip it from his hands. They would also sometimes watch for when he'd strike, and then I'd have to scare them and distract to set up an opening for him. If we don't stop this soon, we're going to be overrun, Yumi cried out in despair. I tried to stop glancing back at Asakura-sensei and Rina huddled together. Both of them looked pretty vulnerable. Again, Akira speared one, this time in the thigh, and I followed up using his opening to do a terrible maiming blow in whatever parts one could reach. Another orc was trampled to death by his brethren. Ironically, they'd ended up finishing off the last three for us by crushing them to death, climbing over them. Kenji and Yuta were using their homemade pipe spears viciously. They were on the same line as us, but they didn't have an effective spear point on their pipes, so they ended up bludgeoning the orcs to death half the time. In a way, it was much crueler and more painful because they had to get like 10 to 20 hits all over before their orc targets collapsed. Yes! We got a new spear, they said in unison as they captured a sturdy orc spear. The spears the orcs made were really good, I had to admit, but not all their weapons were. I was also curious about the lack of real metal weapons, or processed ore. Was that unique to the orcs, or to every culture or people in this world? Yeah, but which one of us gets to use it? Yuta finally realized. So, we just kill another and then we'll both have one? Kenji answered. Behind us, just then we heard a cheer go up. Woohoo! That's 3 logs down, just 15 more to go. So slow. At this rate, they'll be inside soon, someone screamed. Hustle, you guys. Our lives depend on it, someone else screamed in fury. Still, we kept attacking. I'm so tired, Yumi said hoarsely and panting heavily. Sorry, Yumi, I said back. I was lucky she'd actually held on this many hours of fighting. I'd forgotten to check how long we'd been there, but I'm sure it was quite a while. We were lucky the barricade also prevented the orcs from using spears effectively because they'd end up getting tangled up in the mess. But it didn't mean that some of them didn't try. So they had to mostly use shorter daggers, hand axes, some long knives carved from obsidian, and something that looked like short swords made from similarly salvaged materials. Those shorter weapons, they could still sometimes attack us if we got in reach or try to parry our blows. They'd also use the shorter-reached weapons to try to buy time for the fellows in back of them to try to move up, so we had to take them out as soon as they got within reach. I think they are out of arrows, one of the judo kids near us cheered happily like we'd just won the battle. He was next to Kenji and Yuta with his shield partner. Yippee, his shield buddy screamed. Woohoo! They stopped and gave each other rather loud high fives, thinking they were safe. Then suddenly the orcs that had been hiding their bows littered both of them with black arrows. In 10 seconds, both of them had 5 arrows, then 6, then about 8 each, while they gasped for air but couldn't hold it in since their lungs were punctured. It also surprised me how fast the orc archers could react. They collapsed on top of each other and were still in the sleep of death's embrace. Killed by being stupid, Akira spit on the ground in disgust. You're not safe, Kenji started to say, but it was too late. Ah, damn. We lost 2 more, I grumbled, as I took another swing at some orcs. At least they won't have to fight anymore, Yuta said. How is that good? Kenji drawled, clearly annoyed. Yumi, don't let me get shot, please, I pleaded. I won't. Rina would never forgive me, she said back. Hey, switch sides with us, it's not fair that you guys get the safe side, one of the judo kids said to us, from where they were now trying to avoid the big red blood puddles. They were near where the other 2 got killed and were bitter about it. There isn't a safe side. Those guys got killed for being stupid, Yumi shouted back. If you want a good spot, you have to make your spot turn into a death field. Make them afraid of you, that's the only safe way. Wow, Yumi was scary when she's mad, she was bristling with fury at the judo kid. Yeah, you want me to come over there and beat you to death? Then I'll get your spot, beat at #CH, the judo team member said. Hey, lay off my shield maiden, I said dourly. Then I swung at an orc who was trying to hang back just out of reach of both me and Akira. It doesn't matter where you fight from. There isn't a safe spot, Yuta said. We don't have time to fight among ourselves. Just kill orcs, that's the only protection there is. Akira shouted with finality. The two judo kids started fighting again, and were deflecting a few orc arrows, but they were still glaring at us sometimes. I don't trust them, I whispered, as Akira and I kept fighting. They don't realize we're only killing more from teamwork and distraction duos. Use the spear to disable, and then finish with the axe, Akira toned. Just as he said that we'd killed another orc, using the very same method. This one was tusked, but not all of them had tusks. Often their heads were shaved and they'd have mohawk haircuts to try to look fierce. I also noticed the orcs would have tattoos all over their heads, and shoulders, and back. You think they believe they're more powerful with the tattoos? Yumi asked. They probably think so, but the only effect would be fear from their brutality, I think, I responded. Hurry, they're putting the logs back in place, someone said behind us. I heard the commotion behind us of orc ladders being put back up in the windows, breaking glass again, and the cries of despair as the students' disappointment grew. Aw man, we just threw those ones down. How'd they get them back up? Sounds like they are having a tough time behind us, someone said. Yeah, just don't count on them running out of arrows, like those other yahoos. This time there were 4 orcs trying to rush down the barricade. We chopped one with a spear thrust from his left, and then I punched the axe through his shoulder while the pig screamed and collapsed. It was screaming in pain so hard it fainted, and then we finished it off. But then they came down so fast that Yuta and Kenji were forced to defend the next 2 each, while the judo kids finally managed to finish theirs off. Oh damn, they are getting smarter and more aggressive, someone yelled. They were trying to rush the barrier now, and I'd never seen this many get through at once. I didn't think it had been possible, but somehow they'd made more space to get through. Just fight harder back, a kid said, thrusting his pipe into a 5th orc's eye. But then we were surprised when an orc rolled down the orc bodies to evade our blockade and then punched his sword through the neck of one of our schoolmates before he'd even stopped rolling at the bottom. Oh, shit. That one was fast, someone screamed. I've got a bad feeling about that, we heard Asakura-sensei say in the back. What? There's a fast type? How the fudge is there a fast type allowed? That's cheating, another kid said. The fast orc proceeded to dispatch 2 more students quickly before we could even react. It was then I noticed he had gold rings in each ear, and studded wooden pegs in his lips as some kind of war ornaments, and some kind of salvaged metal plate covering part of his chest. Hey, wait a second. This one is a leader of some kind, Yuta finally noticed, as he tried to study it out. He is? Kenji wondered. He'd been about to try to run forward but now stopped, and was unsure what to do. A boss? What? Yumi exclaimed in shock. Her hand was covering her mouth, she was so surprised. Yeah, he's also like 2 feet taller than we are, Akira complained, realizing he was looking up and not level. Damn! Damn, he's big. How many more are like that? Yumi exclaimed in shock. She was now behind the desk cover, hunkered down with only her 2 eyes and the top of her head sticking up and out. We continued to cut down 2 more orcs who tried to follow the leader down. They met quick ends by the spear and axe combo. But while we were doing that, 2 more judo kids died under the boss orc. The fast orc had viciously cut one in the stomach and ripped out the kid's intestines. Then he used the very same intestines to strangle the second kid with a monstrously strong grip, while both of them gasped and were paralyzed in pain in its death grip. In just a few seconds they were twitching and having seizures from the shock. That's not right, I tried to reason. Holy sh at hashtag. Kenji exclaimed, nearly dropping his weapon. The judo club is going to be extinct at this rate, Yuta said sadly. Forget the club, that thing is a killing machine, he responded back. Nah, they are like cockroaches. Doesn't every school have overly cocky-ass hashtag at less that want to do martial arts? No matter how many you smash, there's always still too many, Kenji said, smashing another orc with a hammer right in the face. I had to admit, seeing it out of the corner of my eye, let's just say a construction hammer is a terrible way to die. Kenji kept smashing the orc in the head over and over even though it was dead. I think it's dead, Yuriko said. Now help us with the others. Hey Akira, the gold in that guy's ears is our first salvageable money in this world, I realized suddenly. Holy s***. You're right. Hey you guys. Whoever kills the boss is going to be rich, someone yelled enthusiastically. At hashtag dollar at. I want some. Mine. We'll be rich. Shiny, shiny gold. The precious is here. Gold? F at it, yeah. Looks like we underestimated the greed for money, Yumi said, with a smirk. A dog pile of students all rushed at the boss orc. There were like 10 or 12 of our people that rushed him. They wanted that gold, and they wanted it fast. They kept trying to hack at it, gouge, throw bricks, and stab at it. There were even so many kids attacking it that it was forced to parry and block the blows for a while. Using its weapon, it swung up and then around, then kicked out with its heavy legs and muscled stubby feet viciously. Its defense was terribly strong. The force of its kick made small whirls in the air. What terrible defense! Yumi whispered. But Kenji and I with our people were stuck trying to keep other orcs from joining the boss orc by sliding down the barricade and couldn't help yet. We were pressed hard by the sudden charge of so many orcs trying to get in that we almost lost control. Our kill counts were getting higher, but the danger level was way above what it had been before, and we felt we were just acting out of desperation. We could only sneak glances over there, and hope we'd be able to get there soon. For a long 30 seconds, the kids kept trying to circle around it and stab at its eyes, but it just roared at them louder in response. None of their attacks was getting through. Then it finally swung its sword down so hard that a student's hands were mangled when he tried to parry its swing, with bloody bones hanging out, but the hands hadn't quite been severed and instead the skin and bones were mangled horrifically. The screaming didn't stop for a full minute as the mangled student fell to the ground, until the orc kicked out, smashing his head after it parried several other attacks. Then it grabbed him and swung him around like a club, beating off the other students with his body by swinging him like a chain from his legs. In less than a minute, 10 students were dead and another 4 maimed and retreating. Then he began jumping up and down, stomping on the dead, making sure they were really dead and not faking it. He'd crushed the morale of the entire 3rd floor in that series of attacks. Right now he was our biggest threat. It was also unhurt and unchallenged, with what it saw as a gold mine of breeding females cowering on the other side of the room. If we don't stop that thing, there isn't going to be anything left, Akira said, turning towards it. It was right then that I heard a terrible scream of fear. I recognized that voice only too well. It was Rina's voice. The boss orc was running straight at her on the other side of the room. She and Asakura-sensei were cowering in fear there, while it was staring at them with its slavering jaws, having singled them both out as some of the best targets to steal and pillage. Dreamweaver Chapter 10. I panicked and everything seemed to fade from my concentration. Hearing Rina scream really sounded different than other girls screaming. It wasn't that the sound of her voice was different, but somehow her scream hit me to the core of my being and somehow was giving me awful goosebumps. It's different when you see people hurt and you really care about them. I mean, I cared about my classmates, but your own family takes it to a whole new level. When our grandparents passed away, it was only us two together, because our parents always were working. I also didn't have any other siblings. I had to get there first. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Oh my, freaking. Stop him. I had to stop him. No. Stop. I cried out desperately. No. Ah. Both Rina and Asakura-sensei were now screaming together. Offshore at. Akira swore, seeing what was happening. Yuriko said something next to him, but I missed it. So tired, can't go on, I heard Yumi gasp. She sounded like she was going to have a heart attack. Breathe in. Breathe out. Pump the air. I sucked in air and pumped my arms and legs as fast as I could. It wasn't fast enough. I tried to pump faster, I forced my legs to go further, but they were tired from going all day and felt like lead weights, and the lactic acid was burning in my joints and muscles. He was fast and he was trying to run at Rina and Asakura-sensei, but I was closer to them. My feet lurched out and I started running towards them. Actually, I was lucky I kept my balance on such a slick floor like that. But it wasn't much good to try to stop Boss Pig Orc because he was so freaking big, beefy, ugly, and huge. His feet and legs were like tree trunks in girth, and his arms were big too. Ironically, his jagged obsidian-crafted sword looked like a dagger in his hand because he was so big. No! Akira and Yumi both yelled at once. They looked for a place to run, but they were cut off. The door to the roof was shut mysteriously, though it shouldn't have been, and the window wall siege was worse or about the same as bad as the pig orc boss. Someone started throwing stuff at the huge pigfucker, but he wouldn't stop. I swung the axe blade out and somehow managed to trip him. He ended up sliding across the concrete floor face forward while his sword broke on the concrete. But while that made him only a bit less dangerous, he still didn't have any damage. By tripping him, he didn't even have a scratch on himself, because of all the stored fat in his body cushioning the blows. He hissed, looking at me with pure evil and hate like I'd never seen in my entire life. It was almost like his bloodshot eyes were boiling with lava, he was so mad. Then he made this wretched pig-like squeal in some weird language that totally threw me off. Their language seemed and sounded so strange and animalistic, truly bizarre. Meat? What's he want meat for? Yuta responded confused. Ha! Just kill it, Kenji said. Help, Shun, please, Asakura-sensei started pleading while crying at the same time. It took me a second to realize she wasn't pleading to me, but pleading for the other students to help me face the big monster. You'll also like. She even started throwing things, rocks, debris, anything at the pig orc. Most of her throws were way off and missed, but a couple of them connected but didn't do much damage except shake his belly fat. I'd never realized he could be that fast. His stomach rebounded back and forth crazily too when he did that. Another couple of students had been sneaking up on him from his left and from behind, which he turned and screamed at, freezing them in their tracks. Then, before they could get close enough to bash him with their pipe clubs, he'd whipped his arm out with the broken half-sword and stabbed one of the new fresh kids in the gut. The kid landed sprawling on his back, and was hit so hard he couldn't even scream. The arms of this big orc never stopped, and it was a flurry of defensive maneuvers as he blocked and parried the other two kids. But it looked like a good chance as any, and if he didn't die, I'm sure we would soon. Plus I had to save Rina and Asakura-sensei. No! It's a trap! Yumi yelled to me when I advanced, but it was too late. I could hear Yumi yelling my name. Her voice was getting closer, but she was behind me and hadn't caught up with me yet. The orc punched me so hard I was thrown back. I was only saved by the fact that I'd tried to deflect the punch with the axe handle, which didn't cushion the damage much, and it wasn't built for such things even with a good block. As things were, it still hurt like crazy when the handle rebounded into my pain-racked ribs, and somehow I found myself on my back tumbling over and over from the raw animalistic force. Get up! Get up! Move! Dodge! Akira called out to me. I rolled backward and to the side with the orc's foot missing my skull by inches. So I kept rolling more and more as fast as I could get away with gore and jelly coating my back in icky slime. Then I hear more of his heavy feet slamming as he tried to flatten my skull. It was close every time, and then I heard other people engaging him and Akira yell as he tried to stab it in the back. Akira's strike didn't connect, but the length of the spear at least kept the orc from hitting him on the return counter. Still, he was shaken up by how fast the thing reacted to him, and how it saw him even though he thought he'd attacked from a blind spot. Wow. This guy's a fighter, he swore, referring to the orc pig. The students were dying pretty fast with this thing. As soon as I got back up to my feet, I saw him still hacking away at more students with that broken black glass weapon. Still even broken, it was effective. He even managed to cut off a student's hand with the edge, though it was more like a bad mutilation and him partly tearing the hand off with both hands and some icky broken teeth. Maybe if that's the way he fought, it might explain his broken teeth. The students were horrified by the way he fought. The attacks weren't just attacks, they were vicious, violent mauling that struck fear into their hearts. I could see their morale crashing by the second. Their panicking eyes were round and staring at it in unbelief while trying to figure out what to do. As a result, they swung too choppy and block-like without getting balance and strength to their swings. One girl acted like she'd already been defeated, though she was still trying to hang on. Remy, I think her name was, from my art class. Then the pig spun around and started to choke another student while dripping spit and mouth bile on the floor. He was staring at Remy and then reached out and ripped her shirt open without stopping to choke the older kid whose face was rapidly turning blue. Remy tried to cover up and back away but was fighting to get out of its grip while it reached out and with its putrid slimy tongue licked the whole side of her face in some kind of euphoria. "No!" she screamed. "Kill me," she pleaded. Ironically, that made more students even mad. Remy was popular in a lot of sports groups. The pig orc was hit by more thrown chairs and objects just enough to distract it, and finally someone had a clean hit that scored blood. A homemade pipe spear by one of the judo kids connected with its gut and punctured the belly fat, but because of the heavy weight of the pig orc, the kid was rebounded to be knocked back on the ground. The orc, then having stolen the pipe spear, squealed in delight, realizing it was metal, and used it to crush the kid's head, leaving blood spatter everywhere. "Oh shit, you guys just gave him a metal weapon. Damn it!" Akira moaned loudly. "Morons. It'll be tough to kill even without it." Yuriko bawled. "My hands hurt so bad. Blisters. SH at hashtag. Oh dang, that's metal? Oh man. Dodge. Look out." We kept fighting, but this guy was like a dump truck. Sometimes we'd hit him and his fat absorbed the blow. He'd absorbed some Fight Club blows and somehow danced awkwardly around some of the other blows. "He's got to go. If we don't get him down, too many of them will get in," Yumi said, nodding at the barricade. While we were engaged with the boss, the judo kids were having to take over the defense of the barricade by themselves. They were also losing badly. I hadn't seen it till now, but there were now 2 combat zones where our people were getting killed. The concrete was now wet and painted red and green with blood. Akira and I stepped up again, knowing it was going badly. Yuriko took a full hit on her desk shield from the orc to protect him and was knocked on her back with very little damage, but she was momentarily stunned and had the air knocked out of her. She gazed in surprise, suddenly seeing that the orc had shattered the wooden crosspiece of the desk. What? How? She gasped for air. So he countered, and Akira's spear finally bit in the thing's massive bicep, forcing it to drop the pipe spear, which someone kicked out of the way right before they were smashed into the floor and stomped on. "We got him," he yelled, and several kids started cheering. But sure enough, the orc was already countering, and so I watched for his counter swing, timing my axe strike. He'd countered every time someone got a good hit in him, and I guess this was probably similar to before. Akira was punched across the floor and dropped his spear. "Shun, we are at our limit," Yumi wheezed. The others looked the same. That terrified me more though, because I knew Akira living and keeping his spear was key to the defense. If he, myself, or Yamamoto-sensei were cut down, I think the whole defense ring would probably even collapse. People weren't indestructible, and they were hurting badly right now. "Oh no!" Asakura-sensei pleaded, while trying to throw more building debris. She was crying like crazy too. But the counter-strike barely worked. I could see the orc's eyes widen as he saw my axe blade coming down. He even tried to retract his arm in time. I was aiming for his massive bicep, trying to hit where Akira's previous wound had hit, but because his arm was being retracted, it did throw my trajectory off partially. So instead the strike hit him clean at the elbow, biting deep and maiming his fatty arms. As he shook and tried to get away, it made his arm flap eerily at the piece of joint that was barely hanging there. "You got him," Akira gasped. The orc was stunned in intense pain while the other students were raining blows on him now, trying to desperately live. He even fell to his knees and moaned a long piggy howl that carried and echoed through the halls of Hell School. "He's got the nerve to start crying when he's trying to hurt us?" Remy said in shock. "What right does he have to cry?" some students screamed, while stabbing it with glass at his own expense. His own hand was cut while the pig orc broke and snapped his neck like a twig. Unfortunately, the glass didn't puncture his belly fat very far and had just made him mad. Then the orc stood back up and looked re-energized somehow. He called out and shouted a challenge in the air that sounded like "Biwi," long and loud. Whoa. Second wind? No way. That's cheating. Did he just get his strength renewed? Someone yelled. The orc then laughed at us, even while some of them were stabbing it. I grabbed Akira's spear and then tossed it to him while dodging the orc's swings. I tried to cut at it, but I had to be careful since it had taken a liking to my axe. If the other students weren't distracting it, I probably would have been attacked just for the chance to steal it. "Stop him," someone screamed. "Revenge! Castrate the pigman!" I again this time had a different idea and tried to rile up Akira. "I got an idea. Make a distraction for me." "Oh, okay." He then got ready and sprang forward using all his strength to land a blow at the orc that was trying to focus his strength in his left arm since his right arm was now mangled. It laughed and then kicked at Akira, who was now down for the count. The orc's leg had connected with Yuriko's second recently salvaged shield just in time to save Akira's life, but she'd been knocked into him and both were down. Yuriko was at least conscious, but Akira had hit his head and was knocked prone. "Save Akira!" Asakura-sensei screamed, while she dashed forward to pull Akira by the arm before the orc could try to crush his ribcage with his foot. The orc couldn't resist a finishing blow, and I'd counted on that. But his defense was too good while attacking near his chest or head, so instead I'd swept horizontally and low, aiming for his other leg, which was supporting his whole weight while the other was kicking. He screamed again as the axe blade made his knee joint pop and his blood was gushing all over. It sent him on his back and he hit the ground hard while the students cheered. He was still alive though, and deadly. We celebrated too soon, and with his remaining good hand he bashed another student's skull in, killing him instantly. Then he killed another. If anything, he was more ferocious. Back away! He can't move very quickly, let him tire out, Kenji yelled. I don't know if we'd be that lucky for him to just bleed out, Yuta contested him wearily. We ended up with a ring while he was on his knees, but now that it was even more defensive for the next 20 minutes, nobody could land a blow. We were also fighting on empty, and people looked like they knew we'd lose. Suddenly the orc's left hand grabbed something. It was Yamamoto-sensei's neck, who had snuck in from the back hallway and carrying something. But he'd gotten too close to the pig orc boss without realizing it. He was trying to gurgle something while being strangled to death, and holding a glowing paper bag in his hand. I could see he was intensely trying to keep the bag balanced in his grip, and inch by inch slowly moved it towards the orc's face. No! Sensei! No! Save him! Not Baldy-sensei. Kids were already bawling, seeing what was about to happen. Wait a minute, was something lit inside that bag? I had a really bad feeling, Yumi, and I ducked down just in the nick of time as I pulled her shield desk over us. Just as the orc snapped his neck, the paper bag exploded, flames and smoke everywhere. Dreamweaver Chapter 11. There was a long silence, and we could hear the wind howling through the windows barren of glass, while everyone, including the orcs, was still as far as what we could hear. The nasty smoke was thick though, and I wasn't ready to be able to move because we were so blind again. It took a while for the smoke to clear, so we couldn't tell what had happened to the boss orc pig either, and I was worried he'd somehow still be alive. Plus it hurt to move still for a good minute or two while the smoke was still there. After a little while I could somehow move around. It seemed we're just stunned a little bit, but our bodies felt like we'd just done a belly flop from the high dive at the pool from the impact of the explosion. I felt around and was relieved when I was all in one piece and not burned. Yumi was also doing well too, and mostly undamaged, but I could tell she was hurting, and she did have a whole slew of minor scratches and smaller cuts. Can you move? I whispered. Our eyes met and she nodded briefly. I could see in her heart she was trusting that at least the two of us were alive and could still possibly get out of here. It was like a faint spark of hope in her eyes. Is it over? Yumi coughed and kept coughing from the heavy smoke and fatigue. She was leaning over and both of us were on the ground, even though the concrete was so icky. My clothes are ruined too, she frowned in a froggy voice. Around us others were also coughing and choking on the smoke. Water, pleaded Yuta while clutching the ground. We'll get water later. For now, make sure those things are gone. Where are they? I can't see, someone said. I don't see any orcs, someone cried out. Where did they go? What? They have to be here. Don't let them get me, some girl cried, bawling furiously. They have to be here. They might be hiding, someone cried out in despair. Don't let them kill us, someone was crying. In fact, a lot of kids were crying now too. So much smoke, Kenji cried out pitifully. Can't fight anymore, Akira said with finality. I am too injured to do anymore, he cried out. Yo, you can't stop. You're invincible. Yuta pleaded in panic. But Akira dropped the spear again and he was wheezing. His spear clattered to the floor with a lot of noise. After all, the shaft was hardwood and the floor was concrete. Elsewhere everything else was quiet except for people's sufferings. He and Yuriko were near us, but we were near ground zero where Yamamoto-sensei's homemade chemical bomb had gone off. Yuriko hadn't been able to cover them as fast either, so both of them had burns on their bodies. Yuriko's clothes were sparking and had small puffs of flame which she tried to put out by rolling around, and her arm was all blistered and caked with ash and red tissue that was swollen up where her small amounts of skin was starting to peel off like an overly heavy sunburn. "Hurts," Yuriko managed to gasp. Near her, Akira had taken much of a blast, and his right side was a bit charred, though thankfully it was only first and second degree burns, and not third degree burns. Still, it looked really awful, and he was only slightly limping along after he pushed himself to his feet with his left hand. "You'll also like." He spat up some blood, and we were looking at him worriedly. "I just bit my lip, don't worry, it's not that bad." "It's cool," he said. We sighed. "You scared us," Yuriko growled. She slapped him in the chest, but he cried out from her, hitting the raw, burned area. "Oops, sorry." "Hurts, though, burns," he barely managed to say while staying on his feet. He had his eyes closed tightly and was sucking in air only slowly and with a lot of concentration. "Pain." I heard him whisper. "Where are the other orcs?" I hurriedly said. "I've got a bad feeling," Yumi started to say. She was looking around us, but mysteriously none of the orcs were approaching us anymore. In fact, after the bomb had gone off, they'd fled back down the stairs and weren't coming up anymore. I still suspected that they were watching, however. I kept my grip on my fireman's axe. I kept glancing over there to be sure where I'd last seen them, although they seemed to be gone now. Will they come back?" Asakura-sensei said, trembling so badly it came out as a frantic whisper. "I don't know," I replied. "But we'll have to be ready just in case. If the boss was like their general, it might explain why they ran." By now we weren't coughing as much and trying to pick ourselves up. Other students were slowly getting up, but the blast radius of Sensei's bomb had burned a lot of people. The only thing that made the damage not so bad was how quickly the air had exploded, so that after the initial blast most of the heat had dissipated quickly. "That was, holy crap," choked out Kenji. "I know, right? Who knew Yamamoto-sensei was a chemical expert?" Yuta echoed after him. "Can you really call him an expert, though, if he was blown up too?" someone argued back. But then we finally could see where the densest part of the smoke and flame had dissipated. "Oh, my hell," Yumi gasped in shock and full of tears. One of the judo kids hurriedly put someone's uniform jacket over the head and face of Yamamoto-sensei's remains. It was too terrible to look at the charred body, and even in death he was grimacing at the orc, though his eyes were burned off and much of his face, exposing the skeletal skull outline beneath the burned-off skin, and the orc skull was about the same. His hand that was in a grip, like it was holding where the bag used to be, but was now little more than shredded pieces of bones and flesh. One of the students began puking and dry heaving from what he'd just seen, and a few others were trying to keep it in too. "How awful," Asakura-sensei gasped. "I'm so sorry." She was gently tapping Rina's back, who was crying non-stop. They were huddled together for emotional comfort. "Hey, where'd the orcs go?" Yuta asked. "Good question," coughed out Akira. "Pain." I heard him whisper. "Anyone got any aspirin?" Yuriko hoarsely cried out. "Just let me have one too, if there is any." "If I did, I'd have to use it for myself," Kenji cried out through his bruised-up face and raccoon eyes. "Sorry, I'd kill my own dog for an aspirin right now," Yuta said. I briefly wondered if he really would kill his own dog. Some people get tempted through various means. "I hurt so bad right now," Akira wailed. Yuriko wanted to comfort him, but instead held back, seeing that if she were to touch him it would be pretty awful to bear. There was a long silence, and we could hear the wind howling through the windows barren of glass, while everyone, including the orcs, was still as far as what we could hear. The nasty smoke was thick though, and I wasn't ready to be able to move because we were so blind again. It took a while for the smoke to clear, so we couldn't tell what had happened to the boss orc pig either, and I was worried he'd somehow still be alive. Plus it hurt to move still for a good minute or two while the smoke was still there. After a little while I could somehow move around. It seemed we're just stunned a little bit, but our bodies felt like we'd just done a belly flop from the high dive at the pool from the impact of the explosion. I felt around and was relieved when I was all in one piece and not burned. Yumi was also doing well too, and mostly undamaged, but I could tell she was hurting, and she did have a whole slew of minor scratches and smaller cuts. "Can you move?" I whispered. Our eyes met and she nodded briefly. I could see in her heart she was trusting that at least the two of us were alive and could still possibly get out of here. It was like a faint spark of hope in her eyes. "Is it over?" Yumi coughed and kept coughing from the heavy smoke and fatigue. She was leaning over and both of us were on the ground, even though the concrete was so icky. "My clothes are ruined too," she frowned in a froggy voice. Around us others were also coughing and choking on the smoke. "Water," pleaded Yuta while clutching the ground. "We'll get water later. For now, make sure those things are gone." "Where are they?" "I can't see," someone said. "I don't see any orcs," someone cried out. "Where did they go?" "What?" "They have to be here." "Don't let them get me," some girl cried, bawling furiously. "They have to be here." "They might be hiding," someone cried out in despair. "Don't let them kill us," someone was crying. In fact, a lot of kids were crying now too. "So much smoke," Kenji cried out pitifully. "Can't fight anymore," Akira said with finality. "I am too injured to do anymore," he cried out. "Yo, you can't stop. You're invincible," Yuta pleaded in panic. But Akira dropped the spear again and he was wheezing. His spear clattered to the floor with a lot of noise. After all, the shaft was hardwood and the floor was concrete. Elsewhere everything else was quiet except for people's sufferings. He and Yuriko were near us, but we were near Ground Zero where Yamamoto-sensei's homemade chemical bomb had gone off. Yuriko hadn't been able to cover them as fast either, so both of them had burns on their bodies. Yuriko's clothes were sparking and had small puffs of flame which she tried to put out by rolling around, and her arm was all blistered and caked with ash and red tissue that was swollen up where her small amounts of skin was starting to peel off like an overly heavy sunburn. "Hurts," Yuriko managed to gasp. Near her, Akira had taken much of a blast and his right side was a bit charred, though thankfully it was only first and second degree burns, and not third degree burns. Still, it looked really awful and he was only slightly limping along after he pushed himself to his feet with his left hand. "You'll also like." He spat up some blood and we were looking at him worriedly. "I just bit my lip, don't worry, it's not that bad." "It's cool," he said. We sighed. "You scared us," Yuriko growled. She slapped him in the chest, but he cried out from her, hitting the raw, burned area. "Oops, sorry." "Hurts, though, burns," he barely managed to say while staying on his feet. He had his eyes closed tightly and was sucking in air only slowly and with a lot of concentration. "Pain." I heard him whisper. "Where are the other orcs?" I hurriedly said. "I've got a bad feeling," Yumi started to say. She was looking around us, but mysteriously none of the orcs were approaching us anymore. In fact, after the bomb had gone off, they'd fled back down the stairs and weren't coming up anymore. I still suspected that they were watching, however. I kept my grip on my fireman's axe. I kept glancing over there to be sure where I'd last seen them, although they seemed to be gone now. Will they come back? Asakura-sensei said, trembling so badly it came out as a frantic whisper. I don't know, I replied. But we'll have to be ready just in case. If the boss was like their general, it might explain why they ran. By now we weren't coughing as much and trying to pick ourselves up. Other students were slowly getting up, but the blast radius of Sensei's bomb had burned a lot of people. The only thing that made the damage not so bad was how quickly the air had exploded, so that after the initial blast most the heat had dissipated quickly. That was, holy crap, choked out Kenji. I know, right? Who knew? Yamamoto-sensei was a chemical expert. Yuta echoed after him. Can you really call him an expert, though, if he was blown up too? Someone argued back. But then we finally could see where the densest part of the smoke and flame had dissipated. Oh, my hell, Yumi gasped in shock and full of tears. One of the judo kids hurriedly put someone's uniform jacket over the head and face of Yamamoto-sensei's remains. It was too terrible to look at the charred body, and even in death he was grimacing at the orc, though his eyes were burned off and much of his face, exposing the skeletal skull outline beneath the burned-off skin, and the orc skull was about the same. His hand that was in a grip, like it was holding where the bag used to be, but was now little more than shredded pieces of bones and flesh. One of the students began puking and dry heaving from what he'd just seen, and a few others were trying to keep it in too. How awful, Asakura-sensei gasped. I'm so sorry. She was gently tapping Rina's back, who was crying non-stop. They were huddled together for emotional comfort. Hey, where'd the orcs go? Yuta asked. Good question. Coughed out Akira. Pain. I heard him whisper. Anyone got any aspirin? Yuriko hoarsely cried out. Just let me have one too, if there is any. If I did, I'd have to use it for myself, Kenji cried out through his bruised-up face and raccoon eyes. Sorry, I'd kill my own dog for an aspirin right now, Yuta said. I briefly wondered if he really would kill his own dog. Some people get tempted through various means. I hurt so bad right now. Akira wailed. Yuriko wanted to comfort him, but instead held back, seeing that if she were to touch him it would be pretty awful to bear. We have to figure out where the orcs went, I hurriedly said, before people got off track. Check the windows? Yuta started to say, but then we looked at the windowsill area that the other kids had been defending behind us. That whole area had been in such an angle that we couldn't monitor it while fighting the boss orc. Holy W-at! They're all dead, one of the kids exclaimed. Turning, we followed his line of sight. Around the windowsill area were tons of bodies, stacked like 3 feet high, of both orc bodies and human teenager bodies, all on top of each other, in the most awful mess I'd seen. It was like a big flesh junkyard. Both sides at the windowsill had been so desperate that most everyone had fought to the death. The kids knew they couldn't retreat because they were already trapped in the school, and no one to save them and nowhere to run anymore, since this was already the last place to go. The orcs had also been stuck, being unable to go back down because of orcs coming up the trees behind them. The result was the massive flesh junkyard that had been right next to us almost the entire time, and with all of us already fighting and shouting with the boss pig orc, we hadn't realized how much carnage was happening next to us. Wow, some of us gasped seeing it. Rina had seen parts of it, I think, but she was so weak she probably didn't even have the strength to cry out. She was leaning against Sensei. As a result, while we'd been fighting and shouting, they'd all been dying one after another. There must have been over 200 or so kids dead. They're all piled up, with a good number of orcs too, plus piles of dead in other places. Unfortunately, with no barricade to fight over, the deaths of the students were vastly higher than the number of dead orcs. So sad, Rina finally choked on her words. Hey, where are the other judo club members? Okamoto asked. He was one of the captains of the judo club. He was looking around for his teammates nervously with a sort of dazed look, and it looked like he had some kind of a head wound. Actually, I'm surprised he was still alive. First one way then the other, then he glanced over to the door to the roof. I think you're the only one left, Yuta said slowly. F at K. Long silence. That was pretty devastating news for all of us actually. Hey, it's almost sun up. We were fighting so long, I didn't realize how long it had been, Asakura-sensei said, looking towards the window. Well, you didn't fight too much, did you, sensei? One of the rude kids said. Someone had to keep Rina safe, plus they did take some of the wounded to the roof and coordinate the support people, I replied. Yeah, it is easier to see now. You're right, it's like right when dawn hits, I think, someone said. So there's so many dead everywhere, Yumi cried out. Maybe we're being punished by God, someone said sadly. Punished? Maybe, someone said. No, this is someone else's mischief done to us, Yuta argued back. First off, how the fudge did the orc pigs find us so fast? We weren't even here an hour and they found the school. Answer that first. Then he snorted in derision. You think someone did this to us? I asked, puzzled. I scratched my head, after checking Yumi for wounds. Ironically, Yumi, Rina, and Asakura-sensei were the only ones not badly hurt. I wasn't as bad as the others, but I still had my whole side covered with bruises that were already turning blue and forming dark spots on my side. A lot of people had bloodshot eyes from hits to the face, a few broken noses, bruised arms and bones were common where they tried to block jabs. I think so. But I can only say for sure if I have a chance to get more evidence and details, Yuta said, pushing his glasses up his nose. He hadn't been wearing them in the battle, but now he did so after pulling them from his pockets. Hey, what's that? Kenji pointed towards the boss orc's body. Its body was mostly melted and completely covered in gore, but sure enough, where Kenji was pointing there was something sparkly hanging from the belt that the creature had been wearing. You want to check it out? He said, looking at me. I glanced at Akira, who waved me forward while he was trying to not move so his pain would be less. Go ahead. You maimed its arm and leg, which opened up a wound, and Yamamoto-sensei is already dead. So it's probably yours anyway. Don't forget the gold earrings? Kenji flashed his teeth in a weak, pitiful smile. He was trying to be positive. Gold? Students were getting curious once someone said it aloud. You'll share the loot, right? One kid asked. I recognized him. He was giving me an angry look and he was taller than me, and big. I recognized him as one of Abe and Mori's goons. He was a bully for sure and preyed off other students. I briefly wondered if they were alive or dead too. It was a shame if they were. I ignored him, but met his eyes with a challenge. I knew if I acted weak he'd try to take things by force, so I kept the axe on my shoulder. He even stepped towards me until he remembered and saw what I was carrying. Carefully I stepped forward, but not before testing the body. He was so vicious and terrible to fight, I poked it a few times to make sure it was dead. Of course his face was melted off and so was much of his chest, but still I was too afraid not to. Carefully I moved towards the belt, wondering what the strange sparkly thing was. I reached out carefully and used the pointed edge of the axe to nudge charred ash and debris away from the sparkly thing. What was it? But then I heard footsteps coming up behind me. It was the goon from Mori's gang again. Don't even think about it. Back away, I warned him, fingering the axe handle. He was about 6 feet away and giving me a funny look, which was almost challenging. He seemed kind of cocky, and like he was amused too. I see you guys are all tore up. Nice. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Akira warned. He's proven he can handle that axe, and everyone else here is working together to protect each other. I know you belong to Mori and Abe's gang, he coughed out. Yuta and Kenji also got closer to act protectively. Actually, where were you this whole time? You don't have a fleck of blood on you. You aren't even dirty, and no wounds. I think you hid while everyone else was fighting, Yuta said in that strange way of his. It seems Yuta had really sharp eyes and good cunning. I'd have to remember that for the future. I fought. I did plenty, killed tons of orcs, the kid responded. Oh, let's see, I remember now. You're the one they nicknamed Shale, right? Kenji chuckled. I think you ran away and hid somewhere, Yuriko said, crossing her arms. Shale was true to his appearance, a total gangster. He had some kind of funky chain to his belt from his wallet, and droopy pants, and heavy-soled boots, and all black leather clothes and spiky hair. But strangely enough, Yuta and Yuriko were both right. He had not a fleck of either red blood or green blood on himself, though everyone else was soaked in it. Even Rina and Asakura-sensei had some spray hit them. Some of the girls were murmuring and saying things, and it was picking up noise. People weren't convinced of his lies, after all. The noise of people getting mad and upset was picking up too. I won't forget this. Fools! Shale ran off down the hall and around the corner. But not before kicking some other boy on the way, knocking him to the floor. The kid grimaced in pain and couldn't get up for a while. Wish he'd gotten eaten, is that wrong of me to think? Yuriko asked. I don't think you are a bad person, Akira heaved out hoarsely. Actually, let's give her a medal. I want him to get eaten too, Yumi wheezed. Well, aren't you going to find out what that blue sparkly thing is? Asakura-sensei wondered curiously. Yeah, now that the distractions are out of the way, I said. Carefully I stuck my hand out to try to grab the blue sparkly thing. At first it was tied into the belt securely, so it couldn't be stolen from the orc's comrades. I had to work at the knotting of leather cords that were holding it in, but it had a faint glow to it and seemed really strange and mysterious. The knots were really tight, and made of some really strange supple leather too, which was really light-colored, unlike cattle leather entirely. It took a long time to work at the knots, and finally I ended up cutting it loose with the axe blade. Whoa, it's glowing, Yuta said curiously, as he walked closer. Curiously, I held it in my hand. It was almost tiny and gem-like, but strange, and had some kind of weird energy flowing out. I was surprised though when the object melted into thin air though, after I'd had it in my hands for a bit. What the hell? I started to say, but then a blue screen popped up in front of me in mid-air. Puzzled, I looked at it, and apparently the others were too. What the F at $? Is that? Yumi gasped. The blue screen was full of strange glyph-like writing, but I couldn't understand any of it. It looked like some kind of notice. It wasn't Chinese and wasn't Japanese either. It puzzled me, but did appear to be a pictographic type of writing system. Hey, it looks like Egyptian hieroglyphics? Yumi guessed, looking over her shoulder. Yeah, but how the hell am I supposed to read it or know what it says? I wondered aloud, scratching my head. Yeah, that does look Egyptian. When I was a kid I loved looking at Egypt stuff, Akira said. Pictographic writing systems usually mean a really old, long-time established system, and the oldest of civilizations. That makes sense. If the whatever system this is tied to is the center of this world's civilizations, then of course it would be from an older writing system. Asakura-sensei said excitedly. Oh hell, they don't speak Japanese, do they? Kenji cringed. Why does it have to be a non-Japanese world? Damn it! Well, how would people on another world be able to speak Japanese? That seems even weirder, the only judo survivor said. Everyone was looking at him funny, so he replied with a shrug, "What? What did I say something wrong here?" Well, of course a bunch of pig orcs aren't going to speak Japanese, someone spat out maliciously. Well, if it's a magic status window of some kind, even though it came from a pig orc, that doesn't mean that the pig orcs use the hieroglyphics. Maybe the people of this world and their magic system write in Egyptian hieroglyphics? Yuta guessed. Ooh, you are so smart, Yuta. I'm sure you have a bright future ahead of you, Asakura-sensei nodded, while playing with Rina's hair. The two of them stayed resting but were watching intently. But if they can't speak Japanese, why would they use Egyptian hieroglyphics too? Hieroglyphics also come from Earth after all. Isn't that even more weird? Yumi wondered aloud. Well, even if that's true. Yuta started to say, but then he glanced at my blue status window thing, whatever it was. Then he took a few steps forward after it looked like he was so surprised his eyes might pop out. Hey! What the hell? I can read it. Big shock, no one knew what to say. Liar, someone said. Then I heard someone hit him, saying not bother the great Yuta. Was there now a Yuta cult? You can read Egyptian hieroglyphics? Yumi wondered suspiciously. Some of the girls gasped in admiration. Some of them were really excited now and looking at Yuta like he was a basketball star. But it was Yuta, after all, how could that be? It didn't make sense. Yuta's so smart. Is Yuta dating anyone? How did Yuta learn hieroglyphics? The murmuring continued, but got quieter. Yuta blushed. Well, actually, I wish I could say I had studied Egyptian, but I haven't. I don't know why I can read it, but to me for some reason it looks like it's just like reading Japanese. More astonishment from several people came right after. Good job, bro. This is totally cool. We got people who are ass kickers and got skills, someone said. Yeah, but how do we explain this? It doesn't make sense. People don't just suddenly have new skills without a cost and without learning them. It takes years to cultivate some skulls, Yuriko croaked while letting Akira lean on her for pity, and probably partly because she was beautiful. I could have sworn I heard him whisper to her to carry him in the Princess Carry, but I wasn't sure if it was my imagination. But if you can read it and you didn't learn any other languages, how is that possible? Kenji asked. I wonder how this is possible too. I shouldn't be able to read this, Yuta wondered, shaking his head. Am I possessed or something? He briefly wondered. I think you are too much of a nerd to be possessed, Kenji joked, slapping him on the shoulder. Aren't you glad you are special? He grinned. Did you study other languages back home? I asked. He didn't answer right away, but then finally let out a big gulp of air. Not really, but I wanted to be a linguist when I grew up. I always thought it would be cool to be able to travel anywhere and stuff. I was acquiring books to learn Korean and trying to learn English and Chinese characters. But it was only a desire at the time. I hadn't actually made any progress yet. He looked really embarrassed and his face was bright red. And your claim that Korean manhwas are drawn better than a lot of manga recently has nothing to do with that, some girl asked, to which he didn't respond but blushed. So could desire be part of it? Yumi wondered. Well, I don't know. Can anyone else read the screen? I asked. Oh, that's a good idea. If he can read it with no training, maybe others can also read it? Asakura-sensei said excitedly. I want to be able to do magic like Yuta, someone said. But it isn't magic, it's just a special skill, someone argued, shutting it down. But maybe they said that from jealousy, I realized in afterthought. One by one the other kids came forward and took a look at it, but after like 3 or 4 minutes it was confirmed that Yuta and one other girl named Raya were the only ones who could read it. Cool, doesn't this make us like a team? Yuta exclaimed, trying to flirt with her. Raya looked at him suspiciously. After all, she was a nice-looking, very pretty girl, but right now she was covered in gore and guts. Well, even so. It doesn't make us together, you know. She frowned at him, crossing her arms over her chest. She also happened to be a survivor that had been buried under a ton of bodies near the window area, so we'd not even noticed her this whole time. Yuta's bright face and hopes of a girlfriend were crushed mercilessly. But I didn't want him to dwell on the killing blow she'd just given him, and I felt bad for him, so I tried to change the subject. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Help me to know what the status screen says, please. Yuta and Raya came over, looking over my shoulder. Raya put her hand on my forearm while making Yumi angry at her. It says, Magic Survivorship Inheritance System activated. Loot transfer active, calculating survivorship benefits. Stand by for calculation. Stand by. Loading, please wait. Click next for tabled results. Someone explain this to me? It's too weird. Yumi looked kind of bug-eyed. She kept shaking her head. Magic? Click? How are we supposed to click? I wondered. You touch that thing there, Raya said, trying to hit it for me, but her hand passed through the screen even though she could see and read it. Puzzled, she looked at her hand funny, wondering why she couldn't touch it. That's weird. I can't touch other people's screens even though I can read them? That's good, I guess. Prevents hacking, maybe? Asakura-sensei said. It must mean because it sees Shun as the person acquiring the inherited stuff? Yuta guessed, while scratching his chin. Well, this is so weird. It's like an RPG, right? Akira gasped, while looking from close by. We're not in an RPG. Those pig orcs were real, Yumi said, clearly upset. If you have people believing it's a game, there's no end to the consequences that could cause. I don't mean it's not real, but I don't know. It sounds like a magic looting and property transfer system, he shrugged weakly. But why didn't it do that when we were trading like other stuff before then? The judo captain said with his arms crossed. Not sure, Asakura-sensei said. So click next, hurry, Raya said, jumping up and down excitedly. I want to know what kind of loot we got. You mean, he got, Yuta said, correcting her. Raya blushed. Oh, right. Well, he can choose to share, right? She seemed to be looking at me really sweetly, like I'd just asked her out on a date. Oh, that was gold digger mode. It made me nervous. I'd seen girls do that to guys before. Don't pressure him, Yumi growled defensively and stepping between us. I clicked the icon that Raya and Yuta had been pointing at. Immediately the screen changed, and then I could see small picture icons of the faces of our team and a bunch of numbers and other figures, also in the other language. What's this part say? I asked. Yuta's nose scrunched up, and him and Raya had to study it for a bit. It says it's like a kill chart. Like when you play a certain game called Luage of Laggers, it has kills and damage listed, and this is kind of like that. Wow, it says Akira, and you got like a shizload killed. But is that necessary? What determines if that activates for some fights and not for others? Asakura-sensei wondered, also looking over. Well, maybe it has to have some kind of conditions that cause it to activate? I guessed. Yeah, but what? Yuta wondered. Well, Yuriko and I helped, Yumi fumed, mad at not getting any credit. It is true that we did well only because those two were keeping us safe, I admitted. Thanks Yumi, and Yuriko. They both smiled and gave me nods, but Yumi added a salute. But the salute made me frown because I could see her blisters were bloody and ripped open pretty badly. Thanks, I just wanted to be appreciated, that's all. Yumi's dark cloud melted. Well, let's go past this. See if there's anything we can use, Yuta said. Click there again, but remember what the symbol looks like in case Raya and I aren't around next time this pops up. So does this pop up every time there's loot or only special circumstances? How come it didn't pop up when we were transferring weapons to each other? I asked. Yuta frowned, I don't know. But it might be because magic is involved and it's doing a calculation in order to determine what should happen next. This world did summon us. So there's magic here or some power or force that interacts with living things. It's likely the boss orc either himself had magic, or his tools or property had something magic that activated this magic property transfer thing when you emerged as one of the surviving people that killed him. That's my hypothesis, he said, shrugging. So there are magic items? That sounds cool, Raya said, big-eyed. Well, that's actually pretty good, Yuta. I think you might be onto something, Asakura-sensei said again. We clicked the next screen, which Raya read for us this time. Acquired one collapsible magic item box, belt version, called Magic Inventory System and Storage, contains 40 inventory slots. Description says, stores items for future use in extra-dimensional pocket space. Has stealth mode to prevent theft. A magic inventory system? That's not fair, I want it, several kids said. Give it to me, someone said. Greedy pig. You barely even fought. You hid half the time, his friend argued back. Is that so special though? It doesn't give you free stuff, it just holds stuff you already own, a girl complained. Yeah, but if it's an item box, you don't get tired lugging stuff around and you don't feel its weight. So you wouldn't slow down. That means you can keep moving fast, Kenji responded. Some goth kid in the back stood up suddenly. Wonder what happens when you put something alive in it? Would they suffocate? Nobody answered that, and he sat down after everyone was staring at him for a long time. Is that so? I guess it could be useful, I wondered, answering Kenji. Raya looked at me jealously. You better be careful and watch your back. A lot of people are jealous of you right now. Her eyes squinted at me, but I don't think she was trying to be mean. She had her hands on her hips and I clicked on the object. Immediately a utility belt of some kind could be felt suddenly around my waist. It felt like only barely a couple pounds of weight were added, and my pockets felt lighter and empty now. In short, property already on me, except for the axe, was transferred to the item box. Click next, Yuta said on the next part. So we did so. Okay, the next part is the money? How will you divide that up? They both asked innocently. It was a good question, and they weren't trying to be greedy. It's true our survival was a group effort. But it was also true we didn't know how much lodging and tools and food were going to cost in this new world, or if we could even get them easily. You know, I'll share the money, but then I voiced my concern. Actually, you're right. If we divide everything up without accounting for housing and food costs, we could have some serious problems, Akira said. Just don't run off with our money, he added jokingly. Sigh, he's right. Click the skip for later button for that part, Yuta said. Then he made sure I knew which button it was so I could get back to it. So I guess the next thing is to figure out where to get supplies and make sure we take care of as many people as possible, Asakura-sensei added. We need to make a list of things we need and figure out where to get them, primarily safety and shelter with food and medical supplies, Rina said tiredly. I agree, I stated, so the others wouldn't think I'd run off with all the money by myself. I turned to Yuta. Yuta, you and Raya are going to be indispensable in helping us work that part out through whatever natives or cities nearby we can find, since you two will be the only ones who can talk to them. How do you know there are cities nearby? Kenji wondered. I don't, but if orcs can have a settlement nearby, then so could people, right? They would also stay near their pretty? I guessed. Holy crap, you are right. It's basic predator instinct. Wolves go to the sheep or deer. I should have thought about that when they first attacked. That means we might have a chance to be saved or rescued. Asakura-sensei exclaimed. They got a bit happier now thinking there might be human camps nearby, but we still didn't know which direction. I think it's dangerous if we try to wait for someone to rescue us, Sensei, I corrected. She frowned, but didn't disagree with me. Then she sighed. After so much death though, that was giving the remaining kids some hope though. Speaking of which, we need to get the hell out of here fast, a couple people said at once. But if we can talk to them, that means there are other skills too, right? Yuta wondered. Oh, that's true too, I think, Yumi toned in agreement. I guess Yuta isn't that dumb after all. I see Yumi had some kind of grudge against Yuta too, but I didn't voice it. So we need to find these other hidden skills and whatever magic this world has? Kenji wondered. How will we do that exactly? If you don't know how to use magic energy, how do you activate it to do experiments? Good question, but first let's sort the item box and the other loot though, Raya said, gesturing wildly. Hey, this looks like food of some kind? I guessed, seeing the next item in the list. Yes. Food. Damn, I love you, some girl said. We stared at her strange behavior, so she said. I meant I love the food. The food, she emphasized. She wasn't much of a catch, with a face only her mother would love, and kind of homely looking, so for a while I was freaking scared. Sure, #it less. Acquired, this part is like a collection of food preservatives, leather, raw materials, and mostly meats of some kind, Raya said. Wow, I'm so hungry, she wiped some saliva off her face. Oh, I'm hungry, can you share some of that? Kenji asked excitedly. Food. Gimme. I want some. Gosh. I love beef jerky. Meat. Meat. Meat, several students started chanting together. Oh, that does sound good, Raya exclaimed. She reached over to touch one of the meat icons in the screen, but her hand was suddenly slapped away by Yuta's, whose face looked really pale right now. Stop! Stop right now! Don't touch it! At. Fuck at ing pig orcs, that's human meat. Yuta gasped. Everyone's hopes were crushed just like that. So remind me again, why the hell does Kenji get to be the necromancer? Yuta pouted. Life is so unfair. He had his hands thrust in his pockets and was looking at his best friend with a lot of envy. Kenji just shrugged, but he was eating up the attention. Also, because he wasn't used to getting so much attention all at once, it wasn't going well in how he managed it. It was like the years of bad or little attention were suddenly playing catch-up and he wasn't ready for it with his level of maturity. I wanted to be a necromancer too, someone else said sadly. In RPGs, necromancers are always so badass, you know? Especially once they have their own little graveyard army, he said to his friend. Oh, I guess you are right, his friend agreed. Dang. Why do other people always get a better life? Someone cried out, shaking their fist at, presumably God. Is being a necromancer really that great, though? Yumi whispered to me while suspiciously narrowing her slits for eyes at Kenji. I shrugged slightly so Kenji wouldn't see us whispering. It's supposed to be a magic job, right? At least in a lot of games it is, but... I shook my head and shrugged. Seems like it would have a lot of problems, Yumi whispered again. I nodded slyly. I know, right? All we get is to be able to do some kind of language skill? My parents are expecting me to do something big with my life and they both have good jobs, Raya shook her head sadly. She kicked a desk in frustration. I guess it's not all bad. You guys got something before anyone, Yumi chirped. But you are still special, all of you are special. Asakura-sensei said. She patted his head, but then when he tried to hug her, she hid behind me. No touching please. Really? Sensei is just trying to mother us, it's not true. Someone grumbled. But... Yuta's face fell. No, touching, at all, Sensei reminded him this time more firmly and a bit angry. She was getting ready to hit him if she had to. Yuta, am I going to have to? Akira started to say, giving him the stop now look, but Yuta backed off. Yuta's eyes were big, seeing Akira's wrath forming, and that was enough it seemed. Sorry, Sensei, I just wanted a hug. Yuta looked down, but was sincere in his apology. That's what moms are for, Yumi responded with narrow slits for eyes. But mentioning the word mom I think caused depression in its own way to people. Actually, there's nothing that says Yuta and Raya only just have that one skill. We just don't know how it works yet and how the triggers unlock. Maybe groups of skills can do things too with how they interact, I said. Oh, is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Yuta looked a bit redeemed somehow and less jealous. Raya smiled a bit. Thanks. I wasn't trying to make them feel better though, but just stating the obvious. Well, if it's like that, then we just have to try different stuff for others too? Akira guessed. Is being a necromancer good though? I mean, Baldy-sensei is going to start to smell soon and he is decomposing, Akamoto the judo captain said. You'll also like... I didn't think about that. Kenji started scratching his chin, suddenly with a wild look on his face. He was frozen in uncertainty. Yamamoto-sensei just grunted listlessly and somewhat, less than fully conscious. It was funny seeing him follow Kenji around like a puppy. He'd been awakened only a few minutes ago. We still didn't know if he, or it, could talk. But it did seem to do commands. We got a good laugh at him telling Yamamoto-sensei to roll over and chase a stick. Kenji didn't realize that trying to show off and make sensei act like a dog was making him look very strange and an opposite effect than what he wanted. You see, about 5 minutes earlier, Kenji had gone over to Yamamoto-sensei's remains and began crying over him over and over, "Come back to us, sensei. We need you. Don't leave us. You were the only one that was nice to me," he was saying over and over, sobbing and gnashing of teeth also occurring while shaking the body and sensei's shirt with his fists. He was crying so pathetically we didn't realize how much his willpower had been acting in trying to wish Yamamoto-sensei was still with us. That's when it happened. Poor Kenji, someone said sadly. There was suddenly then a blue sparkly thing that flashed again and a blue screen popped up in front of Kenji this time. It was just like the blue sparkly I'd received too. Again, it had the Egyptian hieroglyphics like before, so we had to get our interpreters to help out. We were all stunned and looked at it quickly, wondering what was going on. Kenji stared at it a long time in disbelief and shock. What's it say?" he asked, glancing over to Raya and Yuta. He gave us a look like, "Is this really happening to me?" They both came over acting as a team and intensely curious. Acquired hidden skill, you have discovered necromancy. Hidden job activated. Kenji has become a necromancer. Allocating resources, loading, please wait. Loading, please wait. Raya kept reading. She sighed impatiently. Hidden skill is good, huh? Akira shrugged, wondering what I thought. I guess, I shrugged. But life isn't an RPG. In most RPGs, aren't necromancers the villains, though? Yumi wondered aloud. I don't know if Kenji is smart enough to be a villain, Akira whispered, to which I tried to cover up my smile. It keeps saying stuff like that, and now it's saying click next to continue at the bottom of the screen, Yuta finished for her, after they'd gotten past the boring part. Go ahead, you can touch the screen to further my greatness, Kenji said proudly. Wish you could scroll faster. The symbols take up so much of the screen, she complained, flicking the screen down. FK, yeah. I'm a powerful necromancer. Those orc cheese will never know what hit them. Kenji exclaimed. Behold. Some of the other kids snickered, hearing Kenji's tirade and power trip. That does sound kind of cheaty, doesn't it? Yumi whispered to Yuriko. I guess it could be kind of cheaty if his pet is strong. Akira guessed. Well, he did cheat on a math test recently. So it's cheaty of a different kind, maybe? But if it's like his grades. Yuriko shrugged in response. Of course, we're not supposed to know that, she said in low tones so that Kenji didn't hear us. So it's like that, someone said, overhearing us. A lot of students suddenly were looking at Kenji differently than before. Did he cheat off me then? Someone said. I know, right? I sit next to him in math too, another said. So is cheating on a test one of the requisites to get it to activate? One kid asked, who was desperately trying to will a mutilated girl, who had once been pretty, back to life. It was pretty obvious he wanted to be a necromancer too. Come on, come on. I need you, baby. Come back to me. I need an undead slave too, preferably one with nice boobs. How does this work again? Please, master. I want to be your disciple, he said to Kenji, who was nearby. Kenji sighed. I am not sure, to be honest. Maybe you have to try harder? But he looked a bit happier and brighter at someone saying they wanted to be his follower. So does that mean everyone's going to try out pulling dead people back to life? One of the girls asked nervously. If I die, burn my body, several of the girls said all at once. Yeah, that's kind of. Many people were staring at Kenji and his new apprentice. You, so gross. So people have those kinds of interests, huh? Somehow hearing it described that way sounded really bad, I thought. They were looking at the other new kid that was trying to imitate Kenji's actions to become a necromancer. So Kenji and the other guy are going to be the enemy of all women? A girl said nervously. Kenji heard that part and gasped, wait a minute? How does being a necromancer make me the enemy of women suddenly? That's not fair. I haven't done anything yet. He seemed pretty upset and many of the girls around him had their arms folded. I know what you are thinking already. You guys are thinking to only resurrect women and make harems and let all the boys die, one of the girls said accusingly. Kenji hesitated too long in contesting her, it seems. Prove it, he replied angrily. It's not true. I'm the victim. I swear, he then added. Kenji, you wouldn't let all the men die, would you? Akira pointed at him questioningly. He looked at him long and hard, staring into his eyes with the boss-going angry stare. Kenji hesitated a bit too long on that too, and then looked down guiltily. He wasn't good at lying, I remembered. The girl just sighed and shook her head. Akira and the rest of us were also disappointed. You can't argue someone looking guilty after all. Nearby, his friend was still shaking the dead girl. I can't get it to work, Kenji. Maybe you have to kiss her, someone suggested. Oh yeah, it could be like Snow White, you know, when the prince revivifies her with his life-giving kiss, another said. I couldn't tell whose side this person was on, really. So the story of Snow White was like that, huh? Someone said. I didn't think of it that way. Snow White's skin, hair as black as ebony, rose-red lips, meant undead? A girl wondered aloud. Really? We've been tricked this whole time, others said. But the face of this girl was mutilated and didn't even have a jawbone, but just had guts and gore hanging from the top half of the skull. She doesn't look like Snow White, after all, one of the boys said, feeling nauseous. I think I'm going to puke, Yumi gasped. I changed my trajectory from her just a little bit while still being subtle. I just have to make her mind right and then it'll work, the necromancer wannabe said, obviously frustrated. The girls were looking a bit scared now. What does he mean by make her his? Is he talking about that? That's so bold, Yuriko said with big eyes. Would she get pregnant if he could make her his? Someone wondered. So even though it's a new world, you can't escape child support after all, someone said. If you kiss her it'll work, a boy said innocently. I wondered if he was just trying to goad the kid though, but I didn't know him and it was too awful what the wannabe was about to do. Stop! I can't allow this. If you try to kiss what looks like exposed intestines and guts, I will have nightmares for the rest of my life, Yumi said, not being able to take it anymore. She and another girl pulled the necromancer wannabe away from mutilated Sally, or whatever her name was. But, I just have to try harder, I have to be a necromancer. It's my calling in life. All those RPGs and MMOs, I was always the necromancer. It's not fair that someone else can and I can't. I can't take it, the kid protested and was crying while the girls were figuring out how best to punish him. But unfortunately, the live girls were now giving him weird looks. I doubted he would ever be able to get a date for the rest of his life. Eventually, the girls chased him off. Akira, briefly glancing in my direction, told me he was probably thinking the same thing. We were both shaking our heads. He's not going to do that to us, is he? A girl wondered. Oh, yuck. That's worse than a pervert. Worse than a pervert? I didn't know there was a classification like that. Did you hear the way he was calling out to Remichan? Yuck, plus his hair is a bowl cut. Bleh, she replied. Yeah. Plus, aren't necromancers supposed to be like hated or something? Yuriko said a bit too loudly, and stating the obvious. It seems what Yuriko said was fate as Yuta and Raya read the next screen of hieroglyphics, now that they weren't distracted so badly. As a necromancer, you take a 10% penalty to trading when selling and dealing with merchants. You also incur a faction penalty from fear of the local populace. This also applies to your drudges and live minions, apprentices, etc. You may in some instances even have trouble with the law and face persecution. Because of the nature of your profession, you have a fear of death and obsession with immortality, as well as phobia of being burned at the stake, sometimes for good reason. In addition, you must be careful of spreading of germs and diseases due to your exposure to necrotic flesh and, oh, that's not good. Raya read carefully until the last part. She turned to Yuta. Do you think reading this part aloud is still okay? Maybe you should read this part? Well, I don't, he replied. He looked over and was relieved that Kenji had turned to try to comfort the other kid who was now crying that he couldn't be a necromancer too. When he heard it, Kenji's face fell. No! I don't want to be hated. Arg, why do I have to have the bad image? Well, it's not that bad. Come on, this is good. You might be able to have more than one minion later on, Yuta said, trying to comfort Kenji. Really? Oh, that sounds kinda cool actually. Might be able to? What's that supposed to mean? What does it say? How would it work? Kenji wondered greedily. Well, it's, not definite. We just think you might need to remember you have some good points too, Raya said, trying to back Yuta up. Some of those attributes didn't sound so good though, someone said. Yeah, that's true. Trouble with the law? What does that mean? Some of the kids asked, giving Kenji a suspicious look. Kenji's a criminal? A girl acted really surprised. I don't know if I should hang out with criminals. A few kids stepped back from Kenji. Well, should I click next to continue? Raya asked. Or maybe we should wait a bit for everyone to be ready? She was trying to judge Kenji's state of mind and if he could handle the other parts. Well, we can't keep the window open forever, and we need to figure out if there are other skills and jobs too, someone said. Seems like this world is ran by an evil god so far, Akamoto the judo captain grumbled. Maybe so, someone agreed. I agree with Akamoto, someone else sighed heavily. Wonder what god the pig orcs follow? Or are they atheist, another said. Probably an evil god of some kind and something involving cannibalism, someone else responded. Go ahead, Akira said, listening intently. The next screen says you have gained access to necromancer familiars. Yamamoto-sensei is now your zombie minion. However, due to necromancer being, wait a sec, is it okay to read that part? Raya stopped suddenly, looking to Yuta. Yeah, that's kinda, wonder if we should read it word for word? We could probably summarize that part, Yuta said suddenly, as they talked about it in low voices, but I caught what he meant because I was standing close. Yeah, that might not be good to say out loud, I heard Raya whisper to Yuta so Kenji wouldn't notice, and thankfully he was on an ego trip and hadn't noticed it. Hey, you guys are talking about me and my awesome skills. Fear my power, Kenji said confidently. He also tried to show off his skinny muscles, but they weren't doing much except making him look silly. He didn't seem to notice how Raya and Yuta were acting suspicious because his ego trip was still giving him an effect like Prozac. Raya coughed. Well, it basically says, your minion's stats have been lowered because you aren't very strong. With that part, the status window closed and there was nothing else to read. But suddenly Yuta elbowed her very lightly. She means strong enough yet. Strong enough yet, he firmly said to Raya, to which she suddenly agreed, and she was smiling too big. Yumi gave me an odd look and whispered in a low voice, I think they don't want Kenji to feel bad. They're basically saying he's a failed necromancer, right? She whispered while Kenji was commanding Yamamoto-sensei to rise from the grave. Yeah, something tells me that what they read didn't look good, and they aren't saying all of it, Akira also mumbled in a really low voice. Kenji talking to the zombie sounded really strange. He'd sort of forgotten that you don't want to embarrass yourself in public and that he wasn't all-powerful. It basically sounded like a televangelist somehow, and I expected him to start asking for people to join his church any time now. The zombie version of Yamamoto-sensei rose to his feet suddenly and stood there staring at Kenji while it drooled a puddle. Poor Kenji, I shook my head sadly. I hope he can recover from this. Yeah, I hope so too, Asakura-sensei said, who was standing right behind my shoulder. Oh my gosh! It's real! I just can't believe this even after seeing it, someone said. Another girl fainted. Ooh yuck, cover up its eye socket. That's so gross, one girl said. Another girl just vomited in disgust. That's so gross, its bones are showing, and it's just standing there, another said. Someone else vomited too. Hot, see my power. I also can induce a cloud of sickness spell. I already have spells. Kenji rolled his eyes, trying to show off to the nearest girl. No, that's just people thinking you are gross, Kenji. I'm so sorry, Raya gave him a pathetic hand on the shoulder for empathy while Kenji had a weird and frustrated look on his face. He looked like he was trying to tell if Raya was right or if he was right. You know, it's too bad he got a male minion. If he were smarter, he could have picked a pretty girl and at least have felt a little better about it and possibly have the chance for a love doll, Raya said a bit too loud. It was like she dealt Kenji a death blow. How will you prevent Yamamoto-sensei from stinking? A corpse is going to have an awful smell actually, someone said. Kenji damage, critical hit. He was now in the red zone for his morale and courage centers. I could see him sweating it out as things were piling up in his mind. I hate to say it, Kenji, but your next necromancer skill is probably going to be something like sewing up and stitching undead flesh, the same girl said. Kenji's face fell again. Akira and I face-slapped ourselves. Seriously, this girl had no tact. It was like she was purposefully trying to get Kenji to cry. Suddenly Kenji looked down. Ah hell. I didn't think of that. So, is there a reset button somewhere? Well, we have a bigger issue, I said, coughing and waving my hand. It looks like the orcs are gone, but they may come back soon. So we need to get everyone organized and leave. Well, let's go, we can talk about it later, Kenji said. Yeah, but we have to sort of talk about it to strategize, because we don't know where the nearest people will be, Yumi explained slowly like she was talking to a kid. Yeah, that's right, huh? He blushed, realizing his mistake. Well, does anyone else have any new skills? Did anyone else discover anything else? Asakura-sensei asked, looking over the group. Nobody seemed to have anything new. After a while, no hands and no one showing any positive sign made her sigh. First, how many survived? And also of those, we have to figure out how to move the wounded after we plan, Asakura-sensei explained. That's going to be the biggest problem. A lot of them don't have training with people that are sick. Plus, how exactly will we move the wounded? Asakura-sensei wondered. She looked really stressed out about it and looked to me for answers. Akamoto came back from the roof and then, after talking in low voices with Akira, they seemed to reach some kind of agreement, with Yuriko also listening. Well, there's a problem, you see. Somehow there are only about 16 wounded people still alive. It seems we didn't realize or have a way to prevent the bleeding, and we couldn't have medical supplies for this many, and some were too stubborn about using their own clothes and they had bled out. 16? But we carried so many back there during the fight? That's so low, Asakura-sensei exclaimed. Yeah, the roof is now a graveyard, Akamoto said, frowning. Well, if that's the wounded? How many people do we have alive and that can still walk by themselves? I wondered. 97, Yuriko said slowly. Out of the whole school of over 900 students, there are only 97 people still alive that we know of, and a lot of those are hurt from fighting, though they can tough it out somewhat. That's terrible. So many dead. Is that really how it is? Someone asked in disbelief. There was a long murmuring and many people expressing grief and sadness. It created a lot of confusion and near hysteria for the students to hear so many had died too. People were overcome and felt defeated. They didn't know what to say, and others were broken emotionally, but a few were angry, and we had a hard time calming down some of the kids that wanted revenge. A few minutes later, a loud voice broke over us. "Hey guys, look at that!" "What is that?" Akamoto said suddenly from the window area. By now it was light enough to look out. Instantly a whole horde of kids had gone to the window to see what he was looking at. There at the edge of the meadow, now not even a few hundred yards away from us, was some kind of orc fortress. If it had been light outside, we might have seen it, but because it had been so dark, it was just beyond where our vision would have allowed. The orcs themselves were guarding it, and a squad of them was in front of their entrance and staring back at our school. Some of them seemed to be acting like runners to different parts on the walls, and there was noticeable activity. I could see a trail of orc bodies and some human bodies too, all the way to the orc fortress entrance. It surprised me that many people had also been fighting to death outside too, but it made sense they wouldn't willingly be carried away, and some would rather die than be sex slaves or be turned into jerky. There seemed to be orc assistants carrying some of the bodies away on litters to be added to their soup kitchens. They even were cutting up the bodies to make it easier to carry right out in the open. After all, they had efficiency and ate everything from the dead, from both sides of the conflict. Oh my! Why the hell are we summoned in front of an orc fortress? Someone said angrily. Damn it! Who did this to us? Some of them cried out. Betrayed by whoever summoned us here. Why would we be summoned right here of all places? It doesn't make sense. Even Asakura-sensei, who had a pure heart, was expressing some anger. The students were getting mad now because there had been so many deaths. It always bothered me wondering how they found us so quickly, Akira said finally. I mean, we weren't even here on this world for an hour and we were attacked that fast. He shivered. Wait a minute. This changes everything, I exclaimed in panic. If we are literally a stone's throw in front of their damn fortress, we need to get the hell out of here before they send the second wave, I said. So we've been scammed. The orc fortress is proof. They summoned us right on top of it practically. Akira looked ready to crush someone with anger. Yeah, that's exactly what this is, a kidnapping to another world. It is a scam. Being a hero is like a MLM scheme now it seems, I said, also resolute with anger. We were now trying to get everyone moving by having snuck out the back door of the ruins of our former school. It was beyond repair, and actually now seeing it from the outside it was amazing so many people had lived through however we were brought to this world. It looked like a building that had gone through World War II bomb runs in Germany, almost. I wondered if the travel between worlds was part of why the building had eroded so much. Some of the damage didn't appear to be from the orcs, and they didn't have siege weapons. So it's clear the energy of being summoned was partly part of the damage. We'd been moving for some time, and at first no one was talking, but I couldn't ignore how upset everyone was. In addition to the grief and anger, there was a lot of desire for revenge. We'd finally worked our way down the stairs, and barely gotten out the back with a long line of tired and gore-covered students in ruined clothes. But there were signs some of the orcs were watching us with scouts, and so we kept everyone armed and tried to keep even numbers throughout the line of people with the weapons or with the people with weapons at different hall checkpoints as we worked down to the ground floor. People also were really scared, and a lot of the halls were still dark, so it took a long time. It was confirmed we weren't alone still when we heard steps in some of the darker halls that had no light in them as strange heavier footsteps ran away from our retreating party. That made the others really nervous, since it was believed there were no other survivors left in the school and the orcs had pulled a lot of the bodies out already on the first floor at least. They had yet to come back to the second floor and the third where we were at before coming down. You think we have time to salvage the kitchen area? Akamoto suggested. I don't think we have time, before the orcs come back, Asakura-sensei said. Besides, even if we did have time to screw around, I'd rather find a place to get the gore off all our clothes, Yumi said dourly. She was right. Everyone was covered in guts and blood, both their own and that of their friends, and that of the orcs. I agree, though I know a lot of people will be mad later when we don't know where food is going to come from, I said. Yeah, that's true, Akira agreed. If we had maybe a couple really fast scouts to go, they could probably hit it up, Akamoto pleaded. We're being watched, Akira was the first one to notice after me. That's bad, Yumi paled. Well, that cuts off the kitchen idea. You would get pillaged by the scouts waiting for you to break away from the main group while you were either going through it or on the way there, I said. You think so? Someone said. Think about it. Wolves attack the deer that separate from the herd. It's common sense, Akira said. You'll also like. Damn. If they are watching us now, not a good idea, I guess, Akamoto finally agreed. I know we are going to have to find food later though, Asakura-sensei said. We need to basically get as far as we can from here before dark again, I said. But people need to rest too, Asakura-sensei said, worrying. I could see she was looking at Rina. I was also thinking of Rina. If we can find a safe place that pig orcs can't get to, then sure. We'll rest at that time, I said cheekily. Sensei looked really tired. Her shoulders were slumped over and some strands of hair had fallen out of place. She was good-looking enough though that she didn't wear makeup every day, thus she was lucky because all the girls wearing makeup had raccoon and panda eyes from all the crying causing their makeup to smear. Rina and Sensei were the only ones that weren't like this, though the effect was less on Yumi because she looked good and had good facial structure and skin. It's true that it was a lot to ask, but the orcs would surely follow us after they reorganized. But we had no idea how long that would take. Theoretically, they could possibly burst through that fortress gate at any minute. They probably would rearm, get more people, discuss strategy, also try to build up their morale, but who knows, anything was possible at this point. We decided to follow a way that led towards a far distant river way down at the edge of our site in the valley lowland away from the school. It was almost hidden because of the forest that grew around it except for hints and different places where it was revealed around rocky spots, plus the trees and forest areas followed the river so closely giving clues that it was there. It was Asakura-sensei's suggestion that most cities were formed next to rivers. So if there was a city, it would most likely be near the river for water, fishing, trade, and travel even. While walking towards it, someone had brought up the idea of wondering if we should go upstream or downstream from it, but that thought was suddenly interrupted. You see, after we'd gotten out the back, there was a long line of us trying to march away from the school, but someone had noticed something else. Hey, what are those? Yuriko asked. She was staring at something with her eyes in a sort pose that suggests confusion and being upset at the same time. I could only turn my head partway because Asakura-sensei and I had Rina's arms over our necks and shoulders helping her move and keeping her on her feet. We kept her tightly between us to ease the drag and gravity pulling at us and keep her buoyed up. Hey, what do those say? Yumi asked Raya suddenly. Both of them pointed to something funny I hadn't seen before. We all stared. Sure enough, surrounding the ruined school at even intervals sticking up out of the tall grass were painted monolithic structures and rocks with some strange symbols carved into them which looked hastily erected recently. I looked at them carefully. It was some kind of polished black stone similar to marble or obsidian, and the carving on it was deep and carefully etched. They were spaced in a circular formation all around the school. They haven't been there long. Notice how the rocks have no patina, and they look like everything is all fresh? There's also trampled grass where they were put down, and no grass growing between the grooves and gaps in the rocks in their little piles respectively, Yumi said. If this was an RPG, those would be the summoning ring or summoning circle anchor stones and monoliths, Yuta said, pushing his glasses up his nose. Yuta is right like usual, someone said. It looked like he'd gained a female follower of some kind. A lot of people gasped in surprise at once. If we weren't in a hurry, a lot of the students would have wanted to study the stones and look for traces of what had put them there. It was clear there probably were some footprints around there because the beautiful green grass of the meadow was trampled around the area where the stones were placed. Even without special training you could tell that. Then can you read them? Akira asked. Not exactly. They are this system's writing, and I can see a clear symbol that I should be able to remember and reference for later. But, for some reason they are the only thing I can't read so far. Even if I could, it's a carved symbol and not a readable sentence, Yuta finished. Maybe you can write down those symbols, and we can study them later, I suggested. Hurry, we're getting farther and farther from the school, chuckled Yuriko. It's true that by now we were starting to get to where it was hard to see the school's summoning stones. In a few more minutes of walking, we'd be away from the school entirely. You got it, boss. I probably won't be able to get many of them though, since we're in a hurry to get away, Yuta saluted. But he was so nerdy, it made me embarrassed. Come to think of it, we had to do something about Yuta's hair. He had a bowl cut, just like that wannabe necromancer kid that was probably hiding out somewhere close to Kenji. I worried what that might do to him having an image like that. That doesn't make sense. We're sure your special skill is reading languages. Yumi grumbled. Could it have had a malfunction? Someone asked. That's possible, if there's no other explanation, some replied. There were so many people around us that it was impossible for people not have an opinion of some kind, it seemed. After all, our line of survivors walking down the land resembled a crowd of people that might be standing in line for an amusement park ride, except nobody wanted to get on this ride. Wait a minute, if magic is a system and it has writing, would you have to have another skill too, in addition to Yuta and Raya's skills? Asakura-sensei finally guessed. Some girl was completely shocked. Many people were as surprised as she was. So it was like that. Who would have thought? Someone else said. So that means the skills interact and have like compounding effects and stacking ability. If you didn't have magic skills or a magic subclass, then you can't read what the magic writing would say. Rina said tiredly while trying to walk forward as best she could. But how are we supposed to know who has a magic skill? Yumi grumbled. It's not like everyone is going to be able to run around tossing fireballs. I'd want to go around tossing fireballs, Yuta grumbled. Really? You want to be able to do magic? Yuriko asked him sincerely. Yeah. Who wouldn't? If I had something like that when the orcs hit. He didn't finish the sentence. We all hated to think of how many people had died there. Actually, that's pretty unlikely, Asakura-sensei reasoned. I mean, think about it. If you could do that, there'd be forest fires and wildfires all the time. Even if they didn't try to start them, it would inevitably happen from sparks hitting dry grass or pine needles. Towns are made of kindling pretty much, and wooden buildings all packed together. Just practicing in your room one time would make your whole family homeless, and then they'd hate you for it. Also, they'd have fires like every week if people really could toss fire around and have fire magic. Do you really think a city can endure that? The others nearly stopped in their tracks as common sense finally hit them. I didn't realize it, but so many people's hopes were snuffed out just like that. A lot of people had played too much Final Fantasy, it seemed. So it's like that. A girl then started swearing under her breath. RPGs are so deceptive, huh? TCH, we've been living a lie. Yuta grumbled. He covered his face with his hands in grief. One of the girls patted his back to comfort him. It seemed to be one of the Yuta followers. Oh man, I should have just gone out and gotten a job. I've been tricked, another said. Yeah, I thought I was going to be a fire mage too, someone said. So we can't, someone pouted. Not fair. Aw man, I thought there might be some redeeming traits to this world, someone cried out. If there's no fire magic, there might be something else though, right? Akamoto suggested. I mean, there clearly is magic here, but it's probably just not something so self-destructive, right? Maybe it's something that's used for attack, but just wouldn't burn everyone's houses down overnight? I suppose. That's very possible. If Yuta and Raya can suddenly read other languages, there must be something, I admitted openly. I don't get it. Why is fire so bad? One kid said. We all stared. It turned out it was the same goth kid that wondered why it was bad to put live people in the item box. Several people rolled their eyes. I couldn't help but notice he'd been throwing rocks at squirrels just a second ago. Speaking of which, I hadn't gotten a chance to go through all the stuff in the item box yet, because we'd had so many interruptions. After seeing him say that, I saw a few people pray for the first time, hoping they could change their lives and not be like him. Well, it makes sense. Think about how many arsonists would be running around if you really could be a fire mage. Asakura-sensei said logically. I was thinking it'd be like he walks into a shop and says something like, "Hey old man, give me a discount or you'll use your fire insurance this year." Naturally, it's part of the monthly protection tax, Akamoto joked. At least he partly joked, but partly what he said was true and somewhat serious too. That's not a bad idea, the goth kid said under his breath. Several girls walked a little faster to get away from him subtly. He didn't seem to realize people were staring at him while he walked with his head down. How could he be so open about it? I didn't think of that. If everyone had awesome powers, then life would be more violent, huh? Yumi questioned. So if a lot of powerful people were together in a town, how would they keep people from pushing other people down anyway? What would keep the normal people and the others safe from the fire mage or whatever it was that had the big strong skills? Asakura-sensei wondered, as she was walking really close to Rina and to the side of me. Yeah, I'm worried about that too. The boss pig orc was clearly like a king or general. So are there people like that among the humans too? If there are, will they lord over the others unfairly? Yumi wondered. Well, if there were humans like that, what would their classification be? Are they still human or something higher than human? Asakura-sensei asked. Not sure. Good question, but hope we don't meet any, Yumi said, closing the subject. Well, even with no fire magic skill, there is undoubtedly an attack magic of some kind, I reasoned. I'm just not sure how it works yet, or what it is. After all, we had someone discover necromancy, so there must be something. What do you think, Sensei? Someone asked us close by. Well, it's true that sometimes bad things happen to good people. I think we just have to look out for each other more, and then we'll be okay. Try not to obsess too much about being like Kenji and others. I don't think it's healthy, Asakura said, trying to be cheerful and hopeful, but she was having a tough time too. Without realizing it, she'd made some of the students chuckle. "Shun, what's going to happen to us?" Rena suddenly asked while leaning on me. "I know you are tired, but you have to tough it out." "We'll get through it," I coached and tried to encourage Rena, who I knew was listening. "Yeah, I know that. But even so, it's like my strength is gone. My legs are all wobbly and keep slipping out from under me. It's like this every day. They just collapse. How am I supposed to have a future here?" she said evenly. What she said was true. Sometimes we'd be helping her walk and suddenly she was falling to the ground and we'd catch her by the arms and shoulders to keep her from hitting the ground. "Rena is pretty enough. I'm sure she'll have a lot of boy followers that want to help. In fact, I'll probably have to help him beat them off, which I'll do without mercy," Akira coughed, trying to encourage her. I could tell his burns hurt terribly though, or he would have helped me with carrying her, but I wasn't sure if that was good or not too, now that I realized he liked her. I wasn't sure to interpret Akira as a help or a hindrance hearing that. Part of me felt good that maybe someone could help make sure Rena was taken care of, but I also worried someone would take her away and if they'd treat her well. Still, he had Yuriko to help him move, so I couldn't feel too sorry for him. After a long time we'd gone a few miles. But we knew that not everyone was going to make it. There were too many challenges to solve. First, we did a buddy system and tried to have 2 unhurt people carry 1 hurt person in the same way that Sensei and I were carrying Rena, but some people were tired and hurt like Akira. Some were pretending to be hurt but not really hurt like Akira was really hurt. There were also people who didn't want to help like Goth Kid and Shale, who we hadn't seen since. Then we had trouble also with people that were too close to death when we'd left the school. In the end, we couldn't force people to help others. Of the 16 seriously injured, meaning seriously injured enough to not walk by themselves without help, we knew even before leaving that 4 of those would die. Sadly enough, 1 more jumped off the roof of the building, believing he was saving the people that would be slowed down trying to carry him. I couldn't talk after that for a while because it had emotionally shaken me up so badly. That left 11 people that had to be carried around, and not everyone was taking turns. We had the know-how of how to make homemade Boy Scout stretchers using broom handles and blankets. But the problem there was that we'd already made and needed the broom handles as spears and weapons, and the school didn't really have any blankets because it wasn't foreseeable that people would have been sleeping at the school at night. After all, the last thing parents want is for their kids to be sleeping with each other at school with teenage near-adult bodies and hormone surges. At least that's what Asakura-sensei had said when we'd talked about the idea of finding blankets. Also, because my attention was on keeping Akira going and Rena up, I wasn't able to check on if the other students were taking care of each other, and especially the wounded students. Because it took all my strength doing just what I was already trying to do. That was why we'd lost a lot of time trying to leave the ruins of what was left of the school. I was worried about if we'd made enough progress before the orcs figured out what was happening. Their scouts had already reported some of what was going on, I'm sure. We were now entering a wooded area, and I guessed we were even close to the river, with the school barely in sight a few miles behind us. This wooded area would have more places to hide in and run to, but that could also mean other things besides orcs. After all, we knew nothing about this world. It was right then that suddenly Akamoto gave a frantic shout. I turned to face his direction. I had a bad feeling, but couldn't see what was up yet. He was shouting for other people to go over to where he was, but there were so many students between us that I couldn't see what was wrong. I took in a deep breath and gripped my axe blade more tightly after pulling it down from a homemade back strap I'd rigged for it. Yumi, can you carry Rena for a bit? Let me go check what the problem is, I said. Yumi nodded tiredly. No way. Another one? More trouble it seems, some kids were saying, but I couldn't see around the students that were pointing and crowding at something ahead. I thought we had more than our share of trouble already, Kenji exclaimed. Doesn't it ever stop? Man, I still hadn't had a chance to go through the item box, but there was so much need to help people. Dreamweaver Chapter 14 Inch Be quiet, or we'll be discovered, people whispered. Passing it down the line as I neared toward the small hidden area where the commotion was coming from. By now we were several miles from the Orc Fortress and the school. After talking so long I didn't realize it, but we'd gotten pretty far. We'd been steadily climbing down into a rich valley area which had a bit of a slope but was getting more and more green the further we progressed. The grassland area felt cool to travel in, but it was also making the edges of our pants dewy and a bit wet. We could smell all kinds of things in the air too with its rich freshness. It was very different from growing in a concrete city. Here and there I even saw evidence of flowers and bees growing and thriving around in the grass as it slowly but surely became a dense woods area. Now the school and the Orc Fortress were just out of sight. But even though we'd made a few miles, I didn't feel comfortable with how far we'd gotten just yet. It wasn't far enough to camp yet, nor was it good enough for us to be safe. We probably weren't going to be that hard to track, I thought. Creeping forward, I had to duck low to stay hidden and found myself entering the hidden opening of a hideaway spot. But that was high up, but with sheer drop-offs on either side of the path going into IT. It was a harrowing experience. And then suddenly we were crowding around what looked to be a sort of camouflaged hill overhang with a sheer drop that was above the riverbank about 40 feet down the cliff below. I couldn't see the river at first, but the heavy water vapor and noise of a waterfall close by was obvious. It wasn't until later that I was able to see a fast-moving river that was fairly loud below us and that gave off a cold current and vapor above because of its speed. We also had agreed that some of us would go ahead to make sure it was safe. There were several others here already, also staying low. SHH. Have everyone stay quiet. These guys might be dangerous, Akamoto was saying, where he was at the front of the discovery and seemed to be the one knowing what was going on. He was pointing to something below us. Yuta was with him, having crawled up quickly and was one of the first to be there. They were both huddled under cover like the others, and I could see the fear in their eyes. The students had followed him here, and there were at least 20 students getting close to this area, and many of them were crawling forward on their elbows, laying flat like Akamoto, while the others were trying to keep the rest of them quiet. They'd crept right up to the drop-off of the precipice, which made us somewhat secluded. Slowly, I crawled forward too, wanting to take a look, going further out into the hidden lookout spot. Yuta was also there, and so were a few others. But the majority of the others were still hanging back and not in this little hidden spot where Akamoto had found it. We couldn't help but look over down to the twisting rocky river. Overall it looked beautiful. The pristine water was mountain snow runoff that had melted from the weather change of spring and flowed down from the mountains to the northwest of us, and crystal clear. So much so that in the spots where the water was forming pools, you could see fish swimming below despite us being not quite even that close to the river. It also looked like it would take a little time to cross, but wouldn't be impossible to do so on foot without tools. However, that was deceptive too, since it was likely it would be very hard to keep your footing in the strong current, and the rocks all over in the middle and by the banks did look sharp and jagged. They were some kind of volcanic rock, it seemed. What the heck? I whispered. I don't get it. Is this a war world? Someone else said. But they weren't looking at the river, they were looking at what was going on nearby it. Must be, it's like we just go from one carnage after another, a girl with badly smeared mascara said. Below us was another scene of carnage, but it wasn't orcs. This idea totally had me flat-foot. I was seeing another skirmish of some kind. Figures below were shouting and shooting range weapons at each other along the river's edge. Both were human groups, but their cultures and armor seemed to be different. One side had almost samurai-looking primitive wood armor, bows, arrows, spears, and wooden shields, while the opposing group had sheer numbers and mostly just loincloths. A few leather protective pieces, but mostly a lot of exposed tanned skin, weird cloth headdresses with fancy ornamentations of metal and elaborate paints, swords, javelins, and spears. It was clear that both groups looked like something straight out of a history book from around somewhere between 1000 BC to around 400 AD. Both sides were fairly numerous and trying to gain an upper hand while using logs and trees for cover around the riverbank. They kept trying to look for openings with the shield, using guys having a better defense in general and better unity. However, the other side outnumbered them by quite a bit. They kept trying to both dodge and attack, with some of their people even trying to lure enemies into the open, to be cut off by his friends after you were to fall back, but it wasn't working very quickly for either side. They look kind of Japanese, someone said. But I'm not sure yet. They do, someone confessed. We don't know for sure yet, someone said. Even if they are, they might not be friendlies. Well, only one side does. Their wooden armor looks really like from something I've seen somewhere, but I can't quite figure it out. The other looks quite different, Okamoto said. But the other guys, those headdresses and stuff, that's almost like. He scratched his chin. Ancient Egyptian warriors, right? Yuta guessed. They might not be Japanese, they just look Asian, but yes, the others look Egyptian, someone else argued back in whisper. Well, some people you can tell if you look long enough, another reasoned. That explains the window popping up in Egyptian hieroglyphics, doesn't it? Yuta wondered. Not really. For one, did the window pop up in Egyptian hieroglyphics because we were on Egyptian land, or because the Egyptians here control more parts of the world, or because they were here longer? If there are other cultures and groups besides the Egyptians, then why didn't the window appear in those languages? I asked. Shun. Why do you always say something difficult? Yuta face-palmed himself in frustration. You make my head hurt. Well, it's true. It's a good question, Okamoto reasoned, but as we said that, more and more of the Egyptian soldiers were getting crushed, because they didn't have shields and had only small pieces of armor with a huge amount of exposed skin. The arrows from the others would bury into their flesh quite quickly, and the trees didn't offer them much cover. They too were throwing their javelins back as best they could, but it wasn't going very well for them. Then we heard chanting and some kind of runes drawn by one of the Egyptians in the air in a quick series of motions. He was obviously some kind of leader because his headdress was fancier and all black with gold snake ornamentation and some kind of black makeup around the eyes like you'd see in Egyptian art. He pointed suddenly at the opposing troops after finishing the rune he'd drawn in the air. The air was suddenly split by a blinding thunderbolt hitting the ground from the sky, which split a tree in half and knocked 3 of the primitive-looking Asian warriors off their feet. We saw dirt also explode with a small shockwave, and then it settled. They didn't get up and were just lying there, while the Egyptian magic user covered the retreat for his forces, while getting on some kind of chariot also painted in his black and gold colors, while the rest of his men were marching on foot. As quickly as it had begun, both sides were withdrawing, though they were shouting stuff at each other angrily. I'm guessing they're shaking their fists at each other with something about revenge, but I wasn't entirely sure yet. Looks like about 23 Egyptians died, and the Asian warriors lost about 7. Counting what the Egyptian sorcerer did, Okamoto said, after counting them off. But they did seem reluctant to engage each other directly, which was why the death counts were so low compared to how many total warriors were actually there. Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me too, Yuta said. There sure seemed a heck of a lot more Egyptians though, I said. Not much of a skirmish, was it? I wonder why they quit, a girl asked. Maybe because the orc nest is active nearby. That might bother them both quite a bit more than each other, I guessed. Yeah, that sounds what I'd think in the same position. They won't eat each other alive, but the orcs will. They can negotiate with each other too, but not with the orcs. It would be the ideal strategic decision to save your military strength for whatever threat is more dangerous and pressing, Yuta acknowledged. Oh, wait a minute. Those Asian warriors, I think I understand now. The wooden armor, I should have realized. Okamoto was in a daze. He looked like he just scored an A on a math test. What is it? Yuta asked. Those are Yayoi-era soldiers. I'm sure of it. I remember a few years ago going with my family to see Yashinagari. I mean, come on, don't they look sort of samurai-ish, except maybe a bit more primitive from earlier eras? The helmet designs are definitely pre-samurai and not something you see in old Chinese history stuff. Plus, Korean military history and armor history have vastly different look. They also looked somewhat Japanese, but not quite like us and not Korean either. Okamoto continued. I didn't know you can tell Asians apart that well, someone said. Well, a lot of people can. I don't know how it works, but my grandpa and a few others can look at people and tell where they come from usually, Yuta said. Are you sure? Someone asked. Well, it doesn't matter if Yuta is right or wrong, but the fact is that Okamoto is right. The evidence is right in front of us. It's also known that Yayoi people used wooden armor and had some form of military technologies, though not as advanced as later eras. They do look like Yayoi-era foot soldiers of some kind, I reasoned. Well, it's true that Korean and Chinese don't look exactly like us, and it's somewhat noticeable. They didn't look like them and did kind of look like us, someone surmised, thinking aloud. It's possible both of you are right. So we have stumbled on the edge of a Yayoi-era civilization and an Egyptian civilization that border each other? Isn't that weird? I asked. It's better than running into another orc city, Yuta said, not realizing what he just said. Instantly the lights went on in several students' heads. I didn't think about that. We assumed there was only one orc city. There might be several, or a whole empire of them. Okamoto slapped himself in the forehead. Why didn't I realize the danger? I wish I could argue some other way, but it does look like that's what happened, Yuta admitted, shrugging and going through the argument step by step for some of the doubters. They did sort of look like pictures of armor and clothing I'd seen of Yayoi people that I'd studied and looked at in history class. Wooden armor is classic for them, with very little in the way of metals. They also had a very definite architecture to their buildings and style of dress. It does seem to match them well. But they were primitive, right? A girl said sadly. Are we going to have to live primitively? She turned to her friend. Not necessarily, Okamoto reasoned. The Yayoi were believed to have in part came from near the Yangtze in China. Then they evolved quickly into their own culture and way of doing things, with their own types of buildings, sturdy living structures, a system of multiple palisades around towns, farming. And actually their clothing was fairly nice looking even by today's standards. The girls gave off a sigh of relief. Well, will they understand us? Okamoto wondered. I shrugged. Well, I'm not a linguist. A lot can change in what, 500 years or so? Yuta scratched his head. Yeah, it would be about that much. Just hope they don't meet Kenji first. That won't help any. He rolled his eyes, saying the last part. Damn. That'd be awful, especially if his apprentice is with him, Okamoto grumbled. I think so too, Okamoto, I agreed. But will we be able to talk to them? I wondered. That's a tough question, Yuta said. Because of my ability, probably I can, but not sure if the rest of you can. Even a little would help us to be able to make some progress and make everyone's lives more stable. Okamoto said. At the very least, their language would be closer to ours than Egyptian. The others might be able to learn enough of it to get by, I said. Despite that comment, Yuta didn't look unhappy. I was worried he might feel less important, but the idea that we could still progress in this world and gain other skills had already been ingrained to him. Well, why were they fighting? Did you understand anything they said? Akimoto asked, looking at Yuta. Okay, well here's the gist of it. Yuta took in a deep breath. His face scrunched up while he sorted the details in his mind. Bear in mind I didn't catch the whole thing, because I came in after they were already talking. But the wooden armor Asian people were wanting the Egyptians off their land. The Egyptians claimed it was their land and that Pharaoh had been generous to them in the past, letting them rule themselves without dispute, and that they owed them tribute for it. The other guy just argued back and said it wasn't generosity that made them decide that, but rather the threat of the monsters in the land, and to not lie so boldly to his face. Tribute? That's about as old as it gets. It's like saying, "Give me your lunch money," someone said. Yeah, at any rate the two sides don't get along, and they said something about the mountains and the river. Which is this area are the corners of the borders for both of them, and to respect the border. Then the leader of the wooden armor people said they are entitled to a share of the new slaves coming to this world and to not cut them out. The other guy didn't want to share any of the new slaves from the other world, which has no magic, and that they would take them by force if they had to. At that point, you saw as much as I did, and the shooting had already started. So both sides practice slavery, huh? That's not good at all. I scratched my chin thinking about it. And the only way ahead to escape the orc seemed to be crossing the land of both of these two peoples that was interlocked and clearly already settled. Can we really trust people that practice slavery? Akimoto asked. He wasn't sure what to do and was shaking his head while he kicked a rock. I think not, Yuta concluded. Exactly. That's the right question to ask, I replied, pointing at him. I'd also have to tell the girls this, back where they were still walking. But even so, we need access to being able to get trade, weapons, tools, shelter, and all the other stuff we need. Akimoto grumbled, sighing. Well, if the river is the border, we'd been thinking going downstream to find a city, right? But if they practice slavery, how are they going to see us? Do we still want to go that route? Yuta questioned seriously. Yeah, that's a problem. We don't know how they would react, Akimoto said. So a culture that practices slavery would take people as slaves from the people that are strangers to them or from other lands. I'm thinking either of those two groups might be hostile to us. Especially if we were the cause of why they skirmished, we might be considered a valuable resource to them. Either one of them, or both, might and probably will try to enslave us, I thought aloud. I don't want to be a slave, a girl exclaimed. Suddenly half the girls were sobbing. I heard them say a lot of things like not wanting to be slaves, hate this world, this sucks, and all kinds of complaints, including wish there was electricity here. Well, the two leaders arguing did understand each other, so they have some of this new world magic stuff and can communicate. Plus the one looked like a mage if there ever was one, and are you sure you heard him right when he said he wanted a share of the slaves from the no magic world? Akimoto asked Yuta to be sure. That doesn't sound good at all, a girl said, her head dropping down to her chin in sadness. Yuta frowned. I know I heard him correctly. Though I wish I were wrong. Saying they were from the world with no magic can only have one meaning. I said. The others nodded in agreement. So one of the two groups was responsible for summoning us here and knew we were here in fact, which was why they were here at the border. Yuta concluded. Then the other side gets jealous from discovering them through their scouts maybe, and decides to not get cut out of the deal, I suggested. That's likely. Though I'm not sure which side summoned us yet, Yuta said. We should tell the others and see what they think as soon as possible, Akimoto suggested. To which all of us agreed. That means they are just waiting for us to cross over from the area here to be snatched up, I said. And both sides looked like they had quite a few soldiers and well armed. You know they would have captured and seen all of us if it weren't for how many trees and brush are in this area, Okamoto said. I think I felt a chill up my neck. Man, why'd you have to say something like that? I'll have nightmares for sure, Yuta cursed. They might be harder to fight than the orcs, since they have real weapons and armor, Okamoto sighed. I still didn't see metal, I argued back. The bulk of their equipment was wood, but with a few spear points carved from stone, the bows and arrows were biological material and from plants, and nobody had anything metal except for the guy on the chariot. So metalwork exists, but maybe it's expensive or something? So there is a chance to surprise them with a few things, I think. I don't want to be a slave, a girl pleaded, shaking me by the arm and crying. Please. Then suddenly Okamoto had a big blue screen in front of him, also in the same hieroglyphics. The others too, one by one, there were like nearly 10 other people that had blue screens pop up all at once, including Yuta. What the heck? Yuta exclaimed. So many? That's a lot, all at once, I said in surprise. What do they say? Was I going to get one too? Mine was item related, but was that good enough? It wasn't job or skill related, and that made me nervous. What if I was an NPC, or a fail like Kenji? I couldn't help but feel like stress was coming off me, like I'd just gotten out of a sauna. I hope you guys can hurry, we can't be standing still in one place too long. Sensei and Rina are resting close by, getting ready for us to move again, Yumi said, finally approaching our group in the hidden overlook. It had taken her a few minutes to figure out where we'd disappeared to. This hideaway spot is cool though, and it looks like you can see over the river well, she added as she looked over it and all the foliage that had enclosed tightly around it. After looking at it, she was right. It was the perfect hidey spot. Yeah, it's a cool spot, Okamoto looked pleased since he'd found it, of course. He was inspecting it around and looking over it, looking proud of himself, but then he saw all the blue screens all going up, so many! So does this mean everyone's evolving? I asked. Could be. The more we evolve, the better? Yumi guessed. Someone signaled Raya to come over, and she and Yuta began reading off the screens. They started with Okamoto, due to scouting an enemy achievement, forestry skill, navigation, and hidden observation. You have unlocked the ranger job, with its accompanying skill tree and minor nature affinity. Ranger job, is that good? Okamoto wondered, with his face screwed up. He was worried if he got something bad, or below average it seemed. Doesn't sound that special to me, I wanted fire mage after all, some kid said, but nobody listened to him. After all, fire mage was so impractical. Would you sneeze fire and burn your house down? Raya shrugged, I think it's good. It says. Her finger followed the hieroglyphics, access to tracking, nature, survival, woods lore, wild plant and animal identification, hiding and camouflage, scouting, range combat techniques, and forager technique unlocked as potential skills. Higher tier and advanced skills will be unlocked as progression justifies knowledge of their existence beyond the basic skill tree. Basic skill tree? Does that mean there's more than one skill tree? If there was only one skill tree, it wouldn't need to say basic, right? What do you think? Maybe there's basic and advanced? I guessed, wondering if anyone could confirm. So it's like that, Okamoto said. Suddenly his brain was turning and cranking the gears inside. Wow. That's really awesome. Yuta exclaimed. This is the first good news so far. We need foragers and skills like that right now. I'm so excited. We're not going to starve now. Yumi exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down while crying real tears. In fact, the only thing as important as that would be a bath and clean clothes. Okamoto was staring at Yumi jumping up and down, so I stepped between them while Yumi was calming down and to help him not stare at her cleavage. After all, lots of the girls had their clothes at least partially tore up. Are you really excited to forage and hike around playing in the dirt? I wondered, looking at Yumi without staring at certain places. I liked her a lot, but I wanted to be a gentleman after all. But it surprised me that this might fascinate her. She blushed. Well, it's better than starving and being poor. It's really a good start for being our first day in this world. Well, considering it's our first day, barely, I guess having a few new skills and jobs to discover is okay, I said. I want clean clothes and a bath too, several other people said. Well, find a hotel then. I'm sure they can help, someone said sarcastically to the demanding kids, which still hadn't faced reality. Don't change the subject, Yuta said excitedly, pointing at what he thought were degenerates. We're at the good part now. We have to maintain this momentum now that something good is happening. But aren't you scared to take a bath with the orcs and those other people around hunting for us? I wondered. Yeah, but we're really that dirty, Yumi said in total despair. How is being a ranger awesome when that Egyptian guy has something that can throw a lightning bolt around? Okamoto stiffened in fear. He didn't look so sure about it. It looks like he's got us matched. Yeah, but that's real stuff we need badly. This is real skills that can protect and help people live. It's really a good step in the right direction, I said with big eyes. But is it really going to work on the first try? You have failed at chopping wood. Maybe they will fail a few times while working it up. That's how it is in a game, some kid said. Arg. I hate that you guys keep referencing games. That's such a waste of life, Yumi said angrily, ready to explode. She looked like she was going to clobber the kid. I kept up a mask, but I was surprised Yumi didn't like games. Actually, come to think of it, a lot of girls didn't like games. Why is that? Maybe this wouldn't help any, since it's like we were trapped in a real-life torture scenario that resembled one. Maybe girls didn't understand that guys didn't have people coaching them through life and had a lot given to them, but guys had to figure stuff out through simulations. Let's just dwell on what's going on now. That's important, Yumi. We have to think how to keep people alive, I responded, trying to keep her focused on the now. Right, she nodded. Foragery? Woods lore and survival? With all these people in the wilderness fumbling around like blind sheep, we need you to start practicing that skill and teach it to others as fast as you possibly can. Yuta exclaimed. Oh, I didn't think about it that way. I keep forgetting that there's so many people, Okamoto finally realized. He looked beaming now that he was satisfied Ranger wasn't a failed job with no magic. He immediately began getting others nearby. They were trying to figure out how to go about teaching and working up their skills. But isn't it better for him if he keeps his skill to himself? Someone said. It just so happens that Kid had been identified as Ranger number 3 out of the 6 total that had been identified in about 5 or 10 minutes of sorting them all out. Well, if you haven't forgotten, we have a bunch of orcs that will catch up with us, and 2 slaver groups on either side of us in front. The more of your allies that fall, the quicker you will die or become a slave. Does that answer your question? Raya stared back at him ruthlessly. She crossed her arms over her chest and was giving him a standoff smirk. Hurry, don't worry about the ignorant. Just keep reading the other screens, Yuta gestured tiredly to Raya. He kept waving her forward. Got another ranger here, though she didn't get the enemy's scouting skill for some reason? Maybe it's a bonus skill? Raya wondered. She glanced back and forth between Okamoto's screen and the other person's, comparing them, while the other two were hoping she could tell them more. There are bonus skills too? One of the ranger kids was really excited. Some of them were starting to brighten up. No matter what, we're still getting the low end, someone complained. Not fair. But it's a ranger skill. Aren't rangers like so cool? Raya countered. This kind of job is probably going to be the first to meet other creatures. So that's a plus, I reasoned. Is that true? Raya wondered. I hadn't thought about it that way. It's kind of an advantage, isn't it? Okamoto was brightening up even more now. It's as good a guess as any. I can see why they would have higher probability from finding stuff because of scouting, Yuta said aloud. Oh, now that you think of it, Okamoto did discover the enemies. So enemy scouting has to be earned, Yuta said thoughtfully. It would make sense that you have to earn the skills and can't just get them easily and for free. But how do I use my magic or whatever? Or do I even get any? Or is like the blue-collar version of magic? Okamoto said. He looked puzzled and a bit desperate too. Blue-collar version of magic? I snickered. What's wrong with being blue-collar anyway? Blue-collar people often get to work for themselves more. I think Okamoto hadn't realized rangers would have a lot more freedom than other jobs. If he were to realize it, he'd value it more. In real life, the hardest thing to have was to be free for yourself. Well, it's whatever rangers use magic for? Probably having to do with hunting, hiding, or finding stuff. But it didn't say or explain that part, Yuta said sympathetically. Sorry. She shrugged. Well, I think it's a bit different than that. Your skill is like a life skill maybe, and probably uses stamina and endurance instead? Raya suggested, but seemed to be guessing herself. She was also going over in her mind who the students that had become rangers and what they were like. So should we go try to scout some enemies? So we can all get the skill? A boy suggested with a crooked smile on his face, who Yuta had just identified as Ranger number 6. He seemed to want the hidden skill badly. It seems the ranger job was starting to be fairly common now. We now had an idea how the other skills worked too. No! Do not go try to find them. Yumi exclaimed, slapping him in the arm. Ouch! You hit me, he replied. Duh. Use some common sense. You have to remember these are living, breathing people. They will have many years more experience tramping in the wilderness than we do and will surely find you just as easily. It's also a small army capable of murder. Then they'd find the rest of us. So it's like that, someone said softly in disappointment, with their head down. So complicated. Another said. I forgot in RPGs the enemies don't ever go after you proactively. They just react to what you do, Yuta sighed. Reality is much harder than I believed it to be. Yeah, we could be attacked, things can go wrong, huh? Yumi screwed up her face and had her hands on her hips. In RPGs, the monsters only sack towns in the intro to build the hero's background too. After that, you pretty much get all the god items, and it's inevitable that if you are even half a brain you can win. It won't be like that now that we're not playing against AI, Okamoto said. Okamoto and Yuta both play RPGs too, huh? Yumi looked at them dourly, like they'd become criminals. She stared at them maliciously. Okamoto was giving Yuta a shut up now look, while trying to gesture behind Yumi's back that he was killing his chance with women. That he shrugged. I was sick from school a lot last year and there wasn't any way of helping it, he pleaded for mercy. Yeah, reality is much more dangerous. The enemies aren't just going to sit as targets. We have to be proactive. Because they aren't made from computer AI, they are always moving around and doing real-life stuff in unpredictable and surprising ways. In fact, we better watch for spies and scouts, I reaffirmed. Are you sure about that? A kid asked. Well, it's common sense. Think about how many times a villager has to leave a village just to gather something as simple as water and firewood for themselves and their families. Someone has to dump latrines too, and they won't do that next to where they sleep. I'm sure they have sentries too, since they know defending is harder than attacking, I said. Ah, so it's like that, Okamoto said, seeing what I meant. Ah, damn. We could be found, huh? That bites. So maybe we're the same as NPCs in the end, Yuta sighed. He poked his stick in the ground to try to satisfy his depression. He kept stabbing it into the grass. We're not NPCs, it's just harder than we thought, Yumi replied. Well, how come we didn't get a skill tree when Kenji's job was discovered, but we got a skill tree right away with Okamoto and the other rangers? Raya wondered. Well, it does seem that Kenji was a failed necromancer. Something must be wrong with his stats, or not enough prerequisite intelligence. So that might be why we didn't discover there were skill trees at that time, Yumi said, but only after making sure Kenji wasn't near us to overhear. After all, Kenji and his zombie minion and his apprentice were acting as the rear guard near the end of the long line of students that were traveling, but with over 97 students here. Plus, however many of the wounded that survived, I'm guessing that there probably wouldn't be a terribly high number of rangers. Some of them might unlock other things, or even just life skills jobs, I wondered. But I could be wrong in that too, Yumi and the others shortly heard and had the others explain to them what had just happened with the other two groups of people we'd found when they wondered why we weren't moving ahead anymore. Still, in the end it was probably going to save some of the wounded people who might not have survived a forced march. This caused a lot of confusion in the group too, because some people didn't understand the danger explained to them, even after a few tries. In a big group too, people never wanted the same things and it's harder to cooperate too. A lot of time was lost by Yuta and Raya and others in trying to help them see how dangerous the other soldiers were and people somehow had a disconnect with reality in recognizing that just because those people were using ancient or medieval lost technologies didn't mean that they weren't still dangerous and capable of killing. In fact, some of them had probably spent their whole life killing things. We lost time explaining that. And some people were now trying to use the newly discovered ranger skills to make temporary shelters made from salvaged forest materials, find lumber for building and for fires, and find areas to make pit traps. This brought out new problems because people wanted to borrow my fireman's axe. I knew that I'd also never get it back if I did give it out, since it was the only thing available to cut lumber and the only real metal weapon. After a few minutes we'd sorted out that we now had 6 rangers and an herbalist. It seems that one boy, who just happened to have an overly healthy interest in herbs before he was sucked into this world, had accidentally discovered the herbalist job by trying to make a homemade cigarette using various plants that resembled one of his favorites back home. After that we found him behind a bush with red bloodshot eyes that were kind of droopy looking while he was trying to take a hit. It was the smoke and his blue screen popping up right over a bush suspiciously that had ratted him out in the end. It was decided that after arrest that people would vote on what to do the next morning. The options were try to join either the Yayoi or the Egyptians, or stay in the Orklands. But will we even last till morning? I questioned to Asakura-sensei and Yumi while Rina was passed out, laid out over the small shelter we'd erected together. You think the orcs will find us? Yumi wondered. She was also thinking about this a lot. Well, I'm not a ranger, but over 100 kids tramping around through the woods and plains are going to leave a trail that even some elementary school kids can follow, I said. That is worrying, Sensei nodded. But you think they'll come soon? I think they will come after they reorganize themselves. But we'd have to figure out what that entails before we'd be able to know for sure, I said. Well, why haven't they come after us already? Yumi wondered. Probably a power vacuum, Sensei said, suddenly looking up and picturing something in her mind that we couldn't see. I was wondering about that too, but didn't want to cause a panic. But I thought, well, if that boss pig orc was the leader, and they'd already lost a few officers in battle, then the rest of the orcs will be fighting over the females they've already captured. Plus, they'd also naturally fight over the leadership even without what they see as a gold mine's worth of plunder. With both those two things open, they are likely having a big power struggle in their dens and fortress to try and get the most from each other. It would probably resemble a small civil war. Whoever emerges as the leader after that is surely going to be someone really crafty and dangerous. Well, how are you sure of that? Yumi wondered. Well, if you study how corruption spreads in society and how drug cartels gain territory, it's a similar concept. So to understand it, just compare it to whatever the closest equivalent of pig orcs in our society is, Sensei said. So there are being similar to pig orcs bosses among people too. I knew that, but somehow I didn't realize it, if that makes any sense, Yumi sighed. Yeah, like in the old world we came from there was a job called tax collector, Sensei said, shivering. Apparently Sensei had a bad experience with one. It seemed I was a bit surprised that Sensei would know that despite being a pure person and having a kind personality. But we did know she was very smart. How come you know about stuff like this, Sensei? I asked curiously. She coughed and looked down, obviously embarrassed. Well, before I became a teacher I wanted to become a police officer, but I'm not that physically coordinated enough to do very well, and that was discovered early on. So I became a teacher instead. She ran her hands through her hair while blushing. It's not something I like to tell people though, she said. Not that coordinated? Yumi wondered. Sensei blushed again. I fall down a lot and bump into things, while the orcs wouldn't be democratic in government. Their government would be something like the strongest rule, and the weak are culled. But the problem with that type of people being expendable system is they all are subconsciously taught from early on that the only way to get gain and profit is to murder and pillage from each other as much as their victims in a cannibalistic structure that is held together by brutality. So for them to lose their leader, they are probably slaughtering each other like the pigs they are. After all, I doubt they have the ability to share, I reasoned. That's scary. That's almost worse than them coming back right away, because it means no matter how many females they capture they'll never think they have enough, Yumi said, horrified. Yeah. That's why we have to figure out how to deal with this, Sensei said. Yeah, exactly, so we had better be ready, if we want to live, I said. Yeah, that's true, Sensei admitted. Actually, I have a really big question for Sensei, I started to say. I don't think the others had thought about this yet, but someone would eventually. Did you notice how the first things we wanted and desperately needed right away were the ability to escape the orcs, navigate the wilderness, and survive? Plus forage for food? So, right after the ranger job popped up, I said. So, what are you getting at? Yumi wondered, looking at me funny. Well, what if the extremes of our desires triggered the ranger job to appear? If we had been thinking of other things, then maybe something else might have popped up? I suggested. The others suddenly dropped what they were doing. So if that's the case, then... They were both wide-eyed. So are you saying that, if we harness our desires properly, we might be able to pick our job? Sensei said in open shock. So Kenji did that after all, didn't he? All that time the answer was right under our noses, and we almost missed it because he was a weirdo. Yumi shook her head. You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily, and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now. Dreamweaver Chapter 16. And remember, friends, don't let friends drink and give stories bad reviews. Afternoon to evening of first day in the new world, we'd worked hard all day trying to clear small shelters for people. The Rangers led the way, trying to prove their stuff and being excited by the fact that they now had a real RPG job. They began to take pride in scouting the area, making everyone stay hidden, and even appointed people to watch as lookouts over the river and in key points overlooking the plains that had led us here. In all cases, however, they tried to encourage people to stay behind the trees so no one was in visible sight where they could be spotted, with the memory of the orc battle being fresh still. People had no trouble with the idea of hiding and not being seen. People had even gotten cleaned up after that too at the river. Even with the threat of being discovered, they didn't want to live one more day with filthy blood and gut stains on their clothes. They did, of course, make sure those other two groups were nowhere nearby first. All of us had to hurry though, because we didn't know when they would come back, and we also didn't want to leave signs of tons of people having been here. People were still afraid of being made into sex slaves and being carried off, so most people also washed their clothes and bodies with their clothes on. Scrubbing at the fabric while wearing it is doable, I found out. Although a lot of the girls didn't realize their blouses, being white, made their upper clothes partly see-through if they didn't have the uniform jackets on. Unfortunately, this made some of them violent when they caught guys looking at them for any length of time. I also learned I had to keep our new herbalist friend away from Rena, because he was trying to give her medicine, which consisted of strange homemade joints that he'd created, without actually knowing anything about what she felt like or what she needed. Obviously they didn't look like medicine of any kind, and Rena was afraid of him too. It also made me wonder what he thought most medicine was, and what his version of healthcare was. But then I thought it would be safer not to know, and so I didn't ask him that. While trying not to be rude, we encouraged him to try to improve and learn his craft first. Within an hour, another girl was also discovered to be a herbalist. But we turned her down as well for something that looked like the same thing. We later discovered the homemade leaf and bark joints the herbalists made were good at acting like some kind of bug repellent. It was also a better bug repellent than the traditional stuff, with the only drawback being they smelled bad and you couldn't stand the vapor and smell of the smoke, which the herbalist kept defensively calling incense, despite making everyone cough like crazy. He was also going off on joining his petition to fight for medical marijuana too, but we didn't want to listen to that. I wanted to see the ranger skills in action, so then we went to see Akamoto and the new rangers. Ha! I failed, one of them said while we observed him and Akamoto working on the first one, when he tried to make his first emergency grass and bush shelter. It had collapsed. He'd bent sticks for like a frame over and tried to get them together with grass tied over to hold them together, but it had just collapsed. If we had some kind of hemp and rope of some kind, then it would have worked, Akamoto realized. He was still trying to adjust the roof of the grass hut. Even if he did get it to work, grass huts aren't that strong. So that's it. If we had some homemade hemp, we could get the emergency shelter parts to be tied properly, the ranger kid said. I later learned his nickname was Ziggy. People joked that he looked more Korean than Japanese, and as a result, I kept forgetting his real name and his nickname stuck. But I'm not really sure why that justified his nickname by the other students. It was something that didn't make sense, thus we confirmed that having skills didn't guarantee success with the new skills, particularly if it was a skill that we'd never used before. But the idea had stuck, and it did pioneer the way for success thereafter. It did help people get excited about building their skills too. Ziggy then got to work trying to teach people how to make hemp tie-downs and small short thin cords using various types of grasses and tree and leaf parts. I was actually wondering if there really was some kind of ranger magic after that. I didn't know Ziggy before, but then suddenly everyone was building stuff out of things I'd never even imagined possible. So now we knew how the small shelters were made. The small shelters looked like something that Native Americans might have made on a hunting expedition. They were basically a few long branches taken from the ground or trees, then bent or positioned either next to another bush or a big rock overhang, and then with pine branches piled over the top. Then they would have other parts filled in with anything like plant matter, or whatever we could find. Other versions finally figured out you could use small green tree willows or the green tree branches that are still wet wood that bends, and then bend several of them together into a conical shape and then tie them down using the homemade hemp pieces you just made. We ended up with some small dilapidated huts lining the edge of the towering tall trees of the woods, spaced wherever we could fit them. Many of them could barely fit in 2 people and would shake with any reasonable amount of wind. Some people ended up just giving up and deciding to sleep in swaths of tall grass that they'd trampled down and cleaned to make sure was free of bugs. They were actually pretty terribly grass huts at first, and people had to share them when there wasn't much room to begin with. But somehow they were comforted by the fact that others were next to them still alive in the shelters. They were getting a bit better over time though. Nobody builds a perfect grass hut either, it seems. We managed to get people to each try to be willing to share their shelters, and that more body warmth would make it better and ensure they stayed warm. Rangers were really amazing after all. It did also seem that they were even more productive and quicker at it than the other people who were copying it by watching them. So maybe there was some kind of learning bonus to the skill production speed in effect, but that wasn't easy to do. People were not used to living in a system of sacrifice and lack of luxuries they were used to. Still too, when they did agree, it still took time to get them willing to permit it, and the amount of time it took talking them into it. We're wasting so much time on stubborn people. I heard Yumi cry out more than once in frustration after trying for about an hour to get people to cooperate. It wasn't that easy even with the threat of orcs. Then too, others wanted to share their shelters with girls. Those girls didn't want to share their shelters with the boys either, and would rather be with other girls for fear of losing their chastity earlier than intended. Then after that we had to solve a dispute about which wood was for shelters or prioritized for making weapons or fires. Then it happened, our first internal fight. I heard a commotion and ran over to find 2 boys fighting. One of them was a ranger kid, and the other was another kid I didn't recognize very well, but knew to be part of the group from our school. They were next to what looked like a fire pit and a bunch of branches close together in a teepee shape. Then I could notice was supposed to be a fire pit that wasn't working very well. They couldn't seem to get it started and were knocking stones against each other to get a spark. I'd seen this trick before and noticed they were using rocks of the wrong type. We can't have fires right now. Our enemies are too close, one of the ranger kids said. I want a fire, damn it. Fire is comfort. If people can get warm around it, they will feel better. They just saw all those people killed. They need something to make them keep their hope, the kid argued back. Yeah, but it's not even cold out. Look around, there's no snow either. It's almost the end of spring here. If you light a fire, everyone within 10 miles of here is going to spot the flames, particularly at night, the ranger kid said. The ranger kid was right. But would the others see that too? People could be pretty blind when they put their desires in front of their needs. Before I could intervene, the non-ranger kid tried to stab at his opponent with a small pointy knife. The shiny little rabbit sticker was some kind of small paring knife. It wasn't something that should be lethal to use, but if he hit a vital spot, but the shiny metal was the first that people had seen in quite a while besides my axe. Everyone stared in blatant shock. So he had a hidden knife, huh? Wow, so low. How could he do that? Another replied. Is that what murder is like? Ranger Kid number 4 kicked the kid in the balls so hard that the kid dropped the knife. Then another girl grabbed it and ran off. Still the Ranger Kid showed restraint and didn't clobber the other one, but looked at him with pity. Looks like we just had our first attempted murder, someone said. It was like that, huh? Someone else reacted. So what are we supposed to do with him? They asked. But was it just an assault or an outright murder attempt? Someone said confused. That is a good question. If it's on impulse, does that cancel it for murder though? Well, if you tried to stab someone, that's not the same as a fist fight, but was it temporary insanity from the orcs? His friend argued. That little paring knife couldn't execute a scared rabbit, I think, a girl stated flatly. But regardless, now we have to have public order and a system for preventing crime as well as defending ourselves and watching for enemies approaching. And we still haven't found food yet, I sighed. But don't you see? As people get desperate for resources, particularly food, things like this are going to be happening every hour, a girl said with a wild and scared look on her face. Ugh, you are right, I admitted. What do we do with him? The Ranger Kid looked at me, while the guilty kid was sprawled on the ground still afraid to get up. He was looking at us strangely. The guilty kid was really scared now and not sure what to do. Crap. I wasn't expecting something like this, I said. I don't want to rush anything without thinking about it. We need to be careful how we decide something like this. It's bad timing too. For now, we'll have to have a vote and decide his fate, maybe? So are we going to hold a mock trial or what? Someone else suggested. Did this mean I was going to discover the lawyer job? Somehow that made me feel kind of dirty inside. I didn't like this idea. Let's think about it over dinner, and then decide in the morning. We could be rushing things, someone suggested. Yeah, but what's dinner? Another asked, which we were all highly interested in. Getting them thinking and talking about food turned out to be a bad idea, after all. Some of them became delusional, wanting things we'd never see again, and the others were caught in despair and severe depression for the same reason. If you let him go, is he going to do it again? Someone else wondered. It's complicated with no real police around, huh? I scratched my head. We don't get dinner till we can get away to practice farming again. And farming takes months after you sow your seeds, before a crop pops up, someone said sadly. Well, police aren't infallible anyway. In the end, don't they do what they want anyway, someone said. Is that true? Well, Yuta and Akamoto and a few others are fishing by the river, the Ranger Kid said, shrugging. I thought you all knew that already. Fish. Meat, meat, meat. The food chant had already sprung to life among the survivors and was gaining volume. It wasn't until later, when it was nearly night time and people were getting down to rest, that I was able to find a place to go over what was in the item box. I didn't want to do it in front of others, partly because of how people were already coveting my fire axe. I'd already almost lost it twice today from people sneaking up behind me when they thought I had laid it down to rest. I ensured, if I created more jealousy then it'd be worse. Carefully I opened it and looked down into the item box. It opened straight out like I had opened the lid upwards out of a deep plastic or wooden box with sections inside with rows and columns, some were empty and some were not. Strangely enough, it was like I had taken the roof of a dollhouse in its way of the view, looking down into a tray of miniature items. It took getting used to, because if I stuck my hand in to reach down into the box, it was like a fluid space and wavy ripples were around my arm and hand as I was reaching down. Plus, in addition to the ripple wavy air, my hand seemed to stretch and distort as I felt downwards. Magic was real in this world. This was proof that in a way it was almost amusing, and I couldn't help but laugh and play with it for a while. It was really bizarre and strange, and suddenly I was realizing how powerful magic really was in this world. The color was entirely black, and now I could see not only was the money and orc food in there, but other things too. There was a slot that had other weapons for the orc boss. Another spear, also very elaborate and well-made, which looked just like Akira's, and also some spare armor sets. There were arrows and sling stones, plus other ammunition like javelins, and other loot like a sack of gems. Other than that, it was pretty empty, but wouldn't a pig orc general have more items? He was obviously a boss, and pretty strong for one. Why didn't he have very much stuff? Then I noticed it had switch on the belt, which when pressed made it so the item box was intangible so that others couldn't take it from me. But doing so also made it so I couldn't use the item box temporarily, making the item box collapse back into being in closed mode. In fact, I had to feel around to find the settings switch again, but finally my hand roved over it. Oh wait. That's funny, there was something else there. I felt again, and there was a second switch. I flicked it carefully, and suddenly the item box changed. It was now not white anymore, but a black lacquer color, and it was like a black inky fog started to drip from the box temporarily until the air cleared. I didn't know much about this world, but common sense was telling me something wasn't right. It shouldn't be black, and it shouldn't have the black vapor. I felt like there was energy of some kind there, and it was so powerful it was leaking out. In fact, I could feel it. The vapor was the energy, and it was real and dark. After playing with it a bit, I was sure of it. You could feel it when your fingers passed over the black inky energy. Then I looked again in the box. It didn't quite feel right. So then I noticed something else. There were other slots in addition to the regular item slots. Down the bottom edge were some hidden slots that had opened up with glass. There were 2 hidden rows now revealed at the bottom, with one row containing some kind of strange magic crystals. I wasn't sure how they were used or what they were for. So for the moment I couldn't do anything with them. So I'd have to ignore them for now. I could do a lot of harm to myself or others by experimenting with them without knowing how they worked, but the second hidden row almost gave me a heart attack as I looked at it. There were people in the item box. I couldn't believe it. The orc had been stacking some of the women he wanted into the box and captured. In fact, I was looking down at them frozen in the glass dark crystal-like containers. There was also room for up to 10 of the transparent but darkly tinted glass crystals that fit in the demon box perfectly. The people in the box were alive. I was sure of it. I could feel small little lights of energy where their hearts were that glowed slightly with a sparkly feeling. This wasn't just an item box, it was some kind of demonic prison box. And they were in some kind of frozen glass? But wasn't this a tool of dark magic too? Was that? No. No way. Was that possible? This was a staggering discovery. If this sort of thing could be found on the first day in this place, how much more stuff was out there? Were there other magic artifacts like this one? Picking at the darkly tinted crystals, I found that I could even pick them up and take them out. The crystals were designed to fit perfectly in the box in the slots that matched the shape of the large crystals. Being about a foot tall and about 2 inches in diameter, I took a look at each crystal carefully and was even more surprised once I noticed what was inside of them. It was Ayumi-sensei in the first one and Haruka from my school in the second, who I didn't know very well. Then there were 2 other girls I didn't know in the third and fourth, with the rest of them being empty, all of them naked frozen in the glass crystal boxes. Except for strange small shiny silver collars around their necks looking like miniature dolls, because of being shrunk down to small size. It wasn't hard to recognize the identities of the first 2 girls though. He picked the girls with the biggest boobs, that were still skinny, and with pretty faces. I'm sure he would have added some of the girls in our group to these 2, if he'd had the option. In fact, it did make sense. The orc general would have kept the best-looking women for himself for his own harem and not wanting to share them with his men. He'd probably quickly tucked them away here so that his lieutenants and the others wouldn't know about it. And he would also imprison them without clothes too, but then I realized that time was either very, very slow or frozen in the little frozen crystals. In short, they were in stasis of some kind. This was how he was storing them, so he wouldn't have to worry about the other pig orcs stealing his women while he was one, or worry about the chance of them escaping and running away. I'd recognized Amy-sensei right away. She wasn't strictly a teacher yet, but had been a student teacher that had come to our school a few weeks ago, trying to get the school to give her a permanent teaching position while preparing for her licensing exam a few months away. Her figure had attracted a lot of attention. I'd almost forgot about her because most people weren't aware of her, and still had Asakura-sensei on a pedestal, and within the second crystal was Haruka. A senior that was going to graduate this year that had a really good grade point average and was well off, and quite intelligent. But liked sports too. The other two crystals I didn't recognize. Were they in the box before the pig orc general raided our school, I wondered? I couldn't tell exactly, but wasn't sure. Also because they didn't have clothes, it was hard to tell, but one of them didn't quite look Japanese. What was I going to do with them? It must be terrible for them to be stuck in there. But I wasn't even sure how to get them out. Would the demon box even release them, or would it feed of them somehow? If I did release them, they would surely have some kind of trauma from being captured and put in the box too. Even if they'd not had problems yet with the pig orc general, that he'd likely traumatized the two that were already in here, but the two fresh ones probably hadn't been attacked yet. I would be able to help them more, I think, but before I could decide anything, my attention was ripped away. Shun! Come help! Your sister collapsed! Asakura-sensei gasped for breath, after she'd found me where I'd stopped cutting wood just long enough to inspect the item box. Come quickly! You're the only one that knows what to do, she said, obviously crying with tears running down her face. Frantically, I followed Asakura-sensei over through the jagged rows of trees and the other areas where was past people's grass huts. Because we were all in the woods, we got scratched up by bushes and had to dodge things sticking up at us while we ran. There were dips in the uneven broken forest ground too, and areas with sharp rocks, because of how close this place was to the mountains. There was also a consistent wind and long grass among the sections of shadowed trees that was nearly waist-high in some places, which was whipping past me as I followed Sensei over to where they had been resting. By now the long line of over 100 people had become completely disorganized, because they had to put the huts wherever they could and still be hidden. Some of them seemed interested in where we were running to, but we weren't the sentries, so they didn't become too alarmed. Plus many of them were resting from injuries too. Finally, while my heart was pounding, we got there. I'd even tripped a few times along the way, not seeing some wood debris buried in the grass, though somehow Sensei had avoided it. Sensei had this peculiar ability to sort of run without falling over stuff, but then again she wasn't as bruised up as I was. Rena was in a feverish sweat and completely out cold. I'd seen her get like this before. It was like she'd get hot and cold spells while sweating, but be really high fever too. People often called it a night fever or night sweat, but she was getting them during day and night when she wasn't even physically active. It's hard to even explain, but she was probably dehydrated too, and she'd already been weak. Quick, I need some water from the river. Can someone go? I said. I checked her pulse and listened to chest. She was hanging on, somewhat. She was fighting it, I could tell, and probably felt really rotten all over her body. Rena's skin was cold though, and didn't feel right while checking her over. I could feel she was losing her body heat and not able to regulate it properly. Already on it, Yumi said. She'd come back carrying a bunch of water in one of the kids' hat of all things. Her hands were shaking badly while she carried it because of the terrible worry that had come upon her. Good timing, Sensei encouraged, getting in close to help any way she could. She looked to me for direction. Sensei seemed a bit calmer in demeanor until you saw her eyes, which were full of negative emotions of all kinds. Yumi pushed the hat of water forward as carefully as she could and while trying to keep anything from spilling from it. It had dripped a bit on the way here, but it was a good hat, and so by lining it with wide-leafed river grass in the bottom, she was able to keep it from leaking too much. She still didn't want to spill any of it on Rena, though. "Can you hold it steady?" "I'll need your help, both of you," I asked. "Sure. Just tell me what to do," Asakura said, echoing after Yumi had already spoken. I had her hold the hat of water near her mouth, while I spooned the water into her mouth with the tips of my fingers in small leaky bits and bunches of droplets. Because of not being able to carry much in and her inability to swallow, it took a long time and was very painstaking. Because she wasn't very conscious, she wasn't able to get herself out of this. So it was up to us to try to get her rehydrated. "Do we have any salt?" I asked desperately. Salt? Why salt?" Sensei asked, surprised. "Yeah, the idea is we're simulating what's in the body. You've heard of people giving animals or people in shock electrolyte solutions, right?" I asked. "I've heard of people running a marathon drinking water with a pinch of salt in it." "Is that the same thing?" Yumi wondered. "That's the same idea," I confirmed. "Oh, I lost my purse. That's where I sometimes have extra salt and napkins for my lunch," she said. She fished around for a bit and then pulled out a Macronalda's napkin and a small salt packet. She tossed them to me. You have those?" "Sensei, did you steal that from the restaurant?" Yumi gave her a big smirk and Asakura blushed deeply, not answering directly. "I don't steal," Asakura protested. Then less audibly I heard her say, "I can't believe my own student would accuse me." "I suppose free condiments don't count," Yumi complained. "Shut up," Asakura whispered darkly. "Okay, so we stir it in the water," I said, opening it up. How much of it?" Yumi asked. "It's a small packet, so all of it." We continued to work hard transferring the saline solution to Rena's mouth. I had to prop her up, too, with her leaning against Asakura-sensei with Sensei's arms around her to help preserve body heat and also to keep her elevated so she could breathe easier and still so the water could go down. Slowly, she still hadn't woken up, so that made things extremely complicated. Even after we'd shaken her arms a bit and slapped her cheek lightly with the palm of my hand, she didn't wake right away. At least it's not the hottest part of the day. "With it being nearly night time now, we actually have a fighting chance," Asakura said. "Would the hottest part of the day be that bad?" Yumi wondered. "Absolutely. It would put more stress on her system and cause more water loss when she needs it most." I see," Yumi admitted, but still looked very discouraged while I was going over the vitals again. "How do you know how much water you can give her?" Yumi asked intently. Of course she'd ask that. She was closest to Rena, more than everyone here, at least according to the world of Yumi and her sphere of influence. I didn't lose too much time thinking about this because I'd been over it many times already with Mom late at night and while we were alone together, just me and Rena, when my parents had to work late. That made things a little bit easier dealing with knowing what to do, and less scary, but not by much. Of course, when I was at home, we could use a syringe to spray water down her throat when she didn't feel good and had access to wet toilets, and we didn't have anything like that here. Well, it's tricky. I'm not a medical expert, but when she collapsed like this before, the first thing they did was load her full of medicine and then 4 drip. We don't have that technology with us now, so we've got to just sort of spoon drops of water down until she wakes up. But it has to be really slow and careful. Also, the angle of her throat and trachea had to be just right so she won't choke and so it'll just drip down, I said, trying to be logical and not stress out, which was hard. Nothing is worse than a family member having trouble. This is harder than it looks, Yumi said, with crushing despair in her voice. Do you want me to move? What should I do? Asakura asked, a little bit too energetic. She was trying to force herself into the action. Her desire was to help, but she was getting a bit too intense. For me, I was trying to not become intense and panic, so I had to be careful. I handled her now. Just stay like that, holding her up from behind and keeping her warm, I pleaded. To which she nodded back. So you think we can do anything else? Yumi asked after several more minutes had ticked by. It felt like we'd been at it for hours, but I suspect it was maybe just over an hour doing this. Still, even though it was starting to take the paleness out of Rena's cheeks, we didn't let up. She kept staring at Rena. After a while again, we checked her pulse. It's good, right? Yumi asked hopefully, but not really sure. She was hoping for a good sign of some kind. She looks a bit more ruddy in the cheeks. That's good, right? Asakura asked. Yeah, a little pink is coming back, Yumi nodded, gritting her teeth. I shook my head. Her complexion did only improve a slight, barely even a budge. But she's still too cold. We have to keep her stable in all areas. Let's keep it up. If the three of us all help, it'll work, Asakura encouraged me. Akamoto was catching fish at the river, right? If we had a pot of some kind, I'd have them make a fish broth to spoon to her. But I don't know what they'd do for a soup pot or soup bowl. I tried to keep my voice even, feigning control and calmness. Inwardly, it was the opposite, of course. We kept finger-flicking water down Rena's throat and mouth with the both of us. While we had another girl help us with runs for water to and from the river, and Sensei stayed all night with us propping her up. What happens if this isn't enough? Yumi asked. It'll have to be. We'll make it work, somehow, I said hours later, and the red sun was going down behind some of the nearby mountains. It had already gotten pretty dark in just the last couple minutes. Sensei had fallen to sleep, but still had Rena propped up. But we were still working at it so tirelessly that our fingers and hands started hurting and ached like crazy. There wasn't much else we could do. I'm so sore, but I don't dare let up, Asakura said. Me too, but let's stick with it, Yumi said, clenching her fists and echoing her feverish stare at Rena after another long period of waiting. As time progressed and my arms started to hurt, Yumi also helped me drip water droplets down Rena's throat. I didn't blame Asakura-sensei for falling asleep though. It probably made her back and muscles ache like crazy with Rena propped up over her. She was still doing well and providing a service just by having her propped up like this. Sometimes she'd wake up though, and she wasn't being callous, it's just that the whole last day or so had been pure hell for everyone. So what do we do now? Yumi asked. Now is the hard part. We have to make sure she stays breathing all night, I said tiredly, wishing there was something comfortable to lean against, but there wasn't. Sitting on the grass didn't feel that good after a while either. She's going to be fine, right? Yumi pleaded after we'd gone through another hat of water. It may sound like we'd fed her a lot of water with 2 hats full, but much of the water had actually dripped out. It's a fight for her life. We thought she was recovering and through this, but now I wonder if what my parents told me was true. She'd started to look good a few weeks ago. We were told it was in remission and that she might be able to try to have a normal life. So I'm not even sure what her status is really at right now, I said. But she's so weak. Looking at her now, I wonder how that can be true, Yumi cringed. Did she just relapse, or was it a lie? Yeah, really weak. To answer your question, I don't know. When she has really weak spells like this, she doesn't breathe very good. See, look at her chest move up and down, I nodded. It's hard to tell if it's moving, she said, scrunching up her nose. She leaned in close, and then listened over her chest, with my uniform jacket covering her up from earlier from when the orcs ripped up her shirt. Wait, I can hear it, but it doesn't sound good. It's not only weak, but like a small wheeze or something is there with it too, Yumi said. But how long will she be out of it for? Asakura asked. She won't sleep forever, will she? Yumi was really terrified. After all, Rina was her best friend. Well, if we get her tissues and body replenished with fluid, hopefully just tonight. There's no guarantee at all though, I said. Oh man, Yumi whispered hoarsely. Yeah, so we have to keep her going, I nodded. How? Well, if she stops breathing, then we'll do CPR all night if we have to. We'll never stop, even if it's a full day of heart massage and mouth-to-mouth. That's all that we'll do, I said stiffly and resolute with all my willpower on the line. There's no way I'd let this go badly, but I was biting my lip so hard there was blood. She was my only family left right now. If something were to happen, I'd feel really exposed to the elements. But a full day, that's so long, Sensei nearly gasped. But it's my only family. What other choice do I have but to sacrifice so she can get through it? I shrugged. What about the others? Yumi asked. We'll have to ask Akira and Yuriko to keep an eye on the others for now till Rina is out of the woods, I said. I see. Doesn't that worry you though? Yumi wondered. Yeah, it does. Those yahoos aren't the most responsible of people even when on our own world with adults around. With those things gone, I feel like I need to go shake them all up and slap them silly to be responsible. You know, when Yuta's parents went out of town last year, he only ate Cheetos for a month straight. So he's like that, Sensei gasped in shock. Who could do such a thing, right? Yumi wondered with big eyes. Yeah, he snapped out of after he got so sick he pukes whenever he smells Cheetos now, I said. But especially if the new powers and magic of this world go to their heads, but you can't sacrifice your own family for your career, right? This is the same. If I let Rina go to be a leader and take care of those other people, then wouldn't I become the kind of person that shouldn't be a leader? I thought aloud. So eating Cheetos equals a demonic being now? Sensei wondered aloud. Cheetos are pretty awful. They smell like garbage, I briefly interjected. I know, right? I can't stand them. Why do people like that kind of stuff? Sensei wondered. Do you think it will go to their heads? Yumi wondered. Well, if someone will eat junk food for a month straight. I started but shook my head. That's so disgusting. Sensei's face looked like she'd seen a ghost, but then it happened, before I could even respond or think straight. Rina slipped even further. Oh shit! I accidentally yelled while panicking and ready to tear my hair out. What? What is it? Yumi asked, seeing I was upset. She stopped breathing, I said that I yanked her out of Sensei's grasp so hard that Asakura woke up. Sensei gave me a confused and terrified look, partly from not being sure if she'd done something wrong and partly she wasn't sure what to do. We have to get her flat on the ground quickly, I said. What? What's going on? Asakura asked in a panic. Yumi was suddenly crying, and her hands were shaking. What caused this to happen? I thought she was better. My hands were shaking too. It might just be the stress of the past day, when she was already pretty weak. I laid Rena flat on her back, and then only because it was the medical procedure had to open up the jacket Rena borrowed from me as fast as I could. I tried to ignore her bare chest staring at me, but Yumi somehow trusted me. She knew I was only following the CPR rules, which were if clothing will restrict CRP, move it out of the way or open it up. Then I began checking her pulse and heart. Everything had stopped. I first found the sternum, and then there's a specific spot just in from the bottom of the sternum where you begin pumping the heart artificially with your palms over each other and your elbows somewhat rigid, so you can get consistency with the heart massage. But you have to do it just right or you can break the ribs and even do too much pressure on the heart. You have to do it just right, and Rena was a bit too skinny compared to other girls, with a small frame even though she was pretty tall. Count for me, I asked Yumi directly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, how high do I count? She asked. Don't stop, I said, annoyed that she'd interrupted. So she kept counting while I answered her. Count to 10, with each number matching the pace of my pumping rhythm. We're aiming for about 100 to 120 beats per minute. We have to be consistent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yumi counted off, then I briefly and hurriedly breathed into Rena's mouth once. Is that a kiss? Yumi blushed. Knock it off. That isn't funny, I said rudely. Again. Keep counting, I ordered. I didn't cease pumping but kept it going. I was worried I might put too much pressure and crack her ribs because she was so skinny. What about me? What do I do? Asakura asked. You can breathe once for each 10 breaths, but do it exactly with the mouth and jaw at the same angle I do it. Watch me do it a few times, then I'll have you take over and help, I said quickly without stopping. Asakura watched carefully as I had the neck and jack open up at the exact position. Neither of them said anything, but they were terrified, and so was I. Make sure to keep the jaw tilt just like so, I said. Okay, Sensei answered back, watching carefully. Yumi. You also keep your fingers over her neck watching for a pulse. If anything shows up that isn't caused by me massaging her heart, you say so, and begin counting it. Also keep the time, read off every minute interval, don't stop unless I say so, I said. Okay, she nodded and then kept her fingers over the spot you normally use to watch a person's pulse and then comparing it with her watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yumi read off, then Asakura breathed in her mouth, while my heart massage was reset. We kept going at it. Still nothing. Rena's skin was starting to look really pale, but it was like she was sleeping and could wake up at any time. It's not working, Asakura started sobbing and sniffing, while trying to hold it in. When she tried to remain calm, it got worse. We'll make it work. We can't stop, even if it takes all night, I said. In the end, willpower wins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, she read off again. Breathe, I ordered. Asakura didn't have any worry of sharing germs and put all her courage into it. Yumi began reading the next set of numbers. I coached Asakura. After you breathe in, then pull back quickly because when it kicks in and they finally wake up they will vomit some water as part of the reaction of their heart and lungs starting to work on their own, I said. Got it. Dang it. I wish I'd learned this before. It's so simple. Why didn't I study CPR as part of my teaching career? Asakura voiced her regret. It's okay, we'll make this work. We're not stopping, for anything, I said. After what seemed like an eternity I heard movement behind me. I thought I smelled death, said a voice I recognized, but I couldn't turn around. I had to stay focused. What the F at are you doing here? Asakura said angrily. Wow, I'd never heard sensei swear. They generally didn't like teachers to swear, of course. But that didn't mean there weren't some real reasons not to. Then my blood chilled as I realized what was happening, and who was behind me. Kenji was behind us. And as a necromancer, he'd come to try to steal Rina's body, I realized. He must have found a skill, or already had a skill of something to do with sensing where fresh bodies would be, or to help find them. FK. I accidentally said out loud. I was afraid to turn around to see him. Even if he was a failed necromancer, how did he smell or tell that Rina was this close to death? Did he smell it? Like hell would I let him have her body. I'd kill him first. Something inside me refused to let that happen. You need to leave now, Yumi said, in between starting over her counting to 10 with my rhythm. She was giving him a look that said something evil would happen to him if he stayed. I've come for my next minion. It's destiny that Rina joins me and Yamamoto-sensei as the perfect soldiers. I will make her mine with the other girls I recruit for my death study club. I should have done this years ago. It's fate, Kenji said seriously and very calmly. I don't think so, I said, as I kept pumping. Kenji's feet were heard sloshing through the dewy grass as he moved forwards towards us. Didn't he realize what kind of stress he was putting on us just by being here? Why don't you accept it? It's inevitable. Her body is tired down to the bones itself, and she's fought long and hard and is completely exhausted. Now she belongs to my realm and my kingdom, Kenji said haughtily. He didn't realize how strange and inhuman he sounded. I couldn't push back my anger, but at least I was trying to not let him see it. In case I needed to pulverize him, all my being was trying to pull Rina back. I had to keep her with us. If she could have a life here, then so could I. But what would be the point of a place where there was no one with me but myself? Kenji tried to say something, but Yumi started screaming at him to shut up. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut you ppppp. Yumi wailed, with tears hitting her chin. Was Yumi a bit Yuri? I hadn't noticed it before. But the way she was looking at Rina, no way, I could be wrong maybe? Or was it my imagination? But Yumi did seem a bit close with her, still it helped that she was helping me fight to keep her here. And with Kenji behind us, perhaps she'd help me keep my sanity and prevent me from trying to murder Kenji, but in my mind I kept thinking about Rina and pulling her here. If she could live, I could make the other parts work. Then the blue sparkly thing suddenly shot out. There was a blue wavy glow that was enveloping Rina from my hands. It was burning and brightly blue in color, but a sort of pale blue and warm, and encompassed Rina all about, and suddenly I didn't feel the need to do the CPR heart massage. In feeling it was like wrapping yourself in peaceful feelings. The energy and blue feeling was pouring out into Rina, then suddenly she opened her eyes, after rolling her head to the side and puking a small amount of water. Because she had eaten almost nothing in a whole day, it didn't really smell much. Asakura immediately began cleaning her up and helping her sit up. Shun? Did I fall asleep? She looked a bit sleepy somehow still. What? Cheater, Kenji fumed in frustration. Then I heard an arg. Why did he interfere again after that? It's okay, just rest, but sit up against sensei for a bit, Asakura-sensei said, wrapping her arms around her in a hug. Damn you, Shun! Kenji angrily shouted at me. You stole my undead princess. I won't forget this. He stormed off, leaving us alone. It was better that way, for his health. What's he talking about? Rina said, raising an eyebrow at Kenji, who was leaving. Don't pay attention to that idiot. He's confused and totally delusional. Don't be alone with him for a while either, Yumi said, patting Rina's arm. Yeah, Yumi and Shun know best. Thanks for taking care of me. I'm sorry, Rina said sincerely. Don't worry about it, I think we said it at about the same time. Yeah, he hit his head on a rock and has been saying weird stuff all day, Sensei said as innocently as she could make it look on her face. Yeah, he's about to hit his head on that rock again, I muttered. I'll help too, Yumi said, choking with anger and wiping her tears on her sleeves of the jacket she was wearing that was still all wet, but now much cleaner. Both Yumi and Asakura-sensei were staring at the pop-up window that had opened in front of me. It was a blue screen in hieroglyphics. Somehow, I had a strong feeling that I knew what it was going to say. I still wanted to hear about it. It's not that simple that I could guess everything on my own anyway, but why hieroglyphics? The system of this world was really messed up. Shun? I feel so weak still. I'm so tired, she said in a really low voice. Her forehead crease told me she felt pretty awful still, so did that mean the heal didn't totally work? It helped, but it didn't solve anything. Dang. It's not a cure-all after all, I frowned. But it's a start, right? Yumi wondered aloud. She felt Rina's forehead with her hand. Well, that's to be expected. It can't be like an unreal cheat. That would be too easy and unrealistic, Asakura smiled. I'm just glad you made her okay, Shun. She had grabbed my hand and was holding it with both of hers and looking really excited. So how many cure spells will it take to heal her? Both Yumi and Sensei suddenly wondered. Our hopes were down when I said, I have no idea and it might not actually remove the problem but just keep pulling us back from the edge. It could even be dozens or hundreds since I'm new at this and barely got it to work. But somehow Asakura-sensei was undeterred. I was afraid to look back at her pure but a bit excessive admiration. She was kind of looking at me funny, so what? She was like about to die, Shun. This is amazing, Asakura exclaimed. I was? Shun? You saved me? Rina asked, getting teary-eyed. But it's not enough. We just barely pulled you back over the edge. It's still too early, I protested, very disappointed. Very little was healed. It was just I'd brought the sliver from the edge of the cliff by a minutely small amount, but it was still next to the cliff's edge. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was a heal. Holy freaking cow. It's just like in an RPG. Asakura-sensei gasped in astonishment. You used magic? Rina looked shocked. Sensei plays games too? Both me and Yumi said it at once. That was more astonishing than the heal, actually. Really, it was. Were adults allowed to play RPGs and stuff, I wondered. And being a beautiful teacher that played is still even weirder. No. No, I don't play games at all. Sensei was blushing terribly. I've never played Windic 2s or any of those games at all. She looked away. I could tell she was lying and so could Yumi, but surprisingly Yumi was too tired to hate Sensei for her RPGness factor. I give up, Yumi said. What's that? We both asked. Nothing, she sighed. She muttered something about too hard to fight the world, I think, but we were all so surprised, we all didn't know what to do next. We were like totally distracted now and Yumi and Sensei were jumping up and down excitedly. Shun. You have to keep casting it on her. Do it all you can. We have to go all the way with this. Yumi cried out desperately. She began shaking and tugging on my arm like crazy. Please, Shun. To me it was good, but why were both of them so excited? It wasn't a magic bullet, and Rena, still looking weak and tired and deathly ill, was still the same. I felt tired just seeing her tired. Was she always going to be like this? This is so amazing. Do you realize what this means? Sensei called out. You can really make people's lives better, she gasped in astonishment. Both of them started jumping up and down again. SHH. Don't make such a darn fuss. Do you want the whole world to know? I chastised both of them. Be quiet. Oh right, they both said at once. But why is it a big deal for the others to not know? Yumi wondered. Because people do stupid things when they are jealous. They are already about ready to murder me just to take my axe, I said. But is having an axe that good? We can surely get more, right? Sensei asked. It's not as good as having a heal magic job, Yumi confessed, staring at me like I was a stack of money. In fact, that stare was scaring me a little bit. I edged away a couple inches. It is if you are trying to build a log cabin, or if you need to chop firewood. And what happens if the guy you want to borrow it from won't give it to you for free? I suggested. Oh, right. Now picture that. Plus, what happens if you find that person has 2 or 3 pretty girls around him you like and has a magic job and you don't have anything, I said. Oh, that's pitiful, Yumi said in pity. I'd be jealous. Heck, I'd want to do something about it. So what do girls do when they are jealous of each other at school? I asked. We steal each other's gym underwear and then set it on fire. Among other things, Yumi said. Wow, I had no idea that was you, Yumi. Sensei looked astonished at Yumi like she'd committed a crime. Sensei was so surprised her mouth was wide open in shock. I only did it once, Sensei. Please believe me. Yumi pleaded, now feeling anguish and looking really guilty. It's okay. Really? Yeah, but what if the only way for you to have a life is to get rid of anyone stronger than you or that looks more unique? I said. They wouldn't do that, Sensei said, puzzled. If there were police and law and order in this world, maybe. I said, folding my arms. The girls looked serious for a minute but didn't say anything. No police, yeah, that's scary already, Yumi admitted, looking down. So we need to protect each other, Sensei said seriously. Well, anyway, Shun, please heal Rena more. Do you know how it works yet? Yumi wondered. Let's figure it out, I said. It took a long time to get it to work again. We stumbled through everything badly, but they stayed with me through the whole evening. We had to run a series of experiments to find that part out. The first time by accident didn't tell me how it worked. Then I had to experiment with Rena while she kept getting sleepy-eyed. Then we had interruptions waking her up because we didn't want her to sleep until we'd pumped heal or cure or whatever it was into several times. I tried touching her with my hands with no success. Then I tried to picture it happening in my mind. Then I tried both together. Still nothing. Then I tried saying cure while feeling really silly. That didn't work. Then I had to picture the intensity of bringing her back from the edge, but it was serious enough. Yumi and Sensei didn't dare laugh. Think about the emotional state you had when it happened, Sensei suggested. Try again. That slowly did something and I felt myself get weak in the knees, while a blue small spark appeared in my hand that was resting over Rena's chest. By this time Yumi had closed her jacket, of course. Since Rena hadn't been noticing it or trying to do anything about it yet. It faintly glimmered as it entered her body, but it was so faint that there was barely a visible effect, and also it was so small and weak that it sputtered like when you are trying to start a gasoline engine that is 20 years old with a bugged starter. Sweet. It worked. Yumi clapped. Not really, I protested. I'm so happy for you, Shun, Sensei said. But it was so weak, and it made me feel weak. I protested worriedly, again, this time more fervently. They didn't seem to get how weak it was, and how weak it made me feel. So try it again, till we get it right, Yumi said, while shaking Rina awake again. Again, I tried it. It hit me kind of hard, and I realized there's a cost to this. It's not just like opening up an endless can of pop. There's a certain amount that you can do, and then it's empty. When I tried it again, I could feel the weak feeling creeping up my knees and linger as I tried to extend the spell. The blue spark was a tiny bit brighter than being a near-death blue spark, but not much more as it hit Rina. But this time, while feeling my hand over her heart, I felt a definite feeling as it went into the heart itself, and that was like a jolt of consciousness to me. Wow. But again, the weakness didn't leave right away this time. The first time the weak feeling was there only a second, but the second time trying it the weak feeling lingered for a good 3 seconds, and was accompanied by sweating coming down my forehead like I'd run the mile. This makes you tired, I exclaimed. It does? Yumi exclaimed. But then she could see the sweat and my catching myself from the feeling. You better be careful, Shun. Don't do too much, Sensei said. Do you feel strong enough for one more? Rina asked, trusting me. Sure, I agreed. I tried it again, this time while saying cure. Slowly the blue spark definitely caught life and flowed, with a tiny, barely visible glow spiraling down into Rina's chest. That feels warm. Thanks, Shun, Rina said. What is that? It's keeping you alive, that's what it is, Yumi smirked. She was now happy, seeing her awake. I can't believe it, Sensei exclaimed. And no problem. I'm sorry, Shun. I wish I could help you more, Rina said, and then dropped into sleep. Before sleeping, I tried it a few more times. Dreamweaver Chapter 18. I woke up to a start. I shut up, realizing I'd fallen asleep and worrying about how long I'd been unaware and not watching. Stupid. I'd let me guard down. That was a bad thing to do with these girls and Rina near me. If something were to happen to any of them, I'd be in hell. The last thing I'd remembered was trying to pour more cure into Rina to the limits of my strength, but then I think I'd exhausted myself. My head hurt a bit. Perhaps I'd pushed myself too far. The sun was up and shining, but it was still pretty early enough for dew to form still, but not yet evaporated. I could smell the fresh dew in the grass around us. Frantically I looked around. Near us, about 100 yards away, one of the rangers was still acting as sentry over the plain that led to the orc fortress, which was still too far to be visible, but not far enough away that they couldn't find us soon. He was doing something to look and peer over some rocks and trees that he was using for cover. It was a lookout position. The other students weren't very close to us, since Sensei had chosen this spot away from the boys, although some of them had seen me jealously with them, but it was only because Rina needed me. Most the time Yumi blocked them and told them to go away, since the girls were so good-looking that a lot of them had wanted to be near us the past few days. Yumi did seem a bit too protective sometimes, but it had actually made life easier for us. That was my first sigh of relief, but not the last. I breathed in quietly and slow. At some point I'd collapsed while watching over Rina and Asakura-sensei. It was late when we finally got to share a nice fat fish between us, delivered by the rangers, as they'd raced through camp delivering them quite late in the night. It was the only food we'd had yesterday. Then I checked Rena's pulse and listened to her breathe. It was weak, but still a bit stronger than yesterday. I checked it again to be sure, on 1-minute counts each time. I had to account for fluctuating and variance. Cure. I tried it again, and the small blue spark hit her. Good, it was working, but it still felt kind of shaky and unstable. I'd need to practice it some more. I repeated it a couple of times, but it made me too weak to do more than the third time in a row. Each time the worsening fatigue was more painful than before, and even made my legs feel heavy just trying to walk around. I half just taking a few steps. Was this really how awful magic was? This wasn't a blessing, but a curse. Why had it weakened me so much? And the gain was like nothing. I'd felt the blue spark go into Rena to boost her life force, but it had felt like the spark itself was so tiny compared to how much she needed. To call it a spark really was how small the gain was. I'd have to find a better way. This wasn't good enough. If she were to have another bad night, I'd probably not make it, but there were a lot of questions unanswered still. If you cast cure on someone, it seems it didn't cure fatigue in either of you. I'd tested trying to ask fatigue in Rena before going to sleep. I also tried casting on myself, and it didn't cure my bruises entirely, but made them smaller, but I was more tired for sure. So then probably something else had to be used for bone and structure parts being hurt, assuming I could ever get past all the other problems that made magic seem like trying to jump over a 50-foot wall. Because of physics and the way energy flowed and worked, would that mean even if you could cure fatigue that it wouldn't cost even more of the healer's fatigue too? The wall was so dauntingly massive. I struggled with the temptation of giving up on it. But in the end, that's a bad life choice that would cost me a future. Wait, maybe I could just try to get stronger at it? I could try to break it down too, and try to figure out what made up the blue spark. Did my physical stamina affect how hard the fatigue hit me, and the cost of the blue spark, or both? Also, what if the wound was really big or had specific problems? There could trouble with tendons, torn muscles, broken bones, and would it affect each of those or not? There might be more to this than I thought. Was the effect the same or smaller or bigger if cast on myself? I'd tried to experiment some things on myself, but hadn't been able to tell about that part yet. If I got better at it, would the effect grow or stay the same? How would I even know how many cure spells I could cast in the day before passing out? And which would grow first, out of wanting the cost to be smaller, or the effect growing? After playing with it one more time, I didn't have much for answers. But at least I could do it now without feeling like it would give out and fail. Was there a limit to how many times it could be used on the same person, such as Rena? Did it have a side effect? This seemed like the biggest problem of all. There must be some kind of trade-off somehow, or it would be too godlike. I mean, of all the different RPG skills, it seems that heal or cure was the most indispensable. You can live without a fire spell. You can live without a lot of magic, but not heal when you have a harsh environment and lots of enemies. You could do an RPG with no mage, but not without a healer. Also, what were its other accompanying skills and skill tree? I wouldn't know everything right away either. It would take a lot of smaller experiments to be able to know. Would it slow aging if I casted it a lot on someone? Because Rena had a specific condition, how would it be different on recent injuries like cuts compared to a chronic condition? What about amputees that had already healed over? If an amputee had healed over their injury and then you cut off a section of stump where the original wound was located, would that then let you regenerate them slowly over time? Of course, nobody would survive the sanity, but it's still an interesting question. Was there a bonus if combined with herbs and real medicines? Somehow I didn't really want to go hang out with the herbalist guy though. I liked him well enough, but he was a little too odd, and I was afraid his influence might affect Rena's future. There was too much I didn't know still. That worried me too. I might have to do something about the Kenji problem too. Last night, he'd been too bold in coming over. His fixation on Rina also seemed pretty unhealthy, and instead of it stopping, it seemed to have grown some, and I'd have to talk that over with Yumi and Sensei first to gauge what they thought I should do. Wonder what Akira might suggest too. Besides trying to execute him, I'd try to not involve Rina if I could beyond warn her to never be alone with him. That I felt relieved to have gotten through the night. But I felt sore all over from all the stress and from everything that happened. Oh, thank goodness. You are awake. I wasn't sure what I'm supposed to do, Asakura-sensei said. She looked a bit tired. She was still supporting Rina, with her head and neck over Sensei's lap, but Yumi was supporting Sensei's head and neck, and then again Yumi had formed a triangle with her own neck and head resting on Rina's thighs. Oh, how'd you work that out? I asked. None of us wanted bugs in our hair actually, Sensei said. So you all were willing to let each other rest on each other's legs and thighs? I asked. Actually, no. Ugh, for some reason my head hurts. She suddenly felt her head and hair with her hand, but then she suddenly pulled away from her head with a surprised look. What is it? What's wrong? I asked. She looked a bit too stiff and like she was hiding something. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. She kept insisting nothing was wrong, but somehow when she'd touched her head, she'd acted strangely. But I couldn't force her to talk about it. So yeah, none of us wanted to rest on each other at first, but then a bug crawled on Yumi's face, and she started talking about earwigs. Then it just somehow happened to help guard each other's hair and face from bugs, Sensei said. None of us like bugs actually, Yumi said, as she stretched out her arms getting up. Yumi was interesting in that she'd somehow had this really straight silky hair that nobody what was going on seemed to never get out of place. Unlike Sensei and I who had to smooth our fingers through our hair in the morning to make sure it wasn't looking wild. Yumi's hair is so pretty? How do you get it to always lay down perfectly? Sensei asked. You're asking me? Yumi wondered. It's true that most people thought Asakura was the best looking, but even she had to comb her hair like a normal person, Sensei shrugged. Any bug bites? Yumi wondered, looking herself over for anything that shouldn't be there on her clothes. The rest of us were doing the same. Aren't earwigs the worst? Sensei said sincerely. When I was a kid, I had nightmares about falling into a bed of earwigs. Oh dang. That's the worst. My room sometimes bugs would try to come in through the window. Yumi started to say. Somehow the girls all had empathy for each other suddenly. All it took was a few bugs, and they could somehow band together even with no electricity. It was surprising how such an adversity had brought them together while another might pull them apart. So do we have anything for breakfast? Rina asked, being the last to wake. Since her hair was short, of course she didn't have to worry about combing it. I'd give anything for a bathroom, almost, of course, Asakura hurriedly added. We saved a bit of fish for you. It's the last of last night's dinner. If you don't eat it now, someone else will, and we don't know when the next meal is, Yumi said quickly, making sure she knew. Got it. Rina started eating the last bit of the fish while we all looked at it disappearing. A few minutes later, we were about to discuss the plan for a day when a runner came up to us. He stopped to catch his breath and then wiped the sweat off his face. It looked like he was working pretty hard, then I recognized him. It was Ziggy, one of the first rangers that had been identified. Yuta Sama wants everyone to gather for a meeting. Everyone is supposed to come, including Rina and Sensei, the ranger kid said. Huh? Rina looked up confused. What? Sensei also looked up. So did he specifically say their names specifically? I asked innocently. Yep. He wants them especially. Of course everyone else too, but especially them, the ranger kid said. What's it about? The meeting, I mean? I asked. The ranger kid just smiled. It'll all be explained and informed. Come along then. Where's the meeting at again? Yumi wondered, stretching again. It seems Yumi was weak against lack of sleep and morning stiffness. The lookout spot where the rangers found out their calling is where everyone is gathering. The kid said evenly with his teeth flashing. We'll be along in just a minute, Yumi said, giving him her fake smile to put him at ease. He smiled back. But I knew her long enough to know it wasn't the genuine smile, it was the fake one she used when putting up a front. She'd used it on teachers and our parents a few times to get her way. Since she practically lived with Rina, I'd been able to know to identify it. What's going on? Sensei suddenly whispered after he'd left. She kept her voice low so others didn't hear us. Around us, but not too close, there were other students that were also waking up in their little huts. Not sure? Rina asked. Is there supposed to be something going on? Well, they were acting pretty suspicious, I said. Are you sure? Rina asked. Well, he called Yuta-sama instead of just plain Yuta. That by itself is weird as hell and shouldn't be happening. He acted like it's decided that Yuta is the head of everyone, Sensei wondered. Was there a shift in leadership while we were resting? We're not sure, I said, beginning to feel very uncomfortable. It looks weird, Asakura said. Apparently she was no dummy. Yuta probably isn't much better than Kenji, and they spent too much time together. It's possible the nerdness of Kenji may have infected him somehow over time, even before we were brought here. I'm surprised to hear you talk like that, Rina gasped in surprise. Well, I like nerdiness. It's cute a lot of the time, when it's innocent. But when it loses innocence and gets into weird obsession and danger to others that are different. If possible, I'd help most my students for things that are possible and reasonable to do, Sensei explained quickly. So you don't think we're nerds? Because I did a lot of nerd stuff, I said. Sensei blushed and then pinched my cheek. Oh Shun, you are so good. You take care of your sister and help others. I wish more people were like you. She was standing close to me and it looked like she might give me a hug, but suddenly Rina cut her off. Well, what are we supposed to think about Yuta? It looked like something is happening, she said. So you think people would want Yuta to be the boss over their teacher even? Yumi smirked. She was partly playing with our sensei. I don't know, Sensei shrugged. About which part? I asked. Everything? Why Yuta? And is Yuta responsible? How will his own needs conflict with the group's? That's the real question to ask. Will he have enough maturity to put others before his own self? Sensei wondered. So you think his personal wants and needs might conflict with the others? I wondered. Sensei sighed, not because it's Yuta, but everyone. That's what they have trouble with when they suddenly get into power or unexpectedly have a lot of wealth. My grandfather talked about it a lot to warn us. After all, he had his own company. How much of their time and resources go to themselves instead of others? Even my grandfather struggled with it, and he was a really good person. Over time it changes, and they have to learn what's best. Everyone has trouble with it a little. But in extremes it can go badly and mean a lot of corruption. I don't know how Yuta will be, she finished shrugging. I hadn't thought about that, I said. So you think? Rina started to say, but I raised a hand and she stopped. I kept waving my hand. Why would Yuta be calling a meeting? This doesn't look good, but I'm not sure why. Why wasn't it Akira calling the meeting, who was clearly in charge before, and helped me kill the boss pig orc, or Yuriko who was with him? Oh well. Guess we'll find out soon, Sensei said, shrugging. But it is puzzling, isn't it? I think Akira seems more reliable too, don't you? Rina nodded. That is also another factor that makes this strange. It can't be that bad. Maybe he's found something about the new skill system? Or another tool of some kind? Maybe he's going to share about that? Yumi suggested excitedly. I mean, it's exciting, isn't it? We can ask him about your skill too, she suggested. It does seem like the window magic system is involved somehow, but I'm not sure if that's directly or indirectly related, Sensei said, trying to think about it. Wait! You can't tell others I can heal or that I have a magic job, I said adamantly. Wait? What? Yumi and Rina gasped. Why? In unison came out a bit stiffly. But it could give them a lot of hope when people are dying, Yumi protested combatively. She had her hands on her hips. Wow, she was kind of stubborn, huh? I thought. It's too soon. What if they go crazy? Everyone is too desperate. Also, I'm not that strong and everyone's wounded. I could end up having them all wanting me to heal everyone to death beyond my strength, literally, I said with wide eyes. Just having it cast it like 3 times on Rina had taken a lot of my strength actually. I think I passed out actually, instead of falling to sleep last night. Oh, I was wondering why you were sleeping in a silly posture. I should have done something. I'm sorry, Sensei said. I'll look out for you better from now, she bowed slightly in apology. I was so tired my mind was totally gone too. Sorry, Shun, Yumi nodded in my direction sincerely. Are you sure that's a good idea to not tell people though? People are really hurt right now, and there are some that are sure to die, Sensei said. Let me figure out how much is my limit first and what the rules are. I feel like I'm gambling without knowing how it works. It's very clear there is a physical stamina loss when I cast it and a very strong weak feeling, and that worries me a lot. The weak feeling also gets stronger with consecutive casts. What do you think will happen if 50 people to 100 people want me to heal them all now or else? They will not take no for an answer, and I'll just end up taking their place if we don't define limits first, I said. Are you sure they won't be reasonable though? Yumi wondered hopefully. When you put it that way, it's true we don't know very much about it, Sensei admitted. But it could be so helpful. She muttered at the end indecisively. Well, think about just Akira and Yuriko, they are suffering from actual burns right now. That's hell pain. Burns hurt bad. If you thought someone could get rid of that hellish pain, and there were dozens of others with that same pain, things could get out of control fast, I replied. Now I get it. I'm so sorry, Shun. Rina said tearfully, but I just patted her head. That's a good point, Sensei admitted. But you won't let them die, will you? She looked worried and was studying my reaction intently. Well, I don't even know if I can stop that. There's so much need now. It's not just wounds, but food and food storage being our main culprits right now. Will cure spells cure starvation? I'm not sure about that. Also, Rina is going to need me still, and I can't save 100 people by myself. That's unfair to expect that, I said. That is a good question. Somehow I'm not sure if starvation will be healed either with a spell. Wouldn't you need to fix it some other way? Asakura exclaimed. I didn't think about that, Yumi also acknowledged. Asakura sighed, you're right. I'm sorry, Shun. But please don't be cruel. It's hard to see people hurting and not do anything. Don't you want to help them? I won't be cruel, I said. She then looked puzzled. However, if healing someone is closing up damage on a cellular level, then isn't starvation the absence of energy in those same cells that aren't damaged? So maybe heal or cure or whatever won't heal starvation, Sensei guessed. But I could be wrong, she said. Sensei is so good at figuring stuff out, Rina smiled. Yeah, that's what happens when people go to school, Yumi encouraged. Yeah, of course I do want to help others, I said, getting back on topic. But the amount of demand is like 10 times higher than I can cope with, if not more. I will literally collapse if I try to go heal everyone that's injured right now. I mean, Akira and Yuriko's burns right now are enough to collapse me, and that's just 2 people. They must be pretty awful right now. I want to help them soon, but, I said. I opened my eyes wide and shrugged. Yeah, this isn't good. If they find out we have a healer after that fight, he'll get mobbed to death, literally, Yumi said, frowning. Well, do you think there will be other healer jobs? Rina wondered. Somehow I doubt it. It's something pretty rare after all. Desires factor into it. You can run into people who are smart enough or strong enough easily enough, but having the right heart and desires, that's something else, and we do know that desires are a part of the jobs. But not all of it, Sensei explained, while patting my arm and standing really close to me. Sensei sure was acting weird lately, I couldn't help but notice. That's too bad. It would nice to have other people to help, Yumi said, with her hands in her pockets. She kicked a rock and was looking down. Are you worried if you'll find something that you can do? I asked her. She suddenly stiffened. It's not that. I just want to be able to help out too. But I'm trying to figure out what will be right for me, she blushed, glancing at Rina again. I'm sure you'll get a good skill, I said to Yumi. I believed it too. Yumi was strong, and good too, even if she was a bit overly fixated on Rina for some reason, so we keep it a secret for a few days, till Shun can figure out how it works. Rina stated flatly to end the discussion. But Sensei protested. Shun isn't selfish, Sensei. He'll help when he can, Rina said confidently. You could help so many though. Even normal doctors on our world, they want to cure someone, but mostly are actually doing pain management and disease management than actual healing. A lot of people just end up spending their livelihood on pills that do little effect in the end. So it's natural. I have hopes for you, Shun, Sensei said, giving me a nod. So what's up with that, Sensei? You seem interested in Shun, Yumi teased. Sensei blushed. She was standing like so close her side boob was touching my arm, but somehow she was casual. Well, like Rina, I had someone in my family who was really ill all the time. My mother's sister had unexplained weakness and pain all her life. My mother also later had it, though it didn't show in her till later on, after I was born. It can't be helped that if someone were to be able to help those people in real life, of course I'd do anything to help them, she said with her voice shaking a bit. And very nervous. Our family spent a fortune with my grandfather using his company's wealth to help them, but we could never cure them either. Then last year my mom died. Sensei looked down as she continued speaking. She had her hands in front of her, but still somehow her side boob kept getting pushed into my arm. I was feeling pretty embarrassed. It was an exciting feeling too, and the softness was hypnotic enough to make me feel so nervous I needed to go find a bush to pee in. Rina blinked and was staring at Asakura-sensei, who was looking down. I wondered what she was thinking. It was a strange, odd feeling, and I couldn't tell what was going through her mind. Yumi was also studying Rina's reaction. I didn't know what to say, and neither did the others. I wasn't sure what to think of Asakura-sensei either. Her desire wasn't necessarily love, but she clearly was having a hope for others too. Wow. Now I was being set up to run around helping everyone. That was going to be tiresome. We both knew what C was talking about. It was some kind of heal skill or job or whatever, and definitely magic. But we'd been so busy trying to save Rena's life all last night and trying to pump heal spells into her over and over until I'd passed out that we'd not had a chance to even pay attention to the pop-up window that we'd missed. I wanted and wished we'd had a chance to figure that out, and at the time Raya and Yuta weren't around. And when I'd woken up in the morning it was gone. I guess there's a time limit to how long you can have them open until they close automatically. I was worried there might be something important we might have missed in the blue window pop-up. First let's go see what Yuta wants, Yumi suggested. But let's keep this like between us. We can keep ourselves as a tight team, she suggested. Don't let anyone else in without group agreement, okay? But... Rina started to say, but Yumi cut her off. Too many people will just want to be in temporarily till they can steal Rina or Asakura away. I know how boys work. Yumi said like a gangster girl type, while Yumi could be scary when she wanted to be. She had such a rough personality that people were afraid to approach her too, even though she was almost as pretty as Sensei and Rina. We started walking while talking quietly to ourselves and trying to actively avoid walking near others. What about Yuriko and Akira? Should we go find them? Rina wondered as we trudged through the grass and the woods. Well, last night I saw them making out in the bushes. That's partly why I didn't mention going to hang out with them, Yumi blushed. How can they be like that when things are so dangerous? Rina wondered. I wondered it too. It didn't make sense really. Well, both of them actually wanted to be with each other before this happened. They'd almost confessed to each other enough times that they both knew it was going to happen. But I doubt that it will go very far till people figure out how birth control works in this world, Yumi said. She slapped her hand over her mouth, realizing what she'd just said. At the mention of that word, everyone stiffened. I was surprised too that Yumi dared say it. There was an awkward stiffness for a while. Rina and Sensei were both blushing, but Yumi seemed totally oblivious to everyone's embarrassment and shyness of the topic. We'll decide that based on how far we can trust them, maybe after we figure out more about what's going on? Sensei suggested. That's a good answer, I thought aloud, glad to change the subject. Dreamweaver Chapter 19. The meeting. The four of us were lined up in the back of the gathering area behind the other students, with Rina next to me, and Sensei on my other side, and Yumi jealously guarding Rina on her other side. Yumi shut down Kenji quickly when he asked to sit with us. It was pitiful, to be honest. It hurt to see actually, but I had to steel my heart to not feel pity for Kenji because of needing the boundary. I don't like this, Yumi said dourly. Leaning over to Rina and me to hear, but so that others couldn't. But was this Yumi being blunt or really something to worry about, I wondered. Kenji stood there for a moment watching us, while we all stared back in such a way that he knew he wasn't welcome here. Funny though, I didn't see his zombie anywhere near here. Where was Yamamoto-sensei? Naturally after a while he left, but other boys also asked to sit with us, and Yumi chased them out too. I'm sure Yumi would have chased me out too if Rina didn't need me so much. Her overprotectiveness rivaled the level of some obsessive fathers. She was actually kind of scary. This wasn't the first time this had happened. It bothered me and made me angry that Kenji had came to steal Rina last night and wanted to turn her into his personal zombie. I hadn't been able to get rid of that anxiety and anger all night. But it also bothered me that he was so pitiful and small and weak. He'd wanted to be loved and have attention, but then he had let that overwhelm his choices and dignity by letting his wants get ahead of how to make proper decisions. But that was no excuse. Most people messed up that way in one way or another. though I pitied him still, but now because he'd done something to make us feel unsafe I wouldn't be able to help him with his feelings of inadequacy and his smallness. Again Sensei was leaning really close to me again, with her massive side boob always touching my arm. Her blouse was also too thin, so I felt my temperature going up with excitement, which was making me really antsy. I wasn't sure how to deal with it. I'm sure my face was beet red too, because I was such a shy person. But whenever other students would look at us, Sensei kept trying to act subtle. She acted as if there wasn't enough room for us to not bump into each other, but that was only half right. She was a crafty fox, I'd have to be wary. But how good the physical touch felt was wonderful, but confused me at the same time. Around us the other kids were starting to pay attention around a big ring of other kids in the middle. We'd been some of the last to arrive. They had tried to be neatly and orderly, but some kids weren't sure what was going on around them. We were also some of those same people. They had arranged a big half-circle gathering and then a few rows of people behind them in a grove of really thick trees. It was basically a hidden inner meadow inside part of the forested area where everyone was camping. So before too many people could start to gossip, Ziggy came forward standing in front of them. Okay, let's begin this like it's an official meeting. Everyone will take their turn to speak. First, I'll introduce the topic of the meeting and the different players. Also, to let everyone know, we have a plan to keep everyone alive. We intend to fight the orcs, and we will win. We know we've got the strength and the plans for it. Also, we believe we've found several keys to survival. The students cheered for a bit, and many of them were clapping. Some of them got up and started to shake their fists at the air. There were cries of woohoo and yeah. Let's get 'em. This was the first chance of hope they'd had. They were all standing there with an expectant look and wanting to believe that we could have a future in this world. This was the first time anyone had been able to say anything about that confidently. They just needed a band and some electrical paraphernalia, and this would start to look like a rock concert. It seemed with the way people were gathered around with excitement on their faces. They were looking around hopefully, trying to be cheerful so far. Some of them were pretty excited to find friends were still alive that they hadn't been able to find before. After all, at the end of the orc battle people were more focused on fleeing than finding their friends and hadn't gotten that sorted out yet. Unless you really cared about people enough to sacrifice, you wouldn't find them right away, it seemed. By the time we finished up killing Boss Orc, it was night. Okay then. Ziggy turned his head to address the still smiling crowd. Now I'll turn the crowd's attention to Akira, who will address us next. Ziggy then went to sit over on top of a rock, after extending his hand outward to point out Akira, who had a strange look on his face. Then he clapped his hands too with the crowd as Akira walked up. Akira walked up slowly. He was walking slowly with determination and a fierce look on his face. He had sustained a lot of injuries, but it seemed that there was something else. I wished I could read his mind and see what he was thinking. I could see Eriko, who had been sitting by him, but she looked really unhappy for some reason. In fact, I could pick up she was really super angry, but I didn't know why. Her eyes were glaring at Akira and she had her arms folded in defiance. Akira leaned out over a makeshift podium looking over the group as he got in front of them. Then he cleared his throat and did his best public speaking voice. First, I'd like to address what's left of our student body. I think we can make it in this world. I really do. We've also found out from the group of 8 rangers that their skills are progressing. Yes, you also heard me right. We now have 8 rangers and not just 6, and we're finding other jobs and skill sets too. They've figured out some good survival techniques and how to get us to a safe spot near here, which I'll talk about shortly. There's other jobs discovered? That's so cool! Rina exclaimed happily. It is good news, Sensei admitted. Wonder what else they will find soon, Yumi muttered. There was a lot of outcrying of joy and cheers when he'd mentioned a safe spot. It took a while to calm people down. People were smiling again and picking up hope. Our group seemed unchanged though and looked on in seriousness. There has to be a catch here somewhere, Sensei said, then Akira resumed talking. For starters, there's no way to get around this, but we have 3 candidates to bring to you as a group as your future leaders. We all know we need a leader and a decision-making process to help ensure group survival. We need unity and direction too. They are each of these candidates, vying for the chance to lead you to our new safe spot to live in, and each of them has their own plan to do so. Each of you will be given the chance to meet them, ask questions to determine who the best fit to lead us is. You can also discuss things after the meeting in order to figure out who you will vote for our leaders. For now though, each of them will formally introduce themselves and give a short introduction and why they think they should be the new king. How come Shun isn't up there? Rina asked innocently. You know, I wonder that too. Could it be they purposefully left him out thinking he'd take their spot? Asakura whispered in a hushed and concerned voice. But, being king? Yumi had wide eyes. Did I hear him right? I heard a girl whisper in front of us. It was a whisper that was confused and full of anxiety. Others thought they'd heard Akira wrong, and why would Akira be part of this anyway? I was surprised that Akira was doing this and hadn't told me anything about it. Why did no one know what was going on, and suddenly to have all of this information just dumped on us as a surprise? He seemed to be stalling for a bit, but then he got a bit more courage and looked stubborn. So to each of you, here are our 3 candidates to be the first king of New Kobe. Which each of you will vote on. He had to stop when suddenly a lot of the kids were acting confused and wondered if they'd heard him right. Their confusion was picking up, and the volume of confused protests and uncertainty in the students was getting to drown out the calm and eliminate the peace of the area. Suddenly, all the smiles and happiness had disappeared completely. Many of the kids were staring in complete shock, and it was starting to look like a neo-Nazi meeting rather than a rock concert in their minds. What did he just say? Did he say that right? What's going on? What is this? The FK? What gives them the right to, did he say king? So they want to justify a king because most of the adults are dead? What? Why a king? I don't want a king. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Isn't a king bad? If we have a king, will we have taxes? Someone whispered. Nah, if you have a king you become his slaves, his friend responded. Around the 2, whoever heard that was suddenly getting mad. It looked like a lot of the kids might start a riot soon. I could see people also subtlety picking up rocks, sharp stick bits, or anything they could in the grass of the meadow around them, and stuff to fight with. Then someone started booing until one of the rangers hit him with a club. If they hadn't hit him, others would have joined him in his booing, it seemed. But seeing their readiness to hit people, things were getting more confusing. That's like the King of America, right? King? What in the world? There was a lot of confusion. People weren't very happy, but then all of a sudden one of the students came up to the podium. Gentlemen and ladies. My name is Yuta, as you all know. I also hope to be King Yuta and help you all achieve your potential. I believe that I am the only one to be able to lead this people in the new world. The part about being king, if we don't have our own king, someone else will? Those Egyptian soldiers and that Yayoi group, you saw them, right? Both those cultures have kings and slaves. So if they are going to try to rule over us, why not have our own king instead? Isn't it better if it's one of our own people? As he was talking, I heard Yumi whisper, "Clever son of Bai at #at. He is using the evil of this world to justify swaying the people. He wants people to believe there's no other choice." Yuta continued, "I am the only one who can read the screens and magic system notifications so far. As you all know, Raya got sick last night too and seems deathly ill. She won't be able to help with this job for a while. I'm sorry for the inconvenience this causes. Because of the circumstances and desperation, I feel forced to carry this heavy burden. However, I am committed to us building a new city and community as New Kobe. I have even discovered a site for our new city and am sure we can rebuild. Vote for me as your candidate for King of Kobe. I will make sure each of you have a place to live and want to make Rina my bride. The foo at! Yumi exclaimed. Trying to steal our Rina, that pig. Her face was heating up and getting beet red. Oh no! Rina ducked low so she could hide behind other people in front of us in the crowd. She was looking really scared. Yuta raised his hand like he was in charge and trying to stimulate his leadership propaganda. It looked somewhat like someone that was in a parade on TV. Thank you, he was saying as he ended his speech and then went to go sit down by where the other 3 candidates were sitting. Both of them were also looking at the crowd, reacting badly though to their idea. But they were too greedy to back down, all of them. What the hell? So it's like that? Yuta is greedy, someone said. Greedy pigs. Nobody wants a king, I heard someone yell madly enough for the Rangers and everyone else to hear. Instantly everyone was frowning and wanted to riot but had only stopped because the Ranger kids were all armed and had their weapons out. Nobody wanted to die, but it was clear they wanted to beat down Yuta and the others. I considered running, but I noticed that 2 of the Rangers were guarding the exit out of the meadow and they'd somehow beefed up their arms more, with slings and stones and more spears on each of them. Basically most of their arms seemed like homemade hunter types of weapons that could be made from sharp rock, or lava rock, animal parts, and wood. Instead of King Yuta. From now on it's Greedy Pig Yuta, someone else whispered. Yeah, that name is sure to stick. Manpower is seductive, isn't it? Yumi whispered near me. Sensei was right all along. A lot of people were also muttering in low voices because the boldness of this meeting made them fear retaliation, I noticed. I'm sure Sensei and Yumi were also thinking something was really wrong too. Shun, I don't feel safe. Can we leave? Rina asked. I wanted to leave soon too, but both Yumi and I were looking at the ranger guards that weren't letting people leave the meeting. There was no chance to leave, it seems. Other kids had wanted to leave already and had been beat down with the blunt ends of the ranger spears not too far from us, since we were still in the back of the crowd. Now they were hurt and bloody and crawling away from them. It just so happens that Yuta wants to be king and the only other person that can read the magic and writing window pop-ups is deathly ill? I smell a rat, I heard a student whisper in front of us. This meeting was a trap after all, huh? A few people were heard to whisper. Maybe we should run away, I heard a girl cry out in fear. Maybe we'll have to have a mutiny and fight our way out. If the Rangers act as thugs for whoever wants to be the king, not good, someone else said. We need to arm ourselves. Can't trust those Rangers after all, or boys either, some girls were whispering to each other. This was the first time I'd heard Rina swear. She bent over and was so embarrassed she didn't open her mouth and had given herself a face slap. Or she was hiding from Yuta, or maybe both. I knew instantly she'd reject him and she was really not ready for this. I had forgotten the power of someone popular believing anyone would always fall for them though. Yuta probably didn't even know she was sick. Shun, what do I do? Rina's weak voice called out, trying to stay low. He already knows where you are at, Yumi said. Shut up. Rina still protested and still stayed low. It'll be fine. We'll get through it somehow, I said. Besides me, Sensei also nodded, agreeing and lending support with her hand on both of our shoulders. Yumi was also fuming mad and probably getting ready to slap Yuta around. But we all knew we wouldn't be able to even get close. The 8 rangers were acting like bodyguards for the 3 people at the front of the meeting. He gave a deep bow, and then sat down while looking rather pleased with himself. He was followed by Okamoto next. Hi guys, you all know me. I'm Okamoto. As the Ranger Prince, I believe my team of rangers and I will be the best equipped to deal with real dangers. As proof and to show you that we made weapons all night. We've been making spears for each of us, sharp javelins from branches using weapons crafting, which we also discovered, made slings and stones from fabric and leather, and all kinds of stuff that we salvaged. This is my proof to you that we will protect our people and will make a new city here. He continued, looking out over the crowd, looking left and right, trying to look everyone in the eye. We will be able to teach each of you how to make your own food and salvage food from the wilderness. We've already started teaching people how to make better huts. We'll be able to show you a system of alerting each other to danger in addition to defense. Why the hell worry about having a city? We can go anywhere we want and be free. Plus a city is just a bigger target. We instead will make a tent city, roving to where the best game and hunting is and where the least danger is. It's a beautiful system. Wasn't living in the city how they summoned and pulled us here anyway? When I was a kid, I read about the Sioux and the Dakota Plains Indians with their horses and teepees, and they'd rove across the land and the plains living free with nobody ruling over them or standing in their way. We can do that too here. I'm sure they'll have horses here or the equivalent of horses. Catch the vision of it. Wouldn't such a life be amazing? We can actually have fun in this world. We, myself, and the Rangers will fight. We'll show you how to fight. So vote for me as your new king. And screw Kobe. We're not in Kobe. We want to return to our own world anyway. There was a long silence and people sat down. So he's suggesting we become like the Indians in America? Sensei looked puzzled. Is that good or bad though? I wondered. It's not the ideal, and it's not perfect, but when I was a kid that might have sounded, I don't know, romantic somehow and like wonderful? With real life and death on the line, I'm not so sure though. It's clear we know very little about this world still. Well, it's not bad to live in teepees, but we'd have to really have a way of telling where the enemies are coming from, and they didn't have a palisade or wall around their village, right? Yumi said, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, in a world that's dangerous, not sure how that'd turn out, I said. Well, he sounds like he's more prepared than greedy pig Yuta, someone sighed. But I doubt it will be much better. Unfortunately, they were too loud and Yuta stiffened after hearing his new nickname. He had a bit of a fearful look since people looked like they were only tolerating the 3 king candidates because of the Rangers being armed. Finally, Akira of all people stood up. Okay, people. I'm, of course, the 3rd candidate. What the fudge? Yumi exclaimed. Akira betrayed us? I gasped. How could he try to be a king over us? People seemed confused still and didn't answer him right away. You all know me. Shun and I killed the orc general and his by #ES. He shook his fist at the air to raise people's moral support and courage, but the idea of having a king had scared people so bad they weren't following him well. Isn't that protection? Isn't that taking care of you all? Though I feel burned up and terrible, I still want to help all of you. I'm wounded, but still Yuriko helps me. Thanks, Yuriko. You're a good woman. I know you are upset at me, but I couldn't let Yuta or Okamoto become king and thought they'd ruin us, so the only way I could stop it was by becoming a 3rd candidate. To the rest of you, I'm sorry, and I know you are pissed off that someone is trying to force his way to be your king. I didn't know what else to do except also declare myself the best candidate, hoping to be the voice of reason. And if not, we'll figure something out if I don't win. I love you, Yuriko. You helped me and Shun kill the pig orc boss. You saved me, thanks. Please don't be mad at me. Your courage won my heart. We weren't sure if he was legit or trying to manipulate us, and I think others weren't sure either. Why didn't Akira tell me this and what was going on? His speech didn't sound as awful as the other two though. Then he cleared his throat as he looked out over the rest of the students. So to be honest, I've got good news and bad news. I am not giving the bad parts to you, remember that. I mean rather, that they didn't come from me, but I'm trying to show you there are hurdles in the road ahead. But I want you to understand what's going on, and I'm just identifying the problem. I'm not the source of the problem, okay? He looked briefly at Yuta. That little guy wants you to believe you are safe? How the hell are you safe? Do you know we didn't even know it, and the rangers chased off some wolves last night? There were several gasps of astonishment and a lot of cries of fear and near panic. That's right. Wolves came near us, smelling the wounded and being drawn in by the blood scent in the air. But we chased them off. One of the wounded died last night because of it. You all know Yamashita-kun from Class 3F? Well, he succumbed to his wounds and passed away after being chewed on by wolves last night. The truth is there won't be any safe places in this world probably. The only thing we can do is hang on for the ride. I want you all to be able to survive in this world, and I'm going to help you to do that. But I want to clear up some things. So I need your full attention. All eyes up here, please. First, even if we move cities, there will still be monsters looking for those cities. Number 2, Yuta is a dumbass and the one who came up with the king idea, so I don't trust that. Don't trust Yuta. Also, he didn't want sentries put up last night, but wanted to rest and doesn't want to help us put up a palisade either to protect wherever we decide to settle. We need a palisade for sure, wherever we decide to settle. This is a hell world, not some place to practice being Boy Scouts and having picnics all day. It's a must. I'd say stone walls are better, but we don't have tools for that. We'll also need farms and granaries and to work hard or we won't make it. He thinks it'll be too much work. If he got his way, we'd have several people dead. He blushed a bit and seemed uncomfortable to say the last part, but did anyway. Also number 3, the girls outnumber the boy survivors by about 7 girls for every 4 boys. So our new society is going to be polygamists, probably, unless a lot of the girls suddenly get carried off, which could happen too, so everyone needs to learn how to fight and survive together. There were a lot of boys killed fighting the orcs. Please don't forget their sacrifice. If you girls don't share a boy, then you or your friend won't be able to have a family. Sorry, but don't be mad at me. Also, the monsters like to steal women in this world, and somehow girls' flesh tastes better to them. We think this way because the wolves which attacked us seemed different from Earth's wolves. We also found out that they have some kind of demonic cores in them when you cut open the bodies. Also, they went for wounded girls with much higher probability than wounded boys. Also, last but not least, we found another school nearby here, which was also summoned recently. I intend to lead an expedition to go there and see how it can be used to our benefit. It might be a more defensible position. Wait? What? Did he mean like a school like ours? School? How? What kind of school? What's going on? First, a king and now this? Where is this going? It could be another lie to justify this king crap, someone said. I don't understand a thing. How do we veto having a king? I think to veto a king you have to first kill him and his guards, another said callously. Shun, I'm scared. Rena whispered, after hearing the talk of violence. She'd started crying but was trying to keep it down and hide it. I think all of us were scared actually. We should kill all three of them so no one will ever try to be a king, right? I heard a few boys say. They were also carrying rocks, but the Rangers were staring at them with their weapons ready to fight. So if we vote for a king? How long will he be in office? A few worried girls said. Will this be like a dictator? Someone asked. We should end this now. People were getting angry now and it wasn't going away. Shun, I don't know if it's safe to be here anymore, Rena whispered. I agree, Sensei whispered. But trying to hide it so it didn't look like we were really talking, the confusion had settled over the group, even though the three king candidates were waving their arms to calm people down. But things weren't calming down. Some of the students were even angry and screaming what right others had to pick a king over the others. Some of them were ready to fight. Things only calmed down after the Rangers knocked two kids out cleanly with blows to the head from clubs and the butt ends of spears. They didn't look dead, but were bleeding a lot and unconscious. Some other kids pulled them away and we couldn't see them after that. After a while, Ziggy stepped up. There's two other pieces of information I'd like to share with you as a group. First off, we believe the school near here was summoned about 20 years ago and in fact is confirmed from our world. We haven't gotten a chance to get close to it to inspect it though, but know it's near the mountains. We do know it's made from concrete and fairly close to the Orc Fortress as well, but not nearly so close as ours was, and close to the river, which was how one of the Rangers found it late last night on patrol. We will be sending an expedition there soon to determine if it can be used as a base and a safe spot. There's also a possibility there might be other survivors that may be in the vicinity from that same school. We will let the rest of you think about things for a bit and who you'd like to vote for. Then tomorrow, the vote will be official. Also, we have found 2 more ranger jobs, and a job called Defender, of which there are 4 found so far. There also is a job called Green Mage that was discovered too. We believe this job is something to do with using magic to speed up and manage quick agriculture production. 2 people so far have been discovered in this job, and Yuta and Raya will be trying to help more people find the secrets and jobs of this world. We look forward to finding more skills to promote our futures here. He paused for a bit, as the rest of you know one of the students last night tried to stab another student with a small metal knife. We're worried about what this will do to our society. The 3 king candidates also argue that it's a good chance to prove their worth, and tomorrow morning we will hold a meeting here to have the 3 of them argue for the fate of the defendant and hold a court and judge him. We will let you vote on the choices of what to do to determine if he is guilty, innocent, and what kind of punishment for either decision after hearing their arguments. That's all for now, thanks. He closed the meeting just like that, while we stared in shock. Oh dear, that poor student must be so scared, Sensei gasped with her hands covering her mouth and very teary-eyed. How could they do that? Someone said. Are we supposed to be upset or angry over them wanting to execute a criminal? Yumi wondered aloud, clearly confused. Are you sure they want to execute him? Rena wondered. This really is information overload too. We are already trying to worry about food, supplies, orcs, defense, and now they want a trial, and to decide a king too? They are idiots! Sensei exclaimed, shaking her head. Probably, they'll need to prove they have power already and that they can do what they want, Yumi admitted. I'm not sure we should rescue him, he is guilty. But I don't think he should die maybe? I'd have to think about it. It's kind of a gray area. He should have a harsh punishment for sure, but not sure yet, I confess. It was a difficult question to answer. I couldn't tell if the kid had any remorse either, or if he'd actually become a murderer, or if others would imitate his behavior if he got off easily. What the F at # do those morons think they are doing? Yumi said angrily. As if Kenji wasn't enough. I don't know. They make Kenji look pretty tame actually. At least Kenji was blinded by his love delusion, but a power delusion is more dangerous than a love delusion, Asakura exclaimed, in a harsh quiet whisper. Both delusions sound pretty bad to me. I whispered. I agree with Shun on that this time, Yumi said, again looking really upset and had an intense look in her eyes. True. Sensei said. Again, she somehow was having her side boob touch me, but Rina had noticed and started frowning really big. Then she somehow pulled me closer to her, so it wasn't touching me anymore. But as a result, I was kind of touching Rina now. Then Sensei had just stepped closer, and I was now getting sandwiched between both of them. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, but what do we do? Yumi wondered aloud, thinking the same thing I was. In a moment she'd probably pull Rina closer to her, I bet. I never thought I'd see my students be so reckless, Asakura exclaimed with her hand covering her mouth. Her eyes were as wide open as I'd thought possible. Rina was just as surprised, but didn't say anything, but her hand was clutching my shirt sleeve so tightly that her knuckles were turning white. Shun, you aren't going to let them make us slaves, are you? If we live like that, it'll be a terrible life, won't it? She asked, looking at me. She was right. As the students disbanded to go different ways, I heard others muttering in a whisper things about greedy pig Yuta. How were we supposed to get out of this? And the orcs could come back at any time. I couldn't believe how reckless and crazy these people were. My to-do list. I still wasn't sure which would be a better life. Do we go live like the Sioux Indians like Okamoto suggested? Try to find a way to join the Yayoi or Egyptian communities without being their slaves, or was it possible to find some other city, hopefully with more options or even some technology? Also, I wanted to find a chance to study what was inside my demon prison box some more. I had to figure out a way to open up those dark prison crystals, and figure out if there was a way to let the girls trapped inside out, or use them somehow. I needed to figure out how the magic of the demon box worked while at the same time practicing my heal kills. Assuming it really was a heal ability and not some kind of life transfer, what rules were involved in how I used it. Sooner or later the others would demand some of the money we'd taken from the pig orc general too. I hadn't forgotten that, but because money was worthless until other cities were found, people hadn't pressed the issue. Once we had a king, he'd requisition it by force, most likely learn survival and resource-gathering skills while keeping my team alive. I also needed to break down the barrier with Yumi. It does seem that she has a dark cloud over herself and is hard to approach. Could there be a reason for this? It had nothing to do with trying to pursue her, but she seemed almost aggressive to others, particularly boys sometimes. Rina seemed to have blunted the edge of this, but surely it would come out sooner or later when Rina wasn't around and I was starting to pick up on it. She seems so dark and blunt that if I don't build trust with her, it could hurt our ability to work as a team, but if there was another school, then there could be more people like us in this world. That might be really cool. Thanks for reading and for your support. Please prevent revenge reviews for any author's work, even if it's simple. All of us are progressing, and in life we shouldn't crush or hurt the dreams of others, even if they have nothing to do with writing stories. Some people feel the need to lash out at people that have a story that they don't. Please also have courage to try to investigate and look at new types of stories. There's a lot of good stories out there, not just mine, but from other authors that I find every day that are written with a lot of effort and editing, but just lack people finding these hidden gems. Also, I will be bringing over more of my work onto Wattpad.com in the next few weeks. I have chosen to slowly bring them over chapter by chapter, in part because I don't have a lot of time and need to do other things too in my life. After leaving the meeting, we also pretended to feign ignorance and hide how angry we were when we'd walked past the ranger guards. It was obvious they were looking at people and taking note who looked like potential trouble. Even after leaving the meeting spot area, we'd noticed people were suddenly asking for people's whereabouts and where they were going, and that hadn't happened before now. It was clear the three king candidates wanted to keep an eye on people. We traveled out of earshot of the others and found a place much deeper in the woods, which was secluded, to discuss our options. But that doesn't mean we thought we were safe. We had to be careful and make sure no one stumbled on our conversation, and we nervously kept watching the area around us to make sure nothing could sneak up on us. In short, we hadn't gotten to this spot until a good 20 minutes of wandering to the deepest part of the woods had been spent. Here the foliage had been so thick that if we were to get separated from each other, it would be hard to find each other. The dirt here was darker and a bit moist compared to the other parts of the forest too, because of having less sunlight getting through the really tall treetops. It also looked like an area few people had ever been to. So what are we going to do? I wondered aloud. I was pacing a bit as we tried to figure it out once we thought it was safe to talk. I don't like this at all, Yumi muttered. But then again, Yumi didn't like anything. She was dark pretty much all the time. But her redeeming traits were that she was loyal and would follow people she cared about into hell. She was our sentry so far, keeping an eye on the entrance to the hidden woody enclosure we'd found to meet up in after several minutes of hiking. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Sensei said, holding my arm with subtlety, which I suddenly realized. She seemed to be really stuck to me ever since we found out I could do magic. This plus the revelation that she was a closet gamer had given me the impression she must like either healer characters or magic, or both, plus what she'd said about her family members. Sensei is so close to Shun, Rina muttered jealously. She was giving a pouty face too, which didn't help. She sort of got close and face to face with Sensei, but her behavior bothered me more than Sensei's. Really? Sorry. I'm just scared, I guess, and Shun seems safe and reliable. I'm sorry. Sensei apologized and stopped holding my arm, but she stayed close by. She looked kind of embarrassed. But she kept staying so close I could feel her warmth. Rina, it's okay. You are going to have to accept that Shun is going to be involved with others, Yumi teased. But I need him more. I need some treatment soon too, don't forget me, she scowled. In response to this, Asakura was trying to hide a smirk on her face. I won't forget, I said. But I need you too, Yumi reasoned. Are you talking to me or Shun? Rina asked. Both. Yumi somehow had a dejected look. So we're calling heals for Rina her treatment then? Asakura confirmed aloud. She had her tongue in cheek and appeared to be thinking about something, but I couldn't guess at what. You'll also like. That makes sense. Shun. We hope you will get strong enough for treating all of us, Rina said, flashing her teeth and smile with her tongue out. We all need each other. We really have to help each other or we're going to perish, I said. Yeah, I hope we can find a skill too, Rina said, looking down. I could tell she was worried about if she would fit in and find a place in this world. So I placed my hand on her shoulder to show support. I lingered with my hand on her shoulder and was about to pull it away, but she reached out with her other hand and held my hand there. You think you'll have a skill? Sensei wondered, looking at Rina. I don't know. Maybe? Will someone as weak as me still get one? I also hope to not slow everyone down, Rina responded. She scratched something in the dirt she'd exposed from moving a rock. Or perhaps the scratching in the dirt was trying to mask us not seeing she was feeling self-conscious of needing more help than a normal person. Why wouldn't she get a skill? But if it turns into a combat skill with her weak health, that would be really bad, Yumi said, biting her lip. The fact that they said they found some green mages sounds good. There could be something for everyone here if we can figure out how it works and unlocks. So don't worry too much, Sensei smiled. We should find a quiet place to hide the next time something bit like this happens, and also a good consistent meeting spot to go to where we can't be overheard, I said. So we have this be our official hideaway spot? Sensei asked, looking around over the place. It is sort of out of the way and deep in the forest. There is also a lot of cover here to hide in, so I like it, Yumi admitted. But will the rangers' special skills help them find it or us easy? I think they said tracking was one of their skills. That might make us at a disadvantage. Plus we need to get stronger and tougher. Tracking isn't good. They could find people easy with it, I complained, scratching my head. Yeah, but they won't find people automatically, and they won't know who they are following, unless they somehow can add magic to it, right? Sensei wondered. I shrugged. I'm not too sure, but this idea of a king, that bothers me a lot. Societies with kings were always moving backward and oppressing people. People had terrible lives, I muttered. I don't think they would do that, would they? Yumi wondered. What do we do? Should we fight them? What if that weakens us before the orcs come back? That's a good question, Rena sighed, looking up. I wish I could help you guys more. I don't know. They seemed pretty aggressive. It might be better for everyone if we decide if we should just leave them and split off on our own, I shrugged. You think they will make us slaves, huh? Rena asked, trying to confirm with me. I shrugged. Could be, but we'll see. Yuta is hard to predict though, but it seems like he's in dark villain mode right now. Akamoto, I think, is just delusional, but not necessarily as malicious as he is. But his being blinded will cause a lot of harm and damage from bad choices, even if they aren't overtly offensive decisions against others. Akira is, I don't know. His going for being king totally threw me off, so now I wonder if we really know him. At first, it'll probably be more like they will start by wanting to find out what people think after the meeting and find out who is dangerous if you were trying to be the king. I think they will want to spy and listen in on people to feel how people responded to the idea of a king. Then they'll decide what to do with who they think is dangerous from that information that's gathered in, Sensei said. That's pretty awful, I admitted. It's also very possible what you said about Akamoto could be true about him being able to cause as much harm as Yuta because of his delusions and other reasons. We need to not have a king, period, but that will take a lot of convincing people, Sensei said. That's a possibility. You know, I can't help but worry about going hungry more than this king business, though I see them both as having a critical danger level. This place, it's so different than what we're used to, Yumi wondered. That means they are probably trying to find everyone right now, if you are right? Rena said as a question. We really need to figure out a way to live in this place, but I don't necessarily think that these people all know how to survive long term or that we should stay with them very long. A lot of them won't do well, and some will want to live off other people without doing anything to participate or help, I said. I kicked a rock in frustration. The worry and stress of not knowing how to live and where your next meal was coming from was terrible after all. It was boiling up inside me and making me terribly frustrated. In fact, I'd been ignoring my hunger pains because of the others. We'd only had a fish to eat that wasn't that big and had to share it, with it being the only meal we'd had all day. But don't they have the rangers? Won't that prevent people from, not doing so well and being tempted? I don't understand why they would want to live off others, Rena suggested, digging and scratching something in the dirt with a stick. As expected, Rena is so innocent she doesn't see the dark side of all of this very well. Both Yumi and I could see it. You have been sheltered for a long time, huh? Yumi sighed. Isn't that good? Rina asked, giving her a blank look. Well, it's good that you aren't desensitized to how evil society really is, but it means you need more exposure to real life and how to live, Yumi said, giving her a smile. But do you think society is evil? Rina questioned her, with thick eyebrows of doubt. Yeah, it is, but I can't explain why, Yumi said. Sure it is. I think I can explain it. Think about it. One guy is living in a house on a certain street and is getting rich, while just across the street right next to him another person can starve within plain sight of him. Society will say the starving man deserved to die and did something to deserve it, so they don't have to give him a job. He will also even see signs of trouble like lack of electricity, poor clothes, and other visible signs of suffering, but will ignore them and even try to avoid them and withdraw support and even friendship. People see people in need all the time and just walk away, ignoring the suffering of others. How can that not be evil? Sensei interjected. I hadn't thought of it like that. Sensei and Yumi have a lot of heart courage in facing what's right, I said. Without realizing it, I'd made them blush. But I'd not been trying to draw attention to them, but just stating a fact in the open. So is ignoring people in need is evil? Rina wondered. She thought about it while studying the trees around us. They looked a lot like a type of aspen trees in this part of the woods, but not all of the woods were entirely aspen. There were many trees similar to trees on Earth, and even some pine trees near the edges of the woods farther away from us, and a few types of trees that didn't look anything like the ones on Earth. Well, at the Nuremberg trials, they portrayed the idea that when we're so callous that we will think of self continually, at a certain point we become blinded to the suffering of others, and then progress to a point where we're so blind and numb in self-centeredness that we would be so dead that we wouldn't think badly about hurting another, and our conscience erodes over time of these small bits of being obsessed with self-gain at the expense of others. So in effect, it's like if you get so obsessed with self-preservation and become dead to feeling that you can end up not able to see that you, yourself are without realizing it causing harm all the time to others. Many people that do badly to others aren't consciously even thinking that their actions cause harm to others. But their actions still caused great harm even though they are not aware of it and thinking I was only trying to get X for myself. Then it can progress from that point to eventually enjoying profiting off others in trouble, Sensei explained. It was a deep thought, so we had to stop to think about it. That's deep, Yumi admitted. I think I'm starting to get it. But I'll have to think about that some more to understand it clearly. I had just been trying to do well when I saw things I could do, but to know what evil is. It gets tricky seeing it has many levels of progression, I said. So you see, Shun, real leadership isn't being the king but just helping the others out on a very basic level. It's actually best for you and your skills in the long run that you didn't become a king candidate with the others, even though you have the good heart and intelligence for being able to be good as a king. The one who does become king in the long run will have the least amount of skills because they will be living parasitically off others, instead of working for their own welfare and that of others, Sensei added. How come you are so smart? Rina said. What does Sensei take for smart pills? We chuckled at the comment. You are sure the king will be the weakest at the end? Yumi wondered. Well, think about it. He has others do everything for him. He has other people work for him, while he just enjoys benefits. How is that going to let him progress? Sensei explained. So back to our current problem of food and the king problem. We need to figure out how to deal with both of them, I sighed. We didn't want to face it, but it was a huge problem. Well, the normal students haven't learned how to take care of their own lives. Plus, advanced societies want to live off the labor of others naturally from not wanting to have to do sweaty and blue-collar type jobs. They would rather bask in wealth and riches with others underneath them doing the work for them. So this is a perfect recipe for disaster. I seriously wonder if we'd be better striking out on our own, Sensei wondered aloud. You really think so? Yumi wondered. Yeah. Don't feel bad, okay? I like you and Rina and Shun, but I can't take care of 100 kids on my own. It's impossible. I don't have wilderness survival skills either. I had gone through school so quickly and got my teaching license only a short time ago. So I still have book knowledge, but lack a lot of applied life skills because I'm young too. I'm actually close to your ages, you know? I don't know what to do about all of this. My parents were too busy to ever take me out camping either, so I'm lost, Sensei voiced a sincere, genuine concern. Her eyes said she worried for all students, but the needs were too big here and now. Yumi sighed. I agree with Sensei that the danger here is too big. Too many students and no mentor program to help them learn how to survive here. We don't know anything, and I doubt we can stay here fishing every day non-stop forever. So you think the fish will dry up? Rina asked. I thought rivers and streams with fish kept them all the time. Well, they do keep fish all the time, but the fish migrate up and down the rivers during certain parts of the year to mate, raise young, etc. They might not be here year-round at this particular spot, and will likely change which parts of the river they are in. They might for parts of the year go down to the coast or go up into the mountain lakes during another part of the year, and it's dangerous to be too dependent on one food source, Asakura explained. If that's the case, we're foo at it, Ed. Yumi exclaimed, and venting a lot of stress. That's a big concern too. I hadn't realized that some types of fish were migratory, at least on Earth, I said, scratching my chin. I hadn't thought about it that way. I was thinking it would be hard to provide for that many people, though. Are you sure they are migratory? Rina asked. Well, most animals have some migratory patterns, come to think of it, Yumi admitted. I should have thought of that myself. Like the old saying that birds fly south for the winter. Why didn't I realize other animals do it too? It's well known salmon are, and a few others too. Maybe not everything though? I am not an expert on fish to be honest, but I just know about salmon and a couple of others. I don't know how closely this world will be to that though. What if things are different? Maybe? Sensei replied. So if there was enough fish, what then? Yumi wondered, toying with the options. Yeah, but there are only like 8 rangers, right? So, even if the fish remained constant, we also have like 110 people more or less. So that's a lot of people for 8 rangers to find food for, and eventually they will want to do stuff more proactive besides gathering food. They will think they are like nobles or knights and want it the other way around, right? They didn't get a desire to do ranger for nothing, right? They wanted to explore and fight monsters and gain wealth maybe? So they will more than likely want the other 100 people serving them. I think it's dangerous to trust them too much, Asakura-sensei explained. Sensei. You are so smart, Rina smiled, while Yumi pouted jealously. She wanted Rina's attention too, after all. Yumi shrugged at me, hoping for support. It surprised me. Yeah, that makes sense. Gathering food isn't that glamorous, huh? I nodded at Sensei. I hadn't thought of it that way, Yumi said. Great, so we might only have a few days of food here before having to move on to something else, huh? I said. We need to brainstorm and talk to people. I saw deer tracks and deer pellets coming up the trails all over in these woods. But deer are pretty fast too and nimble. You can't catch them on foot with hand-to-hand weapons. We'd need a good system if we are to manage being able to kill one. The slings and stones won't work. They need bows for that, and none of us have bow and arrows yet, Sensei exclaimed. Okay, but what about like small animals like rabbits and stuff? I asked. Someone will have to come up with traps and a way of masking the scent of humans from the traps. I don't know yet if the rangers have thought of this or not yet, Sensei said. Ah, so if they smell human scents on the trap, even if it's built right, it won't work, huh? Yumi scratched her head. I've never done traps either, so I don't have any experience. Wow, so complicated. At least we're talking about it and keeping it real. Some of the others won't notice this until they are starving. I like this proactive stuff, I said. But how do we know when and how we'll leave and split off from the group? I know you guys want to talk about food, but some of the king issues weigh on me more than food. We'd have to be careful if we don't want to get trapped. I doubt they'll let us leave on their own, Sensei said. We don't have to leave right away, but maybe soon? We might study first how they caught fish first, foraging skills, and whatever else we need to about food. Also, we can try to see if we can learn a few combat tricks too and practice fighting, I suggested. But do you think we can stay with this group that long, Sensei? I suddenly added. This was the true worry and the limiter of how long we'd be able to stay with the others. So if we were to get a few more skills that might help, but the problem is that once it's really time to go, it will be too late to go if we wait last minute, won't it? Sensei said, voicing her thought of my concern. It seems that there will be like a black zone period that if we wait too long, we'll be trapped no matter what because there will just be a compound of several factors combining against us. That's my worry, Shun. So it's not possible to totally be able to tell when the window of opportunity to leave is going to close, is it? I asked. I don't think we can, Shun. We can only try, but we have to give some space for error? Sensei asked, her fingertips grazing my arm. That's terrible, Rina exclaimed. Well, once they catch on to the idea that people won't accept a king, they will try to force it and then be rounding people up. That will put people at a big disadvantage then, and they will likely take measures and implement a system to make sure people can't escape then and taking away people's freedoms, Asakura said. Can they do that? Yumi wondered, scratching her head. Are you sure? Rina asked. Well, it's natural to single people out individually, but the Rangers are already acting like a team, right? So they can easily single people out individually and take their weapons and stuff before most of the group knows what's going on. Then by the time it's known, they will just be too powerful to take out of power. It's basically how people are laid off in companies. The guys at the top single out the guys at the bottom so they can't fight back, Sensei said. You are a really logical person, aren't you, Sensei? I asked, chuckling. After all, her brains were helping us a lot by helping us to figure out what to do. But are you sure we aren't speculating too much on this? How do we know you are really on the right track? Yumi asked suddenly. Well, I thought so too, until I heard them each wanting to be king. That's pretty scary when the timing and problems are up to our necks already. That's proof we're not speculating, I said. This world is so complicated, Yumi exclaimed. But why do they want to be the king? Isn't it more work to do? Rina asked innocently. Yeah, it's more watching and staying in control of people, but they want to be the ones that have stuff. People want power to use other people below them as sacrificial pawns to cushion them from hardship, disaster, and the consequences of selfishness and bad decisions. They also want to have the best shelter, the best chance for spouses, food, power, tools, and there's no guarantee of having those things even if they are the ones in power, Sensei explained carefully. I get it now, Rina said. Wow, you hit it right on the nail, I said in surprise. Not a lot of adults like to use bold honesty like that. They fear retaliation so much because by nature adults have to cooperate to live and can take things away from each other when they don't like what each other does. Yumi also nodded. It's strange though that Yuta would suddenly be all weird and Akamoto too. Well, they saw they had a really lofty advantage. They decided to cash in on it. They've probably never had a time period before where they had responsibility over others with real accountability either, Sensei said, raising an eyebrow. For example, who can oppose Yuta if he's the only one who can teach people what their skill screens say? I don't think Riot getting deathly ill is an accident either. They most likely did something to her. But isn't Raya pretty? Why would they hurt her when they obviously like her? Rina asked. She was exploring and looking for bugs in the grass around us and some of the tree branches. Just then I remembered as a kid she'd been fascinated with bugs and identifying them. It was strange that a girl might have a trait like that and she'd not shown it for so long. I thought she'd grown out of it. Now I could see I was wrong. Well, maybe they just imprisoned her, or tied her up, or maybe they saw she won't let them be a king and so she was taken out of the picture. Or she might even be in on it too. Right now they will be pretty upset with those people first who are really angry at the idea of having a king, Sensei said. Do you think they will hurt them? I also hadn't considered that she might be on it with them. I voiced aloud my concern. Even I wasn't sure how far Akamoto and Yuta would go. Akira might even be different than what I thought too, I suddenly realized. What if Akira was just like them? Or what if they originally thought they were helping people, but just helping themselves too, and it got out of hand? But are you worried we're like, shooting in the dark about possibilities too much? Yumi wondered, looking at the ground. Well, we are just trying to be prepared. That's what being prepared is. You think of possibilities and how to prepare and how to get what you want. That's how you get through hard stuff. Asakura gave her an encouraging smile and patted me on the arm again. Was it just me, or was Sensei acting pretty friendly with me? Suddenly we heard running through the underbrush, and another runner had come up to us from around the edge of the huge boulder that was like a gate to the area where we were hidden. It was one of the ranger kids, Shun. Shun. We need your help. He was breathless and gasping for air, and covered in sweat. It looked like he'd ran for a long time, and he was covered with bits of pine needles from running through trees, mud bits from tripping and stumbling around. Oh man, it took forever to find you guys. I've looked all over, he huffed. I glanced at Sensei. Both of our eyes seemed to be saying, so much for this as a meeting spot. This is a trick to separate us, isn't it? It's not going to work. We stay in one group, Yumi accused him suspiciously and looking adamantly firm in righteous anger. She jabbed a finger in his direction angrily. What? No, I mean, The ranger kid looked flustered and confused. That makes sense, Yuta did propose to Rina in front of everyone practically. He might try a trick like this to snatch up the women he likes, by separating them from their protectors. And also sending people to find and watch over us, Sensei guessed. Ha, no, it's no trick, I swear, he exclaimed, breathing loudly and trying to get fresh air. He held up his hands innocently. He was still bent over trying to catch his breath though. He took in big gulps of air. I sighed, I don't know. Wait! It's not what you think, he pleaded. Just a section. Well, what is it you think we think? Yumi's eyes looked at him even more suspiciously. Shun. Please come. Akira needs your help, he said. He fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. It was a humiliating position. Akira? But why me? I don't want to be part of this king business, I asked. He was all buddy-buddy with you ranger kids for a while. But he didn't even hang out with us after we killed that orc boss together. Now he suddenly is asking for me? I can't help but be suspicious of the motives. Well, what's going on? First tell us that. Is this going to be something dangerous? Right now we don't want Shun trying to be hero anymore. We just want a normal life and to get away from the dangerous stuff, Rena said. Okay, basically they were trying to force activate powers on people through various methods and something happened. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but you were the one who got rid of the pig orc boss, so it was worth a try. He asked for you several times, but wouldn't let anyone else even know what the deal was. That herbalist guy has already tried giving him pain medicine he concocted that looks toxic, and some of the others some of his homemade doobies to help, and it's not working or made it worse, was the story I'd heard. We're willing to try anything, the ranger pleaded in anguish. Like a drug overdose? Rena wondered. No, not like that, really, the ranger kid replied. I think he's not into that, but that herbalist does seem a bit shifty. How do we know this isn't some Yuta or Okamoto plot? Don't trust him, Shun, Yumi accused. Look, I don't know what made them think of being a king. It's kind of silly actually, but both of them are afraid they won't get pretty girls to like them, I guess. Who knows? But Akira, I think, just wanted to be king so Okamoto and Yuta wouldn't be, the ranger kid said in a panic. How do you know that? I asked. He looked down guiltily. Well, actually I was eavesdropping on them for Okamoto. I think the whole powers and having untapped potential went to their heads. Seriously, they are both falling off the wagon hard. Yuta fell pretty hard into being seduced by it, but Okamoto just made a lot of mistakes trying to help people and let it get to him too in the end. But he's getting so mixed up, I wonder if it'll work out. The ranger camp is actually not fully under Okamoto anymore, even though he is the supposed ranger boss. Somehow Yuta made about half of them afraid that they wouldn't get skills anymore if they didn't listen to him. They're afraid there's no future without skills now too. I guess it worked because a lot of them are pretty intimidated and doing what he says, he shrugged. Can you come please, please, please? So how many are following Yuta, and how many Okamoto? I wonder if it's even safe to go see him, Sensei asked, scratching her chin. I think there's like 3 rangers under Yuta, but he's got the 6 defenders on his side now too, and they are better at combat than the rangers. Plus a bunch of others who don't have jobs yet are supporting him, and he seems pretty determined to get them some kind of power too. I think he's got a few more we don't know about though, he said like he was really scared. Wait, how do you know they are better at combat? You shouldn't know something like that so easily, unless something else has happened, Sensei asked again shrewdly. Well, don't tell anyone I told you this, but some of them wanted to know if we could really handle it if people didn't want a king, so we've been practicing sparring. But a lot of us wanted to spar just because we think the orcs will come back and overheard their real reason. We think the orcs will definitely come back though, probably sometime at night. He used that fear of the orcs against us in getting people to sign up under his command. The defenders don't have much offense power, but they have this magic shield skill thing that is actually pretty badass and can take and absorb a lot of damage, he said. Oh, a damage absorption magic shield skill? That sounds pretty interesting, Yumi said with big eyes. Yeah, it can soak up a lot of shock and force apparently. It took several rangers like a half hour to knock one out, the kid said. That sounds pretty powerful, I said, thinking about what he just said. But was it powerful from the skill or because the person they were fighting against had a lot of life experiences already before coming here? I added. That's a good question. I don't know, he said. Does it how should I put it, does it summon a shield made of magic or reinforce a shield that you had beforehand? Sensei asked. If it's defender job, I think they were summoning an entire shield made from magic, but it has some kind of cooldown between how long it can be used before they have to rest. But I don't know the full details, Ranger Kid said. That sounds dangerous. You can't confiscate a weapon like that, Sensei responded. Magic shield? How would we deal with that? I admitted. Sensei and I looked each other in the eye. It sounded pretty powerful too. For a survival skill, it would be very useful. I don't like this, Shun. They are already deciding on adversarial countermeasures. That's a red flag if there ever was one, Asakura said in a lilting voice. She was pacing in agitation now, staying close by me and Rina. I want one of those. I've always liked the idea of protecting people I care about, Yumi said, with a twinkly eyed look like she'd just seen something precious. Dang, she was hooked, I thought. It was a bit scary how easily that had pulled her in, though. This better not be a scam like that meeting, I muttered. Oh, I know, right? That's my worry too, Yumi admitted openly. I guess people really do want to reinvent themselves, Sensei said out of the blue. What's that? Where did that come from? I asked, wondering how she'd say that suddenly. Nothing. I'll tell you later, she said, shaking her head. Rina must have seen what was happening, so she slapped Yumi in the back of the head. Ouch! Hey, what was that for? Yumi wondered. Keep your head on straight. Shun needs us, she ordered, getting mad. But I would have used it to protect you, she admitted. And Shun too? Rina asked distrustfully. Sure, Yumi grumbled, looking guilty. You don't sound committed, Rina accused. Right. Sorry, she apologized. Don't worry, I'm with the Rina and Shun team for sure, she said sincerely. But did they discover any other skills and jobs? Seems like to move ahead they'd want to be pretty confident they couldn't be overturned too, I asked. Well, it's been kind of secretive lately. That's why I think they have, because until it got all hush they were trying really hard to get something going to force out the skills, the Ranger Kid said. That means they discovered another job besides the Defenders and Rangers, Sensei realized excitedly. You think so? The Ranger Kid looked puzzled. They have been pretty secretive lately, even from us. He frowned. Are you sure? What makes you think that? I asked. I'm sure of it. Well, it's kind of like how you just said it. The key is thinking, what would make them brave enough to risk getting hurt or being alienated unless they thought they couldn't lose? Remember, these aren't people that were always brave. They are people that used to have to live under others and weren't brave originally. That's the key to seeing it. Don't you think it's suddenly odd they get real quiet right when all the jobs are needed to be known about? Most likely Yuta or Akamoto found something they think is a trump card and something really good, powerful, or with a lot of utility, Sensei said. I didn't think of that. Sensei is so smart after all, being a math teacher, the Ranger Kid said, but we were thinking it too. So math is a good skill that buffs other skills? Rina wondered aloud. I don't know about that, Yumi said quickly. Yumi had trouble with math after all. Of course she'd be hesitant to talk about it. So what do we do? If we go help Akira, there's a chance we could get caught up in all this, I said. They all were silent for a sec, until Sensei turned to the Ranger Kid. If we help Akira, do you promise you'll leave us out of this conflict and alert us ahead of time if they try to trap us? Sure. I'll do whatever I can, he nodded and bowed. I'm just sorry to ask others for help. Please come though. You are sure? This isn't something you can promise empty? It's very likely we might need a heads up if things get ugly ahead so we don't get killed. Kings also don't like it when someone goes against them. In history, they'd cut people's heads off for it, I said, probing him for weak spots. The ranger kid gave a big sigh. The truth is, I'm ashamed I was manipulated. I don't really want to turn on the people from my own town. I just want to survive too, and I think there might be others, but everyone's letting this go to their heads so fast. People are also acting without thinking things through too, he responded desperately. Not so fast. Why would you agree so quickly? Yumi wondered. Well, Akira is a good kid. I remembered when back home he actually tutored me a couple of times to save me from having to repeat a grade right before the big testing season. Some of the things Yuta and Akamoto want to do I'm not so sure I like there. I don't know. It's like they don't see when things are going too far either. I don't want to hurt people. Also, I can't let him suffer like this. That's why when Yuriko asked me to without fail grab you and ask you to go to him, I agreed to it, he said. Ah, I see, Yumi admitted. We want your solemn oath that you won't betray us and not deceiving us in any way. Oh, and you have to show us how to forage for food, okay, she added. Ranger Kid bowed his head and said, I swear. If I'm lying in any way, I'll eat dog poo to repent. To go so far as putting your life on the line like that, so brave. Rina said with big eyes. It's a bit extreme, I guess. I wouldn't go that far, I said. Sensei looked really sick suddenly on her face. Ugh, that sounds pretty awful. I believe him now. But we have to hurry. Yuriko wouldn't let me see him, but she said it was bad, and if the others saw it, they'd probably hurt him even more, or it'd cause a panic. We have to go now, the kid said. Are you sure you want to do this, Shun? Yumi wondered. No, but we stand a better chance of surviving if we help everyone. We can learn things along the way too. Who wants to let people suffer anyway? I admit. But don't we need like a safe word as a signal to each other it's time to bail and leave on our own as a team? Sensei whispered, while the ranger kid was way ahead of us, beckoning us to follow. That's not a bad idea, Yumi said. My to-do list keeps getting bigger with not enough time in the day, and I still haven't had a chance to look at the demon box again. But the last thing I need is for Sensei, Yumi, and Rina seeing me pull out imprisoned naked girls and stasis crystals out to study. I need to be alone to do so, but if I'm alone, Rina and the others are unprotected too.